boy chose the family master's sword during the family ritual, his killer sister, determined to make him the strongest in the world, spared no cost to bring him the heart of an immortal phoenix. He was supposed to become the strongest magic swordsman in history, but fell victim to villains' jealousy, who planted a curse in his body, imprisoned his talent, and reduced him to a useless person. In the Runcade family, there was only one fate for a useless person: to be expelled from the family. The Runcade family was a prestigious sword clan that dominated half the world. Their members stood at the world's peak through absolute martial prowess. Those without sword talent simply could not survive in the Runcade family's survival of the fittest environment. However, through a stroke of fate, Jean accidentally awakened the magical talent that the family considered forbidden. During one magical experiment, his magic power suddenly went berserk. Overwhelming black magic instantly consumed him, plunging him into endless void. Just as Jean panicked, a massive figure emerged behind him. When he focused his gaze, before him stood a being radiating terrifying aura. The being stared at Jean and slowly lifted him with a large hand, saying, "I am Soldrake, the Shadow God, master of all shadows in the world. I wish to make a contract with you. You will then be able to use weapons and be immune to all curses." As soon as Soldrake finished speaking, he discovered there was indeed a curse within Jean's body, called the Lost Path of Blades. Soldrake continued, "It is this that imprisoned your sword talent. But perhaps it is precisely because of this that I was drawn to you." Soldrake lightly snapped his fingers. The curse on Jean's body instantly shattered. Soldrake said, "From now on, all curses will be ineffective against you, and you will become an unparalleled magic swordsman. I have great expectations for you." After speaking, Soldrake transformed into wisps of black mist and gradually disappeared. Jean returned to his room once again. To verify that what just happened wasn't a hallucination, he grabbed a long sword and rushed out of the room. He drew the long sword and slashed horizontally. In an instant, the blade's body rippled with light, emitting gentle humming sounds. The sword in his hand became like part of his body, and with each movement, his sword techniques continuously reached new realms. Then he covered the long sword with magic. The sword instantly erupted with terrifying power, lightning flowing around it, space trembling. The first useless person of the Runcade family would exist no more. Now was his moment of revenge. However, just then, the surrounding mountains could not withstand the sword energy's aftershock. With a tremendous roar, the mountains collapsed, burying Jean under falling rocks. He had just awakened his talent, and hadn't even had time to use it before dying from his own attack. How ridiculous. Filled with unwillingness, Jean powerlessly closed his eyes. But when he opened them again, everything before him was so familiar. He had been reborn back to the time of the family selection ceremony. Looking at the family master's sword that would determine his fate, Jean slowly crawled forward. In his previous life, touching this sword was purely accidental. But in this life, this was his own choice. Under the horrified gazes of those around him, Jean resolutely chose the family master's sword. Seeing this, his father ordered him to be sent to Hurricane City to study. In a flash, Jean had been studying there for 6 years. According to family rules, children under 10 were not allowed to leave Hurricane City. That day, a dead pigeon was suddenly thrown into his room. Only those two could do such a thing. His two brothers appeared in his room. In his previous life, they had taken pleasure in bullying Jean. Later, they became notorious killing maniacs. And now, to bully Jean, they tortured and killed innocent little birds. They looked at the silent Jean, thinking he was scared silly, so they became even more smug and mocking. Then, Haytona swung his fist at Jean. Unexpectedly, Jean caught it with one hand. Haytona's face showed disbelief. Jean looked at Haytona with murderous intent, strange power flowing from his hand to block the punch. Then he countered with a punch that left Haytona dazed. Jean instantly appeared behind him. Then he gathered shadow energy in his fist and sent Haytona flying with a backhand punch. Jean thought to himself, "In this life, I will show no tolerance for you two." Just as Jean was about to disperse the shadow energy, Hurricane City's guardian Knight Cain heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing the black energy in Jean's hand and the two unconscious people, he asked what was happening. Jean turned his head away and said forcefully with a murderous expression that the two had fought each other and then collapsed. Though Cain didn't believe it, he didn't dare contradict him. Just as he was about to take the two to the infirmary, Jean told him to bring his two brothers and follow him outside, after casually leaving them both in the heavy rain. Jean ignored Cain's dissuasion and turned to leave. Cain recalled that the energy in Jean's hand earlier was more like magic power. In the Runcade family, famous for swordsmanship, magic power was considered taboo by the family, because with magic power as an obstacle, swordsmanship would be difficult to reach the ultimate peak, and Jean was the next family head. He had to report this to the current family head. Cain couldn't care about the pouring rain and immediately rode off to the front lines. Jean watched Cain leave through the window but didn't stop him. In this life, thanks to Soldrake's contract, he hadn't been cursed and had his talent imprisoned. In this life, he would definitely shock everyone. On the other side, their father at the front lines summoned the family's Vanguard Knight Order and headed straight for Hurricane City. He wanted to personally confirm whether Jean had really used magic power, and whether he could become the family's future assistant, leading the family to even greater prosperity. Then he brought the two brothers before him, but his first words left them puzzled. "Where do you think you went wrong?" The two brothers looked at each other and retorted, "We did nothing wrong. It was Jean who used some unknown power to attack us." And it seemed like the forbidden magical power of the family. They showed gloating expressions. But after hearing their answer, their father's face darkened. Clearly he was unsatisfied with this response. Then he said to the children present, "If you maintain this attitude, you cannot survive in the Runcade family. Bring Jean to see me." Their father was currently the strongest person, but after reaching the demigod realm, he had lost lost human emotions, becoming a ruthless person who only cared about the family's prosperity. In his previous life, Jean, who had no sword talent, was like a transparent person to him, but now things were different. In this life, he wouldn't let anyone ignore him. Under the watchful eyes of many powerful vanguard knights, Jean solemnly knelt on one knee and said, "I greet the family head." Hearing this, his father was slightly surprised and said, "Why do you call me family head instead of father?" Jean said, "Today, over 100 family members have arrived. I believe you are visiting in your capacity as family head, so I address you as such." His father was very satisfied with Jean's answer and said, "I came today for personal reasons. You should still call me father. Let me ask you the same question I asked your brothers. In the conflict with you, what did they do wrong?" Hearing this, Jean clenched his fists. He said with determined eyes, "They were wrong not to retaliate against me. As members of the Runcade family, regardless of grudges, we must repay every slight." The sister Mary beside them smiled wickedly upon hearing this. Clearly, Jean's answer pleased her, but their father fell silent after hearing Jean's words. He immediately ordered everyone else to withdraw. At these words, the knights stirred. Had the young master passed the family head's test? Even the sister Mary looked at Jean with new respect. "This little brother of mine is quite impressive." After a moment, only the two remained in the hall. Their father questioned what power Jean had used. Though Jean didn't know what Soldrake's power was, it was neither righteousness nor magic. Through years of research, he was certain it wasn't magic. He extended his palm and gathered energy. A ball of shadow energy appeared in his palm. He said, "Please give this power a name." Seeing this, their father's pupils contracted. This was actually the power that the founding family head once possessed. Shadow energy. Their father was inwardly shocked beyond belief. Jean had not only chosen the family head's sword, but also possessed shadow energy. Would he really become the next family head? The shadow god Soldrake had once made a contract with the founding family head. But since the founding head's death, Soldrake had never appeared in the Runcade family again. Their father said, "I never expected Lord Soldrake to return to the family through you." Hearing this, Jean asked curiously, "Is that Lord Soldrake stronger than you?" Their father pondered for a moment before saying gravely, "Fighting against a god? I have never battled a god, so I don't know the answer." But his words carried an aura of supreme confidence that looked down on all things. To challenge gods with a mortal body, truly the domineering presence of the world's strongest. Then their father reached out to stroke Jean's head and said, "Your performance has greatly surprised me. Coming to see you today was truly the right decision. How do you plan to use this power of shadow energy?" Jean placed his hand on his heart and solemnly declared, "I want to use it for the family." After hearing this answer, their father's expression froze. Then he laughed heartily, seeing right through Jean's lie. He said, "Given your ruthless treatment of your two brothers, what do you mean for the family? Tell me your true thoughts." Seeing he couldn't deceive his father, Jean thought for a moment before slowly speaking, "I want to use it for myself." Hearing this, their father fell silent. After a moment, his words made Jean's eyes light up. "I am very satisfied with this answer. Then let me wait and see." Their father then directly left the room. The moment the door closed, Jean's highly tensed nerves finally relaxed. His father's powerful aura couldn't allow him to be as relaxed as he appeared on the surface, but he was extremely excited about passing the test. From now on, he could not only openly use weapons, but it also gained his father's recognition. In his previous life, he had lived like a transparent person, but in this life, the name Jean Runcade would resound throughout the entire world. Sister Mary gave Jean a gift before leaving, and instructed him to eat it all and quickly become stronger. Jean was very shocked when he opened it. This was actually the heart of an immortal phoenix, radiating surging power. Sister Mary was truly crazy, giving this to a 7-year-old child. This was a secret medicine that could drive 6-level mages mad. Not only could it increase fire resistance and promote growth, but it was also a necessary condition for summoning an immortal phoenix. Mary was the family's 6-star vanguard knight, known by the title Gale Mary. Additionally, she had another unknown nickname, the Mad Woman of the Southern Continent. For someone so obsessed with battle to give him something so precious, she had only one reason. That was to make Jean quickly become stronger and soon become her opponent. That night, Jean had the maid prepare the immortal phoenix heart into soup. But just as he was about to enjoy it, 2 drooling shadows appeared behind him. The two shamelessly wanted to share. Jean agreed to share the soup with his 2 brothers if they helped him with one thing. What Jean asked them to do was actually to dig a tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, in a mysterious space, slept a figure, radiating powerful and sinister aura, like an ancient fierce beast lying in wait. After the 2 brothers finished digging the tunnel and returned to the room, they eagerly anticipated the soup Jean had promised them. However, Jean only left them 1 spoonful each. The angry brothers dared not speak out, only gritting their teeth and saying thank you. Then Jean came to the tunnel's end. Behind the wall was the Runcade family's secret library. He raised his hand and released magic power. Surging magic power instantly gathered in his hand. He pushed forward forcefully. The violent magic power immediately poured out. The wall turned to dust with a tremendous roar. Jean excitedly watched this scene. An ancient door filled with antiquated aura appeared. He respectfully recited an incantation to the door. "A son of the Runcade family comes to visit Ulakai." Amid trembling, the door slowly opened. This place housed the secret books of the family destroyed by the Runcades over thousands of years. Only Runcade family vanguards were qualified to enter. When Jean walked in, what met his eyes was a container, in which a figure was sealed. Sinister black magic power swirled around him. He even had small scales on his face. Could this man not be human? Recalling the opening incantation just now, Jean instantly realized this was the family's guardian, Black Dragon Ulakai. He had heard that Black Dragon Ulakai had fallen into slumber after being defeated by the founding family head, and the legend turned out to be true. But he had no time to think about this now. The secret books were more important to him, but just as he turned around, Ulakai behind him quietly moved. Just as Jean was about to copy the secret text to study later, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. He immediately stood up nervously. As he anxiously poked his head out to look, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared outside the door. It was Black Dragon Ulakai. Jean was greatly shocked and thought, this is the Runcade family's guardian dragon. As long as I'm respectful to him, he shouldn't do anything to me. He said respectfully, a son of the Runcade family greets the family guardian. However, after hearing this, Black Dragon Ulakai's face darkened. He cursed angrily. What guardian? Who told you to arbitrarily make me a guardian? Damned Runcade family. After this outburst, Ulakai crouched on the ground dejectedly. He had rarely smelled such a pleasant aroma and woken up, but there was only one little brat. Then he suddenly looked up at Jean and leaned close to Jean, frantically sniffing, saying, why do you smell of shadow energy? Hearing this, Jean had a bold guess. Did the Black Dragon awaken because of my shadow energy? Jean said, Lord Ulakai, are you referring to this? A ball of black energy suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the Black Dragon was completely stunned. He said, Soul Drake, your 1,000-year contract holder is actually this little brat? Ulakai showed a lifeless expression and said, I have an agreement with Soul Drake. According to the agreement, the person who will fight alongside me from now on is you. Now let me formally introduce myself. In an instant, terrifying magic power shot skyward. Dark energy covered his arm, transforming into claws. I am Soul Drake's agent and friend, and also the last shadow descendant from the world's beginning. According to the 1,000-year pact, from today onwards, I will fight alongside you. Under Jean's shocked gaze, an enormously huge dragon made a stunning entrance. He said, state your name, contractor of Soul Drake. Jean smiled slightly, suppressing his inner wild joy. He said, I am Jean Runcade, the youngest child of the Runcade family. When the fists of man and dragon met, the gears of fate began to turn. Jean still couldn't believe that Black Dragon Ulakai was actually the strongest overlord from 1,000 years ago. Through the long years, he had dominated this land. But after being defeated in battle by the founding Runcade family head, he yielded this territory and fell into slumber. According to Ulakai, he and the founding family head weren't enemies. He was his guardian dragon and also his friend. God's contractors usually had a guardian dragon by their side, but for years no one knew what the founding family head's guardian dragon was. If Ulakai had been slumbering all along, that would explain it, and now he had become Jean's guardian dragon. During these few months together, Jean tried to learn as much as possible about Ulakai, but so far, Jean had only confirmed one thing. He particularly loved strawberry pie. Jean was very curious about his current level compared to the historically strongest founding family head. The Black Dragon pondered slightly before saying gravely, you have the same talent as him, but you're not yet comparable to him. Hearing this, Jean's pupils contracted as he said, will I never be able to become as strong as the founding family head? Hearing this, Ulakai saw Jean's disappointment. He patted Jean's head encouragingly and said, you're still young. As long as you train persistently, you can become as strong as him, and maybe even surpass him, because the Shadow Lord's power is limitless. And as his contractor, your power is equally limitless. So cheer up. I'll teach you a new skill, Shadow Energy Release. But first you need to master Magic Power Release and Magic Movement proficiently. This process will take about 2 to 3 years. Until then, I can't teach you Shadow Energy Release. But the next second, a ball of magic power suddenly appeared in Jean's hand. This scene immediately startled Ulakai. But then Jean also used Magic Movement. Ulakai's face showed complete disbelief. Only genius among geniuses could do this. So he immediately demonstrated Shadow Energy Release to Jean. Overwhelming shadow energy instantly swept through the space. All shadows of everything were under his control. This left Jean extremely shocked as he felt the terrifying power contained within these shadows. Over the next 2 years, Jean trained hard day after day. Soon his 9th birthday arrived. On the other side, in the Demon Beast Forest, corpses of fierce beasts lay everywhere, and that blood-stained 18-meter greatsword demonstrated the cruel strength of the woman before them. But she now showed tender expression as she asked her subordinate a question. What kind of gift do you think a 9-year-old child would generally like? She was the Runcade family's 9-star knight and the strongest of the younger generation. But she had withdrawn from the Runcade family's dirty succession struggle. Like her nickname White Whale, she was like a solitary white whale. Therefore, Luna had never paid attention to her other siblings. Even in the previous life, they were like strangers. But what Jean never expected was that Sister Luna would travel great distances to celebrate his birthday. This made him suspect her motives. Had his sneaking into the library been discovered? The first thing Luna did upon seeing Jean was to lovingly stroke his head, which immediately left Jean nervous and at a loss. Seeing Jean's expression was wrong, she hurriedly asked if he was sick. But in an instant, Luna realized what was happening. The Runcade family siblings schemed against each other. Did Jean think she came to restrain him? She apologized to Jean. I was inconsiderate. Though you're still young, I forgot you're also a member of the Runcade family. Then Luna had the others withdraw first. She wanted to talk with Jean alone. It turned out she came to warn Jean. Jean's outstanding performance before their father last time had attracted all his siblings' attention. This meant that when Jean left Hurricane City, they would suppress him. She didn't want Jean to fall into the dirty family struggles and lose his own happiness. Hearing this, Jean was deeply moved. Sister Luna only wanted to give him a warning. But why did she ignore me in the previous life? Did she think I posed no threat to others? However, Jean indicated he didn't plan to give up the family struggle. Because he had already suffered an assassination attempt, he couldn't retreat. Hearing this, Luna's killing intent nearly erupted as she said, someone actually wanted to kill you in Hurricane City? She grabbed Jean, desperately wanting to know who that person was. But Jean said he couldn't tell her because he wasn't sure himself. However, today he learned that not all his siblings hated him. Hearing this, Luna gently embraced Jean, saying, "I'm sorry, my brother, for letting you fall into the dirty family struggle." Then she took out a pendant from her bosom as a birthday gift for Jean, and instructed him to break the sapphire on the pendant when in danger. No matter where he was, she would immediately appear by his side. After bidding farewell to Luna, Jean returned to the library once more. After seeing the pendant around Jean's neck, Uruk-hai was so scared he fell flat on his bottom. It turned out this pendant belonged to the Beast King Orga. It was a divine artifact that countless people had risked their lives to obtain. Not only could it resist magical attacks below 5-star level, but it could also strengthen the holder's power and had summoning functions. Uruk-hai asked, "Was it given to you by that person with very strong aura just now? She should have sensed my presence." Hearing this, Jean was greatly shocked and worried whether Sister Luna would tell other family members. Uruk-hai said, "Someone who can give you such a precious gift and loves you so much, how could she inform on you and push you to a dead end? Your sister is trustworthy. No matter what choices Jean made in the future, she would unconditionally support him." Through day-by-day training, Jean welcomed the day to leave Hurricane City. During his time in Hurricane City, he had not only gained his father's recognition, the immortal phoenix heart from Mary, Luna's care, and the contract with Shadow Dragon King Uruk-hai. These were things he couldn't have dreamed of in his previous life. Now he needed to prepare to leave Hurricane City for the main house. After instructing the maid to pack the books he had copied, Jean went to the library to find Uruk-hai and remind him to leave together tomorrow. Just as Jean wondered how he would follow, Uruk-hai said confidently, "I am the legendary Black Dragon. Though I'm still relatively weak now, this small matter won't trouble me." However, Jean was alarmed and said, "You're weak now? Why are you only telling me such an important thing now?" Uruk-hai waved his hand. "Did you think I slept for 1,000 years without any consequences? But don't worry. As your guardian dragon, as long as you become stronger, my power will recover accordingly. So you need to quickly become a magic swordsman, as powerful as the founding family head." The Runcade family was originally a magic swordsman family, and the founding head was the strongest magic swordsman in history. It's just that almost no one knows this now. The current Runcade family instead views magic as taboo. This was all because of that shameful pact from 1,000 years ago. Then Uruk-hai said he would leave an illusion in the library and wouldn't expose the fact that he had left. Hearing this, Jean felt relieved. He took out the prepared strawberry pie and red wine for Uruk-hai, instructing him not to get drunk lest he leave some strange illusion. Uruk-hai was so excited his saliva flowed everywhere, promising earnestly there would be no problems. The next day, under the escort of 2 family knights, Jean set out for the main house's residential compound. He thought the journey would be peaceful, but the carriage suddenly shook violently, only to hear the guards shout about enemy attack and instruct them never to come out. Then they chased after the enemies. But hearing this, Jean's heart shook. He hurriedly pulled wet nurse Gilly to escape the carriage, because Runcade family guardian knights would never leave family children behind under any circumstances. That meant one of the 2 had to stay by his side, but they all left. So those 2 were either imposters or traitors. There might be some device hidden in the carriage. They had to leave immediately. Hearing Jean's explanation, Gilly immediately understood. Her eyes became sharp as she swung her hands, suddenly extending a pair of adamantine claws. From now on, she would stake her life to protect Jean. Gilly carried Jean and fled into the forest depths at great speed. But Jean told Gilly to take him to find those 2 knights. If those 2 knights were enemies, then those fighting them must be our allies. When they arrived, they indeed saw the real guardians, respectively from the Yuta magic family of Mitel and the Black King mercenary group. Upon seeing Jean still alive, the mercenary leader immediately flashed to Jean's side to protect him. This completely cut off the 2 fake knights' assassination plans. In an instant, they were surrounded by guards. Gilly angrily questioned their purpose and who was behind them, but the man dismissed them disdainfully and laughed loudly. "Just a bunch of Runcade family dogs." Jean said coldly, "Kill one first, then sever the other's arm and bring him before me." Then Gilly instantly burst forth like a cannonball, carrying infinite killing intent straight at the man. In just one encounter, she delivered 49 strikes, taking the man's life on the spot. His companion immediately fought back upon seeing this, but Gilly swung her claws at extreme speed. The next second, the man's arm was severed. In just a few breaths, one was dead and one injured. Then Gilly dragged him before Jean. Their plan failed because the wet nurse was strong enough. To become a Runcade family wet nurse, one had to reach at least 7-star warrior strength. To assassinate a Runcade family child, at least 3 8-star knights had to be sent. The man still shouted unwillingly, "Don't get carried away. The Runcade family's era is about to end." But Jean's words were shocking. "What you say is exactly what I hope for, because what I want is not the Runcade family's era, but an era belonging to Jean Runcade." Hearing this, the man's face bulged with veins. Then he shouted loudly, "For the great Gipple family." Hearing this name, Jean's eyes narrowed. The Gipple family was the magic noble house that dominated the other half of the world. Unlike the Runcade family that pursued the peak of swordsmanship, the Gipple family pursued the ultimate peak of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the founding family head's death, they forced the Runcade family to sign a humiliating pact forbidding the use of magic, and sealed everyone's magic power. To the Runcade family, the Gipple family was their 1,000-year nemesis. These 2 were followers of the Gipple family. But today's events didn't match the Gipple family's usual style. These followers must have acted on their own. However, Jean found it strange, because no matter how perfect the disguise, it would be hard to fool a 7-star warrior's eyes. Could that guy have been involved too? Jean's earlier words about creating an era belonging only to Jean Runkide revealed an ambition that made the mercenary leader secretly alarmed. Jean said, "Thanks to you, we escaped danger smoothly. When we reach the main house, the reward will not disappoint you." Then the group set off on their journey again. And Gilly was still blaming herself for putting Jean in danger. And all of this was witnessed by Jean. In his previous life, due to his mediocrity and incompetence, Gilly suffered a lot of grievances alongside him. She was even driven out of the house with him. Yet she still didn't give up on Jean. She even bowed to him in apology, believing that she had failed to take good care of Jean. Jean didn't want to say harsh words to such a kind Gilly, but things were different now from his previous life. He had to completely overturn everything from his past life. Gilly also had to become strong. So he loudly scolded Gilly, who was still blaming herself. "Don't blame yourself. This is my order. Although you are my wet nurse, you are now my guardian knight. If you're always so indecisive, how can you protect me properly? So don't make me repeat the same words again." Hearing this, Gilly immediately understood Jean's intention. She decided to pull herself together and stop being a burden to Jean. Soon after, they came to an inn to rest. After arriving at the room, the exhausted Jean fell asleep immediately. The next morning, Jean was awakened by a cat's meowing. He turned to look out the window, and a black cat was lying on the windowsill, staring at him with contemptuous eyes. Jean suddenly realized that this was the black dragon Ulakai. Thinking of this, Jean couldn't help but laugh out loud. So his so-called method was to turn into a cat. Hearing this, Ulakai became furious with embarrassment. Then Jean opened the window and let him in. The black cat began to transform while gritting his teeth. The next second, the black cat instantly transformed into Ulakai, huffing angrily and wanting to settle accounts with Jean. But he suddenly tripped over the protruding floor. He crashed into the windowsill with a loud bang. The huge noise immediately brought Gilly bursting through the door. Seeing that there was actually a stranger in the room, Gilly immediately mistook Ulakai for an assassin. She directly unleashed her wolverine claws, and blue magic power burst forth instantly. She pinned Ulakai to the ground. Seeing this, Jean quickly pulled Gilly back. But after hearing Gilly's name, Ulakai immediately perked up, not even caring about the pain. He quickly struck what he thought was a charming pose and said gently to Gilly, "Finally I meet you, my strawberry pie." Seeing this scene, Jean felt speechless. The situation was already spiraling out of control in a strange direction. After stopping Gilly, Jean helplessly introduced, "This is the guardian of the Runkide family, the black dragon Ulakai." And when he introduced Gilly to Ulakai chuckled and said, "I know, she's my precious strawberry pie." Gilly was puzzled about why Ulakai called her strawberry pie. But the next moment she realized, so all the strawberry pies she made for Jean every day had been eaten by Ulakai. Then Jean informed Gilly of his entire situation. Learning that Jean had not only received the blessing of the Shadow Lord, but also possessed magical talent and had a guardian dragon. She felt very happy, but after learning that the earlier noise was caused by Ulakai's fall, Gilly said worriedly, "Young master, are this person's words really trustworthy?" Jean said, "Probably." The next day, the two safely arrived at the Mitel mobile checkpoint and expressed their gratitude to the mercenary group members. After showing proof of their Runkade family identity, they were invited to the VIP lounge. In 2 hours, they would be able to teleport and instantly arrive at the family estate. Just as they sat down in the VIP lounge, Ulakai jumped down from Jean's body. He shamelessly lay on Gilly's lap and started daydreaming. At this time, someone else walked into the room. After seeing the totem on the newcomer's body, Jean's eyes narrowed. It was actually the Runkade family's mortal enemy, the Gipple family. The white-haired boy walked straight to sit across from Jean. With an arrogant sneer, he said, "What a coincidence to meet such an annoying person here." Jean felt that the boy in front of him looked somewhat familiar. At this time, Ulakai, who had transformed into a black cat, caught his attention, so he reached out his palm to tease him. Unexpectedly, Ulakai viciously gave him a claw on the spot. Seeing this, the two accompanying guards immediately wanted to draw their swords, but he stopped them. The boy couldn't help but think to himself, "I didn't expect that facing my provocation, this little young master of the Runkade family could remain so composed." He stood up and came to Jean's front, saying, "My name is Beladin. I formally apologize to you for my earlier rude behavior." Hearing this name, Jean immediately remembered his identity. In his previous life, he was a genius magician, and also the next family head heir of the Gipple family. For Jean in his previous life, he was an unreachable existence. He never expected that in this life they would meet when they were both young. Jean pushed away Ulakai with one hand and chuckled, "Although you were just joking earlier. But if those two guys had really drawn their swords, then for the rest of your journey you would lose 2 attendants, and you would also lose 2 fingers." Beladin laughed disbelievingly and waved his hand. "Your joke is too scary." However, Jean said with a gloomy expression, "Do you think I look like I'm joking?" Beladin felt a cold chill rising from behind him, but he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "Don't casually talk about cutting off Gipple clan members' fingers, or it will give both families a headache." To this, Jean mockingly sneered, "Do you think they would start a war between families over children's quarrels?" At these words, Beladin fell silent, but the next moment he burst into laughter. "I did learn a trick from you today. I'll definitely repay you in the future." Jean immediately said, "No need to wait for the future, let's do it now. I hope you can keep quiet and not disturb my rest." Hearing this, Beladin was instantly stunned and could only hide aside to secretly observe Jean. He thought to himself, "This guy will definitely be a remarkable person in a few years. If our two families weren't enemies, I would even want to be friends with him." However, Jean felt helpless. Was this guy possessed? His fingers almost got cut off, and he was still this excited. 2 hours later, a voice came over the broadcast. Instant teleportation was about to begin. At the same time, a massive blue magic power enveloped the entire entire room. At this moment, Beladine suddenly stood up. He said, "Jean Runkaid, we'll meet again." Jean said, "Forget it, let's not meet again." Then Jean arrived at his destination. Butler Petro had been waiting there for a long time. The butler said, "You've had a hard journey. Welcome to the Runkaid family's main house, the Garden of Swords." Then Jean came before his father, mother, and numerous brothers and sisters. Ulakai, who was lying on Jean's shoulder, was very conspicuous. His father seemed to sense something unusual about him and said, "Is this a cat you picked up?" But Jean corrected his father's words, saying, "No, he's something I obtained." Jean's clear and bold answer earned his father's approval. Because in the Runkaid family, when obtaining anything, one should display a strong attitude. His mother took Ulakai into her arms and asked Jean what the cat's name was. Jean said his name was Nabi Runkaid. Jean's answer immediately caused an uproar among his siblings, giving a lowly animal the Runkaid's surname. His father gestured for everyone to quiet down. He questioned Jean about why he did this. Jean answered seriously, "Because this is the first cat I've adopted. I will take responsibility for him, so I believe his name must have meaning." Hearing this, his father found it interesting and said, "But do you understand the meaning of the Runkaid's surname?" Jean said with conviction, "I understand. If someone wants to harm Nabi, I must personally make that person pay the price." His father pointed to the brothers behind Jean and said, "Look at your siblings grinding their teeth. It seems you're quite good at making enemies." But Jean didn't care about this at all and said confidently, "Indeed, but I'm also very good at killing enemies." Hearing this, his father grinned and said, "Did you all hear that? If you don't want to be trampled underfoot by the strong Jean, then you'd better pull yourselves together." 4 years passed in a flash, and Jean was now a 2-star knight. After finishing his morning training, it was lunchtime. The instructor hoped he could join the young masters, but Jean waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to compete with them even at the dinner table. A moment later, Belup brought lunch to Jean. He was a trainee guardian knight of the Runkaid family. In the previous life, he was eliminated in the next training session and expelled from here. Then he joined another swordsmanship school called Hylan. Then he became a lackey of the Baiman Empire and eventually became a cruel slaughterer. Perhaps seeing a similar shadow of himself in Belup, Jean decided to help him in the next training session, because a life of misery and tragic death needed to be experienced only once. Jean's current shadow energy had reached 2-star, magic power 4-star, swordsmanship 2-star. At this rate, his swordsmanship would reach 3-star within 2 years. But before that, he had to survive his sister Luna's hellish training. After 2.5 months of training, the day of the Guardian Knight assessment arrived. This was also Jean's opportunity to verify his strength. As long as Jean could consecutively defeat the top 10 in this assessment, he could enter the ultimate training class next year. At this time, Jean noticed Belup's condition. Although he would help Belup not get expelled, he also hoped he could become more confident. Then the assessment began. After a fierce competition, the 10 strongest people emerged, and they would face Jean one by one. Jean's highest winning streak record was 8 people. He just needed to defeat 2 more people today. The opponent he needed to pay most attention to was Misha, the strongest elite knight among the 10. She was the key to Jean's assessment this time. Mesha's figure burst forth, and her fierce sword went straight for Jean's face. Feeling the power transmitted through the sword, Jean was secretly alarmed. He thought, she's stronger than last time, but not so strong that I can't defeat her. But the current problem was that after defeating Misha, he still had to defeat 8 more opponents, so he had to conserve his strength as much as possible. Jean's attacks came like a violent storm, using the same move every time. Misha sensed something was wrong. Jean's sword techniques were obviously varied, so why was he doing this now? But no matter how she speculated, she couldn't figure out Jean's intention. But the next instant, an incredible thought flashed through her mind. Does he think I'm bound to lose, so he doesn't need to go all out? Am I being underestimated? This ignited Misha's fighting spirit. She shouted, "Bring it on, young master." Then the two engaged in fierce combat again. Misha raised her wooden sword high and leaped up, slashing down at Jean. The clash of the two swords made a huge noise. Unexpectedly, Misha's wooden sword was cut in half by Jean. She looked at the broken wooden sword in her hand in disbelief. Then Jean's sword tip was pressed against Misha's throat, declaring victory in this battle. When she saw Jean's wooden sword, Misha suddenly realized. It turned out that Jean's every attack had landed on the same spot, which was why her wooden sword broke. But this required unparalleled persistence and precision. Was this the strongest genius in Runkaid history? After witnessing Jean defeat Mesha with overwhelming strength, the remaining 8 people felt tremendous pressure. And this was exactly Jean's strategy from the beginning, making them believe that direct confrontation couldn't defeat him, thus making them hesitant. Just like that, Jean successfully defeated all 10 opponents. But at this moment, Jean turned his gaze to Belup. He saw him pick up the wooden sword again. Then he raised his long sword and pointed it at the crowd, saying, "Belup Shumiz, with your current state, you cannot survive in the Runkaid family. Come out and fight me. I will completely crush you." To prevent Belup from going astray, Jean challenged him to awaken his proud sword talent. Looking at the timid Belup, Jean directly raised his wooden sword and shot forward. Belup just stood there passively defending, because he still couldn't understand why Jean was suddenly like this. The next moment, Jean flashed forward to attack again. The two long swords kept clashing. After Belup blocked Jean's attack again, Jean seized the moment of Belup's relaxation and swept his leg, instantly knocking him to the ground. Belup looked at Jean fearfully and said, "Young master, why are you doing this to me?" Jean said coldly, "I said I wanted to fight you. Actually, I could have killed you just now. Stand up, I'll give you another chance. Use your strongest power to defeat me." Hearing this, Belup finally understood that Jean was serious. Golden light flowed from the long sword in his hand. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. That was actually the righteous energy that could only be awakened by comprehending the sword's mystery. Everyone immediately asked the instructor instructor to stop this duel or Jean would be in danger. But Jean shouted, "Don't move. What you've seen and heard today must be kept secret forever." Belop still hoped Jean was joking. He said, "Young master, is this really what you want?" But Jean's cold answer shattered his last hope. "Come on, give it your all, go for broke." Hearing this, Belop gritted his teeth and made up his mind, saying, "Young master, you've made a wrong decision." The next instant, he burst forth with all his strength and charged at Jean. Jean raised his long sword to block, but in just one exchange, Jean's long sword was cut like tofu. Jean quickly retreated. He hadn't expected that Belop going all out would be this strong. Although Jean had long known he was powerful, he didn't expect he could already use righteous energy. Landing a hit, Belop pressed his advantage. However, Jean suddenly burst forth with unimaginable speed and struck Belop's sword hilt with one blow. The powerful force made his palm numb, and he couldn't even hold his long sword. Just then, Jean flashed behind Belop and grabbed his neck. Despite Belop's desperate struggle, it was all in vain. But then Jean released Belop, letting him lie on the ground gasping for breath. Belop said, "Didn't you say it was a fight to the death? Why did you stop? Do you find it fun to toy with others?" Belop questioned Jean hoarsely about why he was treating him this way. Jean crouched down with a complex expression and said, "It's painful for me to stimulate you like this too, but one thing I'm very clear about, only when you become strong do you have the right to care for the weak. You're weaker than me, and kinder than me. I like your kind nature, but kindness alone isn't enough to survive. Belop, I hope you can become strong enough to protect that kind heart of yours, together with me, together with everyone here. I'm sorry for doing such terrible things to you." Belop was already crying after hearing this. At this time, the maids happened to bring lunch over. Seeing that training wasn't finished, they asked if they should come back later. Jean indicated they should bring it over now. At this moment, Belop said stubbornly, "Young master, please get today's lunch yourself." Jean smiled indulgently and said, "All right, today I'll bring your lunch over too." On the other side, when Jean's father heard about this, he laughed heartily. So this was the belief Jean upheld. Though he would walk the path of a hegemon, he would also care for the weak. So his father immediately made a decision. He wanted to test whether Jean's belief had value. He ordered, "Pass on my command," assigned Jean his first mission. On the other side, Jean entered the ultimate training class at 15 and became a 3-star knight. After becoming an ultimate trainee, he could no longer use wooden swords. Therefore, he had to select his own sword. At this time, Luna volunteered to pick an excellent sword for Jean. But when Jean saw it, he was dumbfounded. Luna had pulled out an 18-meter-long sword. Luna said this was the sword she used in her youth. Named Belza's Slaughter, it was also the prototype of the weapon she now used. Jean was speechless and said, "Sister, thank you very much for choosing a sword for me, but this sword doesn't seem suitable for me." Luna was a bit disappointed upon hearing this. She said, "It's okay, I was just joking with you." Then she said there was another sword, a king's sword that no one but Jean could wield. Jean's eyes lit up when he saw this sword. This was actually the twin sword of the family head sword, Bradamante. It was the weapon once used by the strongest founding family head. Jean fondly caressed Bradamante. This was originally the sword he would obtain at any cost, and Sister Luna had actually given it to him, because both Bradamante and Barasada were swords most suitable for using shadow energy. If he had chosen this sword himself, he would definitely have faced opposition and protests from his other siblings. Now that Sister Luna had given him this sword, Jean didn't know how to repay her. Hearing this, Luna smiled. "We don't need to talk about repayment. You're my most beloved younger brother." In the evening, Jean immediately showed Bradamante to Ulakai after returning to his room. Unexpectedly, Ulakai poured cold water on him, because one needed to reach at least 3-star shadow energy to unleash Bradamante's power. Jean was currently only 2-star and could at most imitate the move of awakening the sword. Jean stubbornly said he would soon reach 3-star shadow energy and could use it soon. Ulakai sternly warned Jean, "Arrogant, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Barasada and Bradamante cannot be used casually. 3-star shadow energy is just the minimum standard. Before reaching 5-star, they can only be used as ordinary swords." However, Jean defiantly shook off Ulakai's hand and said, "Then I'll reach 5-star shadow energy within a year." Ulakai's anger level shot up upon hearing this. He grabbed Jean's head and said, "Do you think cultivating shadow energy is as simple as eating? I'm saying all this for your own good." Jean quickly agreed verbally, but secretly reached for Ulakai's favorite comic book. He picked up the book and was about to tear it apart. Ulakai said, "Please, put the book down, let's talk this through." Just as the two were fooling around, Gilly suddenly burst in to tell Jean that Instructor Galen had assigned him his first mission. She asked Jean to go there immediately. Then Jean came to the mission operations room. This mission was to search the southern region of the Gon Kingdom, including Jean and 9 other junior trainees. But that place was very close to the Beastman's territory. Such a high difficulty mission shouldn't be assigned to junior trainees. Moreover, the team members were either trainees with mediocre grades or the unpredictable Belop. It looked very much like someone's deliberate arrangement. Jean suspected that news of his duel with Belop had reached his father, which was why he had this mission test. Jean thought, "I will definitely prove to him how firm my beliefs are." The content of this mission was to rescue the heir of the Bill family of the Gon Kingdom. Although this mission seemed simple, it was fraught with danger. Because the mission location was at the border with the Beastman tribe, a slight mistake could result in death. At this time, Belop hurriedly told Jean that the second group members had been attacked, and there were 3 known human enemies. But with just 3 people, they wouldn't dare attack members of the Runcade family. There must be more enemies. Jean had 2 team members return to the camp to guard while he immediately went to the rescue. Although he didn't know who the enemies were, since they dared provoke the Runcade family, Jean would make them pay. Then, Jean discovered bloodstains that hadn't yet coagulated isolated on the road. From the traces, it appeared that the second group had fought enemies here before fleeing. Judging by the footprints, there was only one enemy. He also found a piece of bloody bandage. It seemed the second group members had bandaged wounds here, were discovered by the enemy, and continued fleeing westward. Jean had Belop follow him in pursuit, while the other person returned to camp to report the situation. Following their trail, they finally found the second group members in a grove, but they didn't see Mesha anywhere, and there was also an additional attacker. Jean drew his dagger and said, "Belop, close your eyes first, then attack the person on the left after 2 seconds." Then Jean wrapped shadow energy around the dagger. Weapons wrapped in shadow energy had enhanced sharpness and lethality, and could also reduce presence. The dagger silently flew toward the enemy on the right. It pierced through his neck before he could react. At the same time, Belop flashed behind another enemy, but he quickly reacted, and blocked Belop's killing blow. However, Jean's long sword was unsheathed, delivering a heavy blow from behind. The man was immediately captured and pinned underfoot by Jean. The surviving team members, seeing Jean's arrival, quickly told him that Mesha had been captured. The man then begged Jean for mercy, but Jean said coldly, "Tell me all your information, and I'll only kill you alone. Or say nothing, but everyone related to you must die." Hearing this, the man fell into conflict. But after hearing Jean guarantee in the Runcade name, he chose to compromise. He said, "Please don't harm my family. We're an organization called Ginjero." Hearing this name, Jean's pupils contracted. In his previous life, they were an extremely active terrorist organization that massacred the entire Gon Kingdom. Their purpose was to make their king become the king of the world. Mesha had been taken to their branch at the entrance to the Beastmen's territory, where there were approximately 24 star warriors and magicians. After getting the intelligence he wanted, Jean ended the man's life with one sword stroke. He told everyone to return to camp to rest and then request reinforcements from the main house, while he went alone to rescue Mesha. Hearing this, the trainees all tried to stop Jean, saying, "Going alone is too dangerous for you. The opponents are numerous, and their strength has all reached 4-star. Young master, you don't need to risk danger for us trainees." But Jean said, "As a descendant of the Runcade family, I cannot ignore this, and I'm stronger than you imagine. Anyone who objects will be charged with insubordination." Then he handed command to Belop, who had the strongest abilities. After arranging everything, Jean embarked alone on the journey to rescue Mesha. Hopefully everything was still in time. The enemy had about 24-star warriors, while Jean currently had 3-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 3-star shadow energy. Although he had grown quickly, defeating so many enemies single-handedly was still very difficult. Magic power transformed into swift wind and surged in Jean's hands. Then he suddenly slapped the ground, instantly creating a vast net to track the enemy's traces. Soon Jean determined that the enemies had gone toward the grassland. He immediately ran frantically in pursuit. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward Jean. Jean quickly used wind magic to change the arrow's trajectory. At the same time, 3 enemies suddenly burst from the grass. The wind magic in Jean's hands became more violent. With a swing of his arm, he released a sharp wind blade, taking the life of the man charging at the front. At the same time, another enemy slashed down at Jean. Jean's long sword was unsheathed. With a backhand strike, he sent the enemy flying. The magician at the back condensed towering flames. He shouted for his companions to dodge. The next moment, a fire ray shot straight at Jean, wrapping tightly around Jean's arm. Seeing this, the masked man smiled triumphantly, thinking he could restrain Jean's movements. But he never expected that Jean would be unaffected and struck him with a backhand sword. Then he grabbed the fire rope and pulled back hard. The fire ray immediately broke free from the magician's hand. Then he quickly charged forward. Seeing that fire magic had no effect on Jean, the magician immediately released ice magic, trying to pierce Jean. Just then, the pendant on Jean's chest suddenly lit up. Then it formed a blue shield that blocked all the incoming ice spikes. Under the enemy's terrified gaze, Jean killed him with one sword. Then, following the traces they left behind, Jean arrived at Ginjero's main base. Jean first created a disturbance to divert their attention. He condensed fire magic in his hands, instantly setting the entire forest ablaze. Then he used wind magic to blow the sea of fire into the enemy camp. Taking advantage of their chaos, Jean infiltrated. The enemy leader immediately had the magicians use water magic to extinguish the fire. However, the mages couldn't put out the fire, and he guessed that someone had deliberately set it. Just as he ordered a search, Jean had already silently approached behind him. The next moment, Jean killed the bald man and took the cell keys. Soon after, Jean found an underground entrance. Sure enough, Mesha was imprisoned inside. He helped Mesha untie the ropes. But as they prepared to escape, violent tremors suddenly came from overhead. At this time, Mesha said, "If we really encounter danger, please abandon me. I can't let you die here." Jean said, "Let's get out first and then talk." When the two had just walked outside, they saw corpses everywhere. After seeing the wounds on the bodies, Jean immediately guessed that beastmen had done this. Just then, the sound of giant footsteps reached their ears. A massive werewolf appeared. Mesha was about to tell Jean to leave first, but before she could finish speaking, Jean knocked her unconscious. After settling Mesha, Jean stood up to face the bloodthirsty werewolf. The werewolf said, "Did you set the fire?" Jean said, "That's right. I am Jean Runcade, son of Shilan Runcade." Hearing this, the werewolf's face showed a dangerous smile. So it was from the Runcade family. The founding head of the Runcade family had killed their revered wolf lord Habiel, so the White Wolf clan hated the Runcade family. With Mesha in tow, Jean couldn't possibly escape its pursuit. Currently, there was only one option. That was to fight it to the death. The demon wolf smiled cruelly and launched a sudden attack. The giant hammer smashed a crater 2 meters deep in the ground. Jean had just avoided this strike when the demon wolf gave him no chance to breathe. The demon wolf swung its second hammer straight at his face. Jean Jean hastily raised his long sword to block, but the powerful force made his arms tremble involuntarily. After another round of combat, Jean knew he couldn't defeat the demon wolf in terms of strength, but he still had winning cards. Those were the pendant Sister Luna had given him, plus magic and shadow energy. But Jean didn't want to waste the pendant on this level of crisis. But his 4-star magic damage couldn't harm the demon wolf either. Moreover, if the family sent people to investigate, it would expose his use of the family's forbidden magic. So he could only choose to use shadow energy to unseal the divine sword. But Ulakai had sternly warned him that before shadow energy reached 5-star, he must never use shadow energy to awaken the sword. Otherwise, he would die from shadow energy going berserk. But in the current situation, he had no choice. The demon wolf's attacks became increasingly violent, and Jean was gradually unable to hold on. The demon wolf said confidently, "Your sword is quite sturdy, though it doesn't match the black sword that symbolizes your family." Then it raised its giant hammer high and leaped up, smashing down fiercely at Jean, saying, "It's over, little guy," from the Runcade family. At the critical moment, Jean struggled to recall the feeling of awakening the sword. He poured all his shadow energy into the sword, and shouted, "Awaken, Bradamante." Just as the demon wolf's attack was about to land, the entire world became dim in an instant. A terrifying dark shadow energy engulfed Jean. The demon wolf felt everything go dark before its eyes. In the next instant, countless threads formed by shadow energy bounded, while also sealing its 5 senses. Immediately after, Jean swung down the long sword in his hand. The shadow energy that filled the sky instantly dispersed into nothingness. Only the shadow energy swirling around the sword blade remained, emanating a powerful aura. The demon wolf collapsed powerlessly to the ground, never understanding what Jean had done until its death. But just as Jean defeated the demon wolf, the shadow energy began to go berserk, and he felt he was about to be devoured by it. Unable to suppress the rampaging power any longer, overwhelming shadow energy burst forth from within his body. The shadow energy transformed into inner demons, continuously eroding his consciousness. At that moment, a figure approached Jean. The figure said, "I already told you that forcibly awakening the sword would inevitably come with a price. Are you going to sit there and wait for death? Stand up. Didn't I tell you what to do?" Jean bit his lip to keep himself conscious. He immediately began preparing for shadow energy release. He had always been affected by the surrounding shadow energy and unable to complete the release, but now this was his only method of self-rescue. After repeating the attempt over and over again, Jean finally dispersed the shadow energy. Fearing further complications, he quickly stood up to take Misha back. But suddenly there was movement from the side. A figure emerged from behind the ruins. Jean thought it was one of Genjiro's remnants, so he immediately drew his sword. This instantly frightened the person into kneeling on the ground, hastily saying, "I'm the heir of the Bill family." It turned out this was the search and rescue target of Jean's current mission. Jean was puzzled about why he had been kidnapped to this place. Sam explained that he had followed his girlfriend here. His girlfriend had died 2.5 years ago, but this person was identical to his girlfriend in every aspect. Jean immediately guessed this was the work of the shape-shifting sorcerer Bubal. This was the second intersection between the two since leaving Hurricane City. Whether there was a connection between them, Jean decided to find an opportunity to meet him personally. The next day, just after returning to the main house, Jean felt a chill behind his back. He turned around and hypocritically greeted Ulakai, but Ulakai bit his hand instead. Jean flung him against the wall and shouted, "Why are you biting me?" Ulakai, with a bump on his head, angrily shouted, "Are you crazy or has water gotten into your brain? I've told you so many times not to forcibly awaken the divine sword or you'll really die." Then Ulakai transformed into human form and grabbed Jean, shaking him frantically, saying, "You're Soldrake's only contractor. No situation is worth risking your life for. Why didn't you use the pendant around your neck in that critical moment?" Jean clutched the pendant and said, "Who knows what powerful enemies we'll encounter in the future? It would be such a waste to use it now." Upon hearing this, Ulakai was thunderstruck. He staggered in anger and nearly fell. Jean wondered how Ulakai knew he had unsealed the sword. Ulakai said, "Your shadow energy directly grew from 3-star to 4.5-star. How could I not know? You're safe now only thanks to Soldrake's blessing. Including you, there have been 11 people who experienced shadow energy rampage, but 9 of them died." Jean curiously asked, "Then besides me, who else?" "The first family head?" Ulakai pointed to himself and said, "There's one more, and that's me." Jean dismissively waved his hand and said, "So you're the same as me. I'm going to take a bath first." Ulakai frantically told Gilly to starve Jean for a few days to teach him a lesson, but Gilly responded, "I'll go prepare food for the young master," leaving Ulakai alone in place. On the other side, news of Jean defeating the White Wolf clan reached his brothers and sisters. Annie couldn't believe Jean had this kind of strength, thinking it was just that the White Wolf clan was too weak. Miyu even more so thought Jean was putting on an act. But Haytona and his companion were very nervous, because Jean was about to enter the ultimate class, and then they'd inevitably be tormented by him again. Just thinking about this made the two brothers feel depressed. At this time, Annie decided to help them out. She lent them her slave from the ultimate class to help them suppress Jean. Haytona and his companion were immediately overjoyed, but Annie showed a dangerous smile and said, "But if you fail, you'll have to accept punishment." Meanwhile, Jean, who had just finished bathing, was calculating his own strength. Now his shadow energy had reached 4-star, but to perfectly utilize the shadow energy, he needed his swordsmanship to reach 6-star within 5 years. 6-star swordsmanship could be called a sword master, 7-star would be classified as an expert, and 8-star and above was a qualitative leap. Among the continent's 2 billion population, there were fewer than 100 9-star and 10-star powerhouses. In addition, there was one person who transcended the level standards, his father, known as the Holy Knight. Jin's goal in this life was to become an existence that surpassed his father, but the immediate problem was that after advancing to the intermediate class, he would face oppression from his brothers. The trainees in the beginner class were young and had similar abilities, so the atmosphere was harmonious. But the intermediate class was a world where the strong reigned supreme, and Jin's way of doing things absolutely couldn't be soft, so there was only one thing he had to do: use his strength to dominate the intermediate class. Soon it was time for Jin to enter the intermediate class. Before advancing to the intermediate class, Jin gathered the trainees who would enter the intermediate class with him. He said, "After entering the intermediate class, factional struggles will emerge. You belong to my faction, so you'll be bullied. But don't be afraid. Once I pacify the entire intermediate class, no one will dare bully you. But until then, you must avoid acting alone." After Jin finished speaking, everyone responded in unison. Understood. Soon that day arrived. On this day, the instructor announced the arrival of new students to everyone and informed them of the newcomers' rules. Here, except for murder, you can resolve everything on your own. I only teach you swordsmanship and evaluate your abilities. After saying this, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Original intermediate class trainees, what have I always emphasized? The Runcade family doesn't need weaklings." The response rang out like a mountain avalanche, and the oppressive slogan filled with pressure continuously echoed in the square. Jin sighed softly. What a malicious show of force. Then he directed his gaze to Hatona and his companion in the crowd. The fierce-looking man beside them caught Jin's attention. It seemed he had been in the intermediate class for many years, so it was impossible for Hatona to recruit him personally. It must be Sister Annie and the other's person, although they wanted to dampen Jin's spirit. Jin was going to tell them they were wrong. He walked straight toward Hatona. The two brothers immediately trembled with fear, only able to comfort themselves that with Sister Annie's support they should stay calm. Jin drew his long sword. Before anyone could react, he severed the man's arm. This action immediately shocked everyone present. Even the man himself looked at his severed arm in disbelief. The next moment, intense pain flooded his mind, making him unable to help but kneel on the ground. Jin sheathed his long sword and said coldly, "Call the medical personnel over." Seeing this, Hatona also drew his long sword and questioned why Jin suddenly attacked someone. But Jin didn't respond, instead asking the burly man's name and saying, "Do you know why I cut you?" Seeing that Jin ignored him, Hatona raised his long sword pointing at Jin and said, "Are you ignoring us? Draw your sword." Jin said, "Brother, I'm talking to Kajin. If you want to duel with me, I'll accompany you afterward. Please keep quiet for now." Hearing this, Hatona angrily shouted, "You bastard, you cut my trainee and still—" But suddenly he panicked and covered his mouth. Jin smiled triumphantly after hearing this. He said, "So he's from your faction? He looked at me with murderous intent, so I cut him." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and they all thought of a possibility. Could it be that Jin was initiating a ranking battle? The instructor smiled wickedly, seeing through Jin's step-by-step strategy. Hatona originally wanted to suppress Jin's arrogance, but because of Hatona's single sentence, Kajin became part of their faction. So Jin's action was no longer simple provocation, but had started the ranking battle that the Runcade family took pride in. This move was very clever. Jin shouted to the trainees, "Listen up everyone, I am Jin Runcade. You can swing your swords at me, you can challenge me. But if anyone harbors hostility toward me, I will not hesitate to strike them down." Just then, Jed suddenly called out to Jin. He was an 8-star Knight Elder of Runcade. He said, "Do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me?" Jin replied without changing expression, "Yes, because I'm not confronting my brothers, but you." Hearing this, an icy killing intent rose from around Jed. He summoned his long sword with a gesture, his whole body erupting with terrifying murderous intent. He pointed his long sword at Jin and said, "Explain yourself. After hearing your answer, I'll decide whether to cut off your head." Facing Jed's terrifying killing intent, Jin remained calm and composed. He said, "You clearly knew I was among the newcomers, yet you still encouraged the veterans to suppress the newcomers. This was your attack on me." Jed's face darkened upon hearing this. He directly swung out a sharp sword energy. The swift sword energy grazed past Jin's cheek. Just the aftershock tore his cheek. He said coldly, "Since my encouraging them displeases you, you should have cut me." "Why cut the trainee?" Jin smiled faintly and said, "Because I can't defeat you right now. Otherwise I would have already swung my sword at you." Jed said, "You really aren't afraid of death. Do you think I won't dare kill you because you're the family head's son?" Jin said, "Not at all. Submitting to adversity just because the opponent is stronger isn't the style of the Runcade family." Hearing this answer, Jed grinned and said, "You really are a newborn calf unafraid of tigers." He then sheathed his long sword. The next moment he burst into laughter and said, "What an ignorant little brat. I acknowledge you. You're qualified to survive in the Runcade family." Then he shouted to the trainees, "Remember this moment. Today you've seen a true member of the Runcade family. He's shown the nature of a swordsman. Throw your whole heart and soul into battle, and don't forget your nature. Training starts tomorrow." Dismissed. As he was leaving, Jin reminded Hatona, "Although you're more afraid of our brothers and sisters now, don't be so short-sighted in the future. Think more about the future before you act." After returning home, Jin told Gilly about what happened today, and guessed that behind Hatona should be Sister Miyu and Sister Annie. After hearing this, Gilly couldn't help but worry, because the sisters were already vanguards, but vanguards could only fight with vanguards. This was an unwritten rule, so they couldn't personally make things difficult for Jin. All they could do was use their vanguard authority to increase the difficulty of Jin's missions. This would increase his chances of death or injury, and high-difficulty missions were were mostly solo missions. On solo missions, he could act without restraint. That meant when he executed missions alone, he could freely use all his power. Gilly immediately understood this was actually a good opportunity for Jean, and he could accumulate achievements with full effort in the future. Not only that, by then it wouldn't be a problem even if he brought a cat on missions. But Jean said, I won't bring Ulakai for now, because there are other things I need him to do. But before that, you all need to behave yourselves. The next day, Jed took Haytona and Jean for private special training. This was special training exclusive to the Runcade clan. Jean looked at Haytona and his companion, who were bruised and battered. It seemed they had been severely beaten by their sisters. Jed said, the family possesses an intangible swordsmanship with no fixed methods. This is the difference between Runcade and other martial families. Do you know why? Jean answered, because of the unique qualities and perceptual abilities of the Runcade family members, and because the bloodline is blessed, so they possess robust physiques unimaginable to ordinary people, as well as keen perception of swords. Jed said, what we're about to do is training so simple it's stupid. He gave the three of them an iron ball, called the Clear Stone. It got its name because it produces 3 different sounds when struck. Then he demonstrated. Immediately, a spine-chilling sound vibrated out, but when Jed struck the second sound, this sound was as melodious and pleasant as a lark's song. It turned out that different striking forces produced different sounds from the Clear Stone. If the striking force was weak, it would produce a muddy sound. If it was just the right force, it would produce a pleasant sound. Jean immediately guessed the training content. This was training targeting strength, willpower, and concentration. Although it seemed simple, it was indeed the most suitable special training for Runcade's superhuman physique. But he was also puzzled. If it was just continuously striking the Clear Stone, then there would be no danger factor, and it couldn't possibly be called the Runcade family's secret training. However, Jed then raised his long sword with an evil smile. There's still one last sound. Jean recalled that earlier he felt like there was something inside the stone. A bad premonition emerged in his mind. He quickly turned and pounced toward Haytona and his companion, saying, get down quickly. Immediately after, Jed struck down hard with his sword. A crack immediately appeared on the Clear Stone surface. The next instant, a violent explosion engulfed this space. After the smoke and dust settled, under the terrified gazes of Jean and the others, Jed said, as you can see, the third sound is the explosion. If you strike with too much force, it will explode. Now let's begin training. This demonstration process was actually also a kind of test, but since Luna, only they hadn't been injured by the explosion, Jean curiously asked, how did Sister Luna avoid it? Jed pondered hesitantly. You might be discouraged hearing this. To be precise, Luna didn't avoid the explosion. It's just that her physical condition was too powerful, so she was completely unharmed. Upon hearing this, the three were stunned in place. Then Jed told them to come for special training every afternoon. Meanwhile, Luna was investigating the assassination attempt on Jean years ago with the wet nurse. The wet nurse said, based on recent circumstances, Miyu and Annie are the most suspicious. But Luna still held a skeptical attitude, because attacking a child who hadn't left Hurricane City was taboo for the Runcade family. If their plan reached their father, they would certainly face death. The wet nurse said, is it possible that young Master Jean lied or made a mistake? After all, Jean was only 10 years old that year, and indeed nothing had been found in 5 years. But Luna's intuition told her Jean wasn't lying, because at that time, Jean was very guarded against her, as he felt his life was threatened. Luna had an ominous premonition. She asked the wet nurse to investigate Miyu and Annie first. Then she inquired about Jean's recent training situation. The mind's eye training she had Jean do should be taking effect by now. Thinking of Jean's continuous progress, Luna's face was full of affection. Watching him grow was really interesting. The next day afternoon, 2.5 hours after training, Jean was being tormented by this special training, because once he couldn't control the striking force properly. That awful sound made his scalp tingle, and Haytona and his companion had vomited countless times. He originally thought this was training for controlling strength and willpower, but first he had to improve his righteous energy's destructive power. Otherwise, he couldn't meet the striking conditions at all. Jed secretly observed the three. Although they all performed well, the most impressive was still that little guy. He might be able to break Luna's record. Soon training continued into the evening. Haytona and his companion were exhausted by now. Although Jed verbally despised them, they had exceeded his expectations. After all, they were worthy of being Runcade family children. What surprised him most was Jean's talent. But why did he have to be the youngest child? If he had been born 10 years earlier, he would definitely have become a big shot controlling Runcade. Thinking of this, Jed squatted on the ground in great pain. 2.5 months later, the Ultimate Class's first batch of missions for this year had been issued. But when the third mission was read, the personnel list for exterminating the demon beast Orc, the man couldn't believe it and froze, only reading the list after repeated confirmation. The personnel on the list were actually the 10 new students except for Jean. Even Haytona and his companion couldn't believe that such a difficult mission was assigned to a group of newcomers. It seemed half of them would be lucky to return alive. The burly man whose arm Jean had severed advised them to write their wills. The blonde man mockingly told them to beg Jean to save them. Taimont couldn't stand their disrespect toward Jean. He was about to step forward to argue when Misha pulled him back. Misha told him not to cause trouble, as it would be bad if he got injured before the mission. Taimont said, but they... Misha interrupted him, shut up. Have you forgotten where this is? This is the Runcade family. We must execute our mission and return safely with everyone. We'll slap their faces hard with our strength. Meanwhile, when Haytona was striking the Clear Stone during training, due to using too much force, the Clear Stone exploded. Explosion fragments scattered in all directions, flying straight toward Jean. In that split second, Jean reacted in time and barely blocked it. Recalling that instant, a mysterious feeling suddenly emerged in his eyes. He clearly saw the the trajectory of the flying iron pieces, just like arrows being shot. The trajectory was very clear. This must be related to Sister Luna's special training. If iron pieces flew at him again, he would definitely be able to dodge them precisely. At this time, Jed interrupted them, saying the three had new missions. Haytona and his companion's mission was to attend the Bamante Empire's banquet. The two brothers felt sick hearing this news. Jean guessed this was the sisters' prank punishment for their previous failure, making the two who had no eloquence attend Bamante Empire's social events. Next was Jean's mission, but Jed paused. He confirmed the mission content before speaking again. Your mission is to assassinate Taralis' lover Akarin, the master of the secret palace. Hearing this mission, even Haytona and his companion were surprised. Because the secret palace was a giant tower standing in the center of the Western Sea, not under the rule of the Runcade or Jippel families. And Taralis was a top-tier powerhouse comparable to their semi-god father, nicknamed the Spider of the Abyss. If someone targeted her lover, she would mercilessly retaliate. Akarin was currently in the lawless Mammoth region, with secret palace members accompanying him for protection. Haytona and his companion couldn't believe Jean was assigned such an extremely high-difficulty mission, because missions in the Mammoth region were assigned to Guardian Knights, not to trainees like Jean who had only been training for 2.5 years. Jed also felt this mission was very arduous, and solemnly asked if Jean could complete it. Unexpectedly, Jean responded firmly without hesitation, yes. Hearing the answer, Jed was very surprised. He didn't expect Jean to agree so decisively. He originally wanted to say that if Jean felt the mission assignment was unreasonable, he would discuss it with the vanguards. Jed said, "Good. I admire your decisiveness. All three of you depart in 2 days." Just as Jean was about to leave, Haytona and his companion called out to him. They said, "If the situation looks bad, reveal your Runcade family identity. Then no one will dare touch you." Jean said, "How rare. You actually worry about me." Haytona and his companion said, "We're not worried. We're just afraid you'll die at someone else's hands, and then we won't be able to torment you anymore." But Jean suddenly drew his long sword. Then he struck the clear stone hard, just when Haytona and his companion fearfully thought it would explode. What rang out was a melodious and pleasant sound. Jean said, "Brothers, before I return, you'd better think carefully about whether to choose me or choose our sisters." Jed stared at Jean's departing figure and suddenly gave heartfelt advice to Haytona and his companion. "Unless you have absolute strength to crush Jean, never go against him before then. Because I have a premonition that given time, Jean will surely stand at the peak of this continent." 2 days later, Misha and the others came to see Jean off. To avoid being discovered as a member of the Runcade family, Jean specifically changed his hair color and disguise. Jean asked about their mission, but they looked troubled. Jean asked if something bad had happened, but Mesha still acted relaxed and told Jean, "We're fine. We just wanted to say goodbye before departing." Jean said, "It's not like we'll never see each other again. Mission casualties are inevitable. Even if you worry, it won't change anything. So just focus on completing your current mission, because I will definitely return alive." Jean put his hand on Balop's shoulder and said, "Work hard. See you next time." After seeing everyone off, Jean told Ulakai to protect them well. Ulakai confidently said, "Don't worry, I am the great." Jean interrupted him, "Don't get discovered, and don't be too obvious." Ulakai was unhappy about Jean interrupting him, and through gritted teeth told Jean to be careful. Don't become careless just because of the disguise. Gilly also warned Jean to be extremely careful. After mounting his horse, Jean smiled calmly and said, "I know, I'll bring you back a souvenir." Jean soon arrived at the lawless Mammoth region. This was a gathering place for the lowest criminals, with countless vicious outlaws roaming about. Jean tossed a silver coin and asked the boss for a cup of water and food. A nearby bandit saw that Jean was young but had quite an attitude, so he decided to teach him the rules of this place. He viciously told Jean to kneel down and lick his feet, but as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp dagger sliced across his throat. Blood instantly splattered 2.5 meters. After doing this, Jean expressionlessly slapped the dagger on the table, then impatiently questioned the boss, "How long do I have to wait?" Everyone around was shocked by this unexpected scene, but the next second, everyone gloated and mocked the burly man's fate, as if just an ant had died. This made Jean experience the madness in these people's bones, reminding him of what his teacher from his previous life had taught him. If you want to gain recognition from the lawless desperados here, you must show your dominance and strength. Whether in his previous life or this life, his teacher had helped Jean, and Jean hoped to repay his kindness in this life. Moments later, the boss brought Jean food and water, stating he wouldn't poison the food because poisoning was taboo here. Seeing Jean's unfamiliar face, he asked if Jean had family locally, but Jean said it was none of his business. Then he took out a gold coin to ask the boss for information. "Is there a woman named Hest here?" The boss thought for a moment and said definitively, "I haven't heard of such a person." Jean hadn't held much hope anyway, then asked the boss to recommend a place without snakes, rats, or insects. The boss told him there was only one such place. That was the Moonlight Well Inn on the west side of town, where various kings of Mammoth resided, so no one dared cause trouble there. Jean then headed to the Moonlight Well Inn. Akarin was a spoiled rich kid who had never suffered hardship. With his personality, he couldn't possibly live in dirty, messy environments, so Jean deduced he was staying there. Sure enough, Jean saw Akarin as soon as he entered the Moonlight Well Inn. He was currently throwing a tantrum at his guards, ordering them to immediately buy him magic potions, saying he couldn't stay another hour otherwise. But the guards remained unmoved and righteously told Akarin, "Our duty is to protect you, not to satisfy your various unreasonable demands." But Akarin wouldn't listen and threw his tantrum regardless. He also threatened that the guards would definitely pay for this later. The guard sighed helplessly and gave his companion behind him a look, then punched Akarin unconscious. While complaining, "Really wish he'd eat magic potions until he died. Can't understand why why the master keeps this kind of guy around. Then he carried Akaran back to the room. Jean guessed the two guards were at least 6-star warriors. Although assassinating him would be simple, how could he escape unscathed? And poisoning was an unwritten rule in Mammoth. If he violated it rashly, it would surely cause a huge uproar. The next moment, he slapped the table hard. He thought of a plan to deceive everyone. At the same time, a silver-haired girl was leading several guards toward the Moonlight Well Inn. Their purpose was actually the same as Jean's. But just as she hurried to the Moonlight Well Inn, turbulent thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A thick, dragon-like lightning bolt struck straight down at the Moonlight Well Inn. This sudden scene left them all stunned in place. The silver-haired girl muttered in a daze, "Looks like today isn't my lucky day." Jean's plan to deceive everyone was to use magic to launch an indiscriminate attack on the Moonlight Well Inn. With his 4-star magic power combined with shadow energy, he could reach the power of a 6-star mage. And Jean's youthful appearance was his best disguise. No one would suspect a 15-year-old boy of being a 6-star mage. Moreover, using shadow energy wouldn't leave any traces. To make the scene look more like a terrorist attack, he decided to use lightning summoning magic. He first used shadow energy release. The room instantly fell into nothingness. Then he raised his hand and gathered lightning. The next moment, Jean's entire body was wrapped in lightning. Lightning summoning. As soon as he spoke, a thick dragon-like lightning bolt struck straight down. Powerful thunder force rampaged wildly. Sheris, who witnessed this scene outside the inn, stood in a daze, suspecting someone in the Moonlight Well Inn had made an enemy of a high-level mage, but it could also be targeting the secret palace, since there were 6 secret palace members and the palace master's lover inside. Sheris quickly led her people into the ruins. Although they didn't care whether Akaran lived or died, they had to confirm the safety of the secret palace members. Just then, the thunderclouds above churned again. Another thick lightning bolt struck down, sending everyone in the inn tumbling. Just as the guards were anxiously about to rush in, Sheris quickly stopped them. A massive thunder comparable to 7-star magic crashed down. The entire inn was blown to ruins. Sheris stood there in a daze, guessing that should have been the final strike. Looking at the ruined inn emanating dust everywhere, she could only pray that the members were safe. At this time, Jean also crawled out of the ruins in a sorry state, having been affected by his own attack. But fortunately, he had Sister Luna's pendant, so he didn't suffer fatal injuries. Jean searched for Akaran's whereabouts. If he wasn't dead yet, now was the best time to strike. But suddenly, a figure approached him. Sheris came close to Jean and looked at him curiously, saying, "I didn't expect there to be someone my age in Mammoth. Are you alright? You'd better leave this place quickly." At this time, a secret palace guard came to report, "Miss, the members only suffered minor injuries, but they're all alive." Sheris turned and said, "That's great. If they're still protecting Akaran, just kill Akaran directly. If you find the mage, capture him immediately." Jean observed the silver-haired girl before him. She was the daughter of the secret palace master. From what she just said, she had come to kill Akaran, so even if Akaran survived by chance, he would still face death. What Jean needed to consider now was how to escape. To prevent Sheris from seeing his face clearly, he messed up his hair and covered his face, planning to escape with the chaotic crowd. But just then, Sheris raised her long sword and shouted to the crowd below, "I am Sheris, daughter of the secret palace master. From now on, the Moonlight Well Inn will be controlled by the secret palace. Anyone who resists will be considered an enemy of the secret palace." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Someone protested, saying, "The secret palace has no authority to control here. You've overstepped your bounds." Upon hearing this, Sheris's face darkened. She instantly transformed into a beam of light that flashed by, and wherever her sword passed, everything was frozen by frost. Sheris's eyes were cold, her face showing murderous intent, as she said, "Since when do you people get to criticize how the secret palace conducts its affairs? Without finding that mage, none of you are leaving this place." But then Sheris found Jean again, asking him irritably why he hadn't left yet. Jean put on a frightened expression, claiming that his leg was injured. Upon hearing this, Sheris took out a box of potions. She said, "You're so lucky to have survived a terror attack, and I'm even personally applying medicine for you. This is the blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. When you get the chance, you'd better repay me properly." Jean then smiled and waved goodbye to her. But in the next moment, Jean's expression completely changed. The assassination mission was complete. After Bilup's group was assigned the task of exterminating orcs, Jean entrusted Ulakai to accompany them, secretly protecting them. Orcs were powerful monsters that acted in groups, and with their strength, they would only face annihilation. But now they had already killed 18 of them, because all the orcs they encountered were acting alone. Everyone's confidence soared. If they killed 7 more, they could return alive with all their limbs intact. They would let those who laughed at them know how powerful they were. Meisha felt grateful, thinking it was because Jean had received divine protection, so they too were blessed by luck. But little did they know, all of this was the doing of Ulakai in the shadows. 2.5 days ago, all the orcs in this area had been summoned together. Ulakai commanded them that from today on, they must act alone. If anyone dared to travel in pairs, he would kill them. The orcs who received the command let out low growls and scattered in all directions. Afterwards, Ulakai muttered complaints. "This guy will definitely make me do these troublesome things often in the future. Just because he's a Millennium contractor, does that make him so great? How dare he order me around so casually? When I get back, I'll definitely make him buy me new manga books." Just then, a deep, thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Ulakai immediately became alert. He sensed a powerful aura approaching this way. He couldn't understand where that thing had come from, but it seemed like it wouldn't return obediently. Ulakai spread his palm and summoned a mass of shadow energy. Then he swept it downward, instantly forming a barrier that enveloped this entire area. Belup immediately noticed noticed something strange, but he only felt that the sky seemed darker than before. Then Ulakai revealed his true form, flying straight toward that massive figure. Who dares to let its aura leak out freely without my permission? When he looked closely, he discovered that it wasn't a living creature, but a relic from the old era, a cemetery giant. But 2,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan had clearly destroyed them all. Moreover, cemetery giants only guarded the tombs of dead gods, so why would one appear here? But regardless of the reason, Ulakai was very displeased. He opened his mouth wide and condensed shadow energy. In an instant, the energy gathered in his mouth like a storm. At the same time, the giant also sensed danger and immediately took a defensive stance. The next moment, a terrifying and powerful energy poured out, instantly devouring the giant. That massive body was torn apart by dragon breath in a single encounter. Ulakai flapped his wings and returned to the ground. After transforming back into human form, he came before the giant, pondering how this cemetery giant had appeared here. He suspected this was related to the Gipple family. What conspiracy was behind this? After weighing the pros and cons, Ulakai decided not to tell Jean about this matter for now. If there was any danger later, he would protect Jean himself. As long as Jean could grow for another 10 years, he would have the ability to confront the Gipple family. Meanwhile, in another room, a figure was nervously pacing back and forth, until another figure walked in. The fat man said in panic, "Lord Bishuke, something terrible has happened. The cemetery giant I created has been destroyed, and he is the famous shape-shifting sorcerer Bubal." The man before him was Bishuke, the vice-captain of Jinjero. He said, "I've already heard about this matter, and I even went to the scene personally to confirm. What destroyed the cemetery giant was a dragon, and it was a shadow dragon." Upon hearing this, Bubal's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Have the Dragon Clan discovered our plan so quickly?" Bishuke said, "We can't be certain yet, but this is definitely a warning. I need to arrange a meeting with the Gipple family." On the other side, Jean returned after completing his mission, but his abilities were questioned by other members, because they heard that on the day Jean was executing his mission, a mage had coincidentally attacked the inn where the assassination target was staying. So they believed Jean had relied entirely on luck. Otherwise, with his abilities, he couldn't possibly have survived. Another person said, "So what? He's the young master of the Runcade family, not a trainee like us." Just then, Jean suddenly walked up to them. The trainees' hearts immediately jumped. Had Jean heard their conversation? Jean spoke calmly. "Unfortunately, I heard it all. Kajin, how's your arm?" Kajin said sarcastically. "Thanks to your swift and decisive action, the medical staff said it was quite easy to reconnect." Jean said, "Is that so? You all seem to be discussing an interesting topic." Kajin said, "That's right, lowly people like us can only gossip about you behind your back. Please forgive us." But Jean said, "There's no need to seek my forgiveness. I'm not a vanguard yet, so strictly speaking, I'm not your superior." But Kajin sneered, "With your status, dealing with me would be just a matter of one word." Jean said, "You do disgust me." Kajin stood up directly and said, "In my eyes, you only completed your mission through luck. You don't earn my recognition at all." Jean's expression turned cold as he said, "You've misunderstood. I don't feel disgusted because you mock and ridicule me. It's because you, as the strongest 5-star knight in the ultimate class, only talk behind my back." Jean pointed his sword at Kajin and said, "I've said it before. You can challenge me at any time." Upon hearing this, Kajin confirmed again, "Are you serious?" When he heard Jean's affirmative answer, he immediately drew his sword, fiercely slashing at Jean, frantically venting the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for so long. Jean felt the force transmitted through the sword blade and was secretly alarmed. Kajin's strength was indeed very powerful, but compared to the enemies he would face later, it was nothing. But in the next moment, Kajin suddenly pressed close to Jean's front, carrying fierce righteousness as he swiftly struck down. Jean could only raise his sword to desperately parry. Kajin quickly seized this opening, kicking Jean away hard. At the same time, sword light followed closely. Just then, a mysterious feeling surged in his heart. Jean dodged Kajin's attack at an incredible speed. Just like the day when he was attacked by the iron block, he could also see the trajectory of Kajin's attacks. Facing Kajin's furious sword strikes, Jean was already able to handle them with ease. Unable to break through, Kajin fell into even greater rage. Jean was confident he could end the battle in the next 3 rounds, because he had already seen through all of Kajin's techniques. Facing Jean's arrogance, Kajin roared, "Young master, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Immediately after, his attacks became even more violent, like a raging ocean under a storm trying to overturn Jean, this small boat. But after just 3 moves, Jean smoothly moved to Kajin's side, pouring all his tremendous power into his sword, slashing upward with tremendous force, instantly cutting Kajin's sword in half. Kajin stood frozen in place with disbelief. He said, "Was I deceived? Your swordsmanship has actually reached 5-star level." Then a sword was pointed at his face. Jean's gaze was cold as he said, "I never said I was still at 4-star level. You just don't understand me. I never fight battles I'm not sure of winning." Just then, the Haytona brothers heard the sounds of fighting and rushed over. When they saw this scene, their hearts were filled with shock. What was happening? Had Jean really defeated Kajin? Jean didn't explain much, saying it was nothing to be surprised about, then left the scene, leaving the brothers standing there, unable to calm down for a long time. Soon, Kajin reported this matter to 2 sisters. They said in disbelief Jean is only 15 years old, and his swordsmanship has already reached 5-star level. Upon hearing this, Kajin responded. Everyone present saw that Jean's righteousness indeed exceeded 5-star level. After getting a definitive answer, Annie said, "Is he showing his fangs to us?" Miyu's gaze was fierce, her face full of murderous intent as she said, "He's not showing his fangs to us, but to everyone in the family. When assigning Jean's next mission, arrange for our people to go with him. We must ensure he never returns." On the other side, the news that Jean had defeated a veteran knight caused a sensation throughout the family, because in the entire history of the Runcade family, only 3 people had become 5-star knights at age 15. They were the founding family head, father, and sister Luna, but elder sister Luna had no interest in the position of family head. Therefore, second brother Joshua became the first-in-line successor, and with their mother's full support, his position was now very secure. But Jean's strong rise broke this stable situation. Except for sister Luna, their father had never shown approval for anyone else. He believed Joshua was unsuitable as a leader, so he had always hoped for an heir who could replace Joshua. Next, their father would definitely give Jean new instructions, although they didn't know what instructions father would give. Jean was certain of 2 things. First, he would test whether he could overcome the age gap, since Jean was young. Second, father would protect Jean and wouldn't let him die at the hands of his other siblings before accepting the test, because he was the only one since the founding family head who possessed shadow energy. And after the news spread, families and various organizations from around the world would come to visit. So father would definitely hold a banquet, and Jean told Gilly to prepare for this, especially to keep an eye on Ulakai. If he transformed into human form and secretly infiltrated the banquet, it would be troublesome. Ulakai said indignantly, "Are you treating me like a child?" But Gilly expressed that she would definitely keep this in mind. 3 days later, Gilly informed Jean that the family head would personally visit the main house in a month. At the same time, other families and organizations would also come to visit, and a banquet would be held. Just then, the butler burst in with a panicked expression. He said, "Young master, you've been assigned a mission, but the execution location is the Colon Ruins." On the other side, at this moment, their mother was jumping up and down in fury. She angrily scolded the vanguards present, asking how they could send Jean to Gipple territory. Just then, Jean pushed the door open and walked in. When mother saw Jean arrive, she restrained her temper, telling Jean that this mission was cancelled. He didn't need to go to Colon. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused Annie and Mew's dissatisfaction. But mother roared at them to shut up, blaming them for wanting to put Jean to death. Upon hearing this, they became even more dissatisfied and said, "We do want him dead, but is that strange?" Annie also angrily echoed, "I completely don't understand why mother protects Jean so much." Because in the Runcade family, regarding the struggles between siblings, everyone tacitly encouraged them to engage in more intense competition. Everyone present had been suppressed and schemed against since childhood. What Jean was experiencing now, they had also experienced. Upon hearing this, mother closed her eyes and said, "Although what you're saying is correct, our family can indeed use any means for competition. But did you reach 5-star level when you were 15? Jean is different from you. If you had his abilities when you were children, I would have protected you too. That is to say, you two had no value worth protecting. Even though you've become vanguards now, you're still so useless." Hearing these words, Mew and Annie's faces turned ashen, and they were speechless. Mother said to the other siblings, "These two caused such trouble, and as fellow vanguards, you didn't stop them. So you 3 are all responsible. Lencia, go back and reflect. Lan and Vigo each surrender 1 family sword." Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately protested, but mother said coldly, "Originally I wanted to confiscate all your swords, but now I'm only asking you to surrender 1 each. You should feel fortunate." After swiftly suppressing all the siblings, mother turned her gaze to Jean. She thought, what will Jean's reaction be after witnessing all this? I took my anger out on 3 innocent people because of him. Will Jean hypocritically ask me to punish them? Or will he be smug about my favoritism toward him? Mother quietly waited for Jean's next performance, but Jean's answer was beyond her expectations. "Mother, I quite like the mission my sisters assigned me." Mother was extremely shocked and slammed the table, questioning Jean. "Do you know what kind of place the Colon Ruins are?" But Jean's answer made Mew and Annie's hearts leap with joy. "I know it's Gipple family territory. The family once tried to occupy it but failed. I know it's dangerous there, but I don't intend to back down." But mother felt Jean was being foolishly brave. She said, "Your sisters can't attack you directly, so they can only use their vanguard authority to have you die on a mission." After hearing mother's words, Jean remained unfazed. He said, "If I dueled with my sisters now, I would definitely lose, but if I can successfully complete the mission, it will make them suffer setbacks." Mother was still worried about Jean's safety. After all, one wrong step could cost him his life. So she asked if Jean was confident. Jean said confidently, "Of course I am, but if I return alive, the swords my brothers surrendered will belong to me." Hearing this, the 2 brothers said in confusion, "If you want our swords, we can give you one right now. There's no need to risk your life accepting this mission. After all, you must stay alive before father arrives." But if they thought his life was important, why didn't they stop the sisters when they were assigning missions? At this point, mother stopped everyone's arguing, and after agreeing to Jean's request, she sent everyone out. Looking at her children's departing figures, mother showed a relieved smile. She had originally worried that Jean would become like Luna, so she had trampled on his brothers and sisters' self-esteem in front of him. But it seemed she had been overthinking. But after coming out, several people were still at odds with each other. Annie glared at Jean menacingly and said, "Do you think you'll be so lucky this time?" Jean replied calmly, "My luck has always been good." Annie said, "You won't be so composed for much longer, because this isn't a solo mission. You won't be lonely on the road." Upon hearing this, Jean also guessed Annie's general plan. But conspiracies were nothing before absolute strength. Jean said, "Thank you for your concern, sister. See you later." A few days later, Jean Jean prepared to set out to execute the mission, and his teammates were all from Annie's faction. The few people hypocritically greeted Jean, "We were disrespectful before, please forgive us. From now on, we absolutely won't disappoint you." Jean also politely responded, "Let's let the past be the past." But Jean knew in his heart that these three were from Annie's faction. They wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Jean in the dangerous territory. This mission was to seize 4 relics from the Kholin ruins. The Kholin ruins were originally a tribe of several thousand indigenous people. Hundreds of years ago, the Gipple family discovered Kholin. They killed most of the indigenous people and forced them to become slaves, all because the Gipple family wanted to obtain the tribe's sacred object, the Spring of Magic Power. It was a handicraft that resembled a mirror. Just by staring at it, one's magic power could rise to 7-star level. The Gipple family used it to create an army of mages. However, in his previous life, they only began mass-producing mages 10 years later, meaning they hadn't found the Spring of Magic Power yet. Thinking of this, Jean couldn't help but grip his sword tightly. In this life, he would absolutely not let it fall into the Gipple family's hands. Then they discovered that the relic they were looking for was in warehouse number 3. Although a surprise attack wouldn't be difficult, there would definitely be warning magic there. Just then, Jean suggested that considering the stamina needed for the return journey, they should rest for an hour before launching the surprise attack. He took out a pack of beef jerky and handed it to them. After seeing all 3 of them eat the jerky, Jean put on a mask and looked at the 3 coldly, saying, "You just sleep here for a while, I'll be right back." The 3 only felt dizzy. Then they collapsed and fell into unconsciousness. Jean thought, did they really take me for a fool? If they had treated me with their usual arrogance, I wouldn't have been so wary of them. Then Jean infiltrated the Gipple family's warehouse number 3 alone. Although there were guards here, they showed no vigilance whatsoever. After all, no one dared to oppose the Gipple family. Just then, Jean suddenly appeared and killed one person. The other guard panicked and raised his weapon, shouting. Then his spear thrust fiercely at Jean. After spinning 2.5 times in the air, Jean charged fiercely at the guard, knocking him unconscious with an elbow strike. Then Jean came to the warehouse door. This was just an ordinary lock, with no warning magic on it. It seemed the Gipple family didn't consider this place very important. When Jean opened the door, a warning magic circle appeared at the entrance. People thought this was for detecting bloodlines, but this magic circle was for detecting whether the creature entering the warehouse was human or monster, so any normal human blood could pass the detection. Jean used his dagger to cut the guard's palm. There was no need to use his own blood to avoid leaving evidence. Then Jean sprinkled the guard's blood on the magic circle. The magic circle immediately lit up with red light. Just when Jean thought he had successfully broken the magic circle, the magic circle suddenly erupted with an intense reaction, and blinding red light shot up into the sky. Jean couldn't believe it. He had clearly used the guard's blood, so why was the magic circle still activated? That meant either the blood's owner was diseased or he wasn't human. Just then, the 2 guards underwent a transformation, their bodies becoming incredibly strong, with red light emanating from their eyes. Jean quickly distanced himself from them, while releasing wind magic from his hands. A tornado spread out, covering this space and isolating it from the outside world. He originally hadn't planned to use magic to avoid being detected by nearby mages through magic fluctuations, but now he couldn't worry about that. Facing the monsters charging at him, Jean drew the dagger from his waist. At the moment of the attack, Jean quickly crouched down. Then, taking advantage of the monster's attack opening, he thrust forward fiercely. The monster cried out in pain and roared, then furiously swung at Jean. Jean dodged to the side. Then he drew his sword from his waist, the blade's tremendous righteousness emanating a powerful aura. Seeing this, the monsters immediately showed terrified expressions. They seemed very afraid of Jean's righteousness. The monster pulled out the dagger stuck in its abdomen. The wound began to heal in just 2 seconds. Jean was secretly alarmed, as that was the second speed regeneration ability that only high-level magical creatures possessed. Jean speculated, could they be living golems? But creating living golems was a special grade crime. Could it be that the Gipple family was using this place as a laboratory to research forbidden magic? Living golems had strength equivalent to 4-star warriors. Compared to 4-star knights, their attacks were more singular. To defeat them, one had to shatter their cores, which were generally hidden in the head, heart, or dantian. So Jean decided to target one of them first. He held his sword and gathered his strength, then thrust fiercely, piercing through the golem's skull. Unexpectedly, the golem didn't die immediately. Its claws struck down at Jean again. Jean felt that the golem's strength hadn't weakened at all, but had become even more violent than before. After eliminating the head, Jean targeted the golem's dantian again, then thrust his sword fiercely into its body, but found no core. That left only one place. Then his sword swept upward, instantly splitting it in half. The core fell out. Jean thrust his sword into the core. At this moment, Jean's heart was filled with rage. They had used living people as experimental subjects. At the same time, the other golem swung its claws at him. Jean's eyes flashed with cold light. He thrust his sword deep into the golem's body with his backhand. The surging righteousness instantly destroyed the core. After successfully dealing with both golems, Jean's magic also failed at the same time. Then, a weak voice reached Jean's ears. The golem had now become neither human nor ghost, crying and begging Jean to kill him. Jean closed his lips tightly and said heavily, "All right." Then he killed him with one sword, letting him find peace. Although he didn't know what kind of lives they had lived before, no one in this world would voluntarily become a living golem. Because once transformed, they would no longer have a tomorrow and would only become consumables. Jean suspected whether his sister knew about the situation here, which was why she had arranged this mission for him. But even if Jean made the situation here public, the Gipple family would definitely deny it. And he currently didn't have the ability to solve this problem, so he could only preserve the golem fragment evidence for now. He still needed to complete the mission first. Jean looked at the various items on the warehouse shelves. They were all covered with warning magic. Originally, he might have had to spend considerable effort breaking the warning magic, but now that the two guards had been killed in the form of living golems, no matter how he acted recklessly here, the Gipple family would quietly clean up afterward and wouldn't make a big deal of it. Jean concentrated all his magic power in his hands. The massive magic power gradually transformed into flames. Then he summoned a massive shadow energy with his other hand. The two energies fused in collision. The next moment, a mass of terrifying energy radiating menacing power danced in Jean's hands. With Jean's great shout, flame burst. In an instant, endless flames burned the entire warehouse to ashes. A few days later, Annie and Mew were squatting on the ground with bruised faces. Luna angrily questioned, "Why did you send Jean to Gipple family territory? He's 10 years younger than you." But they counter-questioned Luna. Does sister really not know the reason? Upon hearing this, Luna said, "Are you trying to have a ranking battle with Jean? But in ranking battles, vanguards can only face other vanguards. This is an unwritten rule. What you've done is simply a disgrace to vanguards. Even as a fellow vanguard, I feel ashamed of you," Annie said angrily. "Sister, you've never cared about ranking battles. What right do you have to insult me here?" Luna mocked. "If you had won, I wouldn't have said such things. But Jean has successfully completed the mission. He should have already reported to Mother by now. Now you know why I call you a disgrace. You provided Jean with an opportunity to display his abilities." Upon hearing this, the two were immediately speechless and could no longer argue. As they were leaving, Luna gave them a piece of advice. "Jean isn't someone who's soft-hearted, so you'd better be careful in the future. Although our paths have long diverged, you two are still my sisters." After they left, the wet nurse sighed, "Teaching your sisters a lesson as soon as you get home. It's like being back in your youth." Luna said, "My adolescence is long over. Do you also think those two are no match for Jean?" The wet nurse said, "In just 5 more years, even in formal duels, they won't be able to beat the young Master Jean." This aligned with Luna's view. Luna inquired, "How's the investigation into Jean's assassination attempt progressing?" The wet nurse said, "We can rule out Annie and Mew from this matter. They were still in intermediate class then and had no secrets. The Haytona brothers can also be ruled out. Mary and Yuna are also impossible. That leaves only young Master Joshua and young Master Dips as suspects, as well as young Masters Lan and Vigo and Miss Lentia. Setting aside young Masters Lan and Vigo, we can't easily investigate the other 3, because those 3 have very secure positions in the family. If we investigate secretly, we might get into trouble." The wet nurse told Luna not to worry too much about Jean. After all, Jean was currently safe, and his strength was improving at an astonishing rate. On the other side, Jean also returned to his room. Ulakai came over to ask if Jean's mission had gone smoothly. Jean said he had something to show them. He took out a small bottle containing a golem specimen brought back from the Kolin ruins, and told them this was what the warehouse guards had become, living golems. Ulakai was immediately shocked. Last time he had discovered a cemetery giant, and this time Jean had encountered living golems. He didn't understand what the Gipple family was up to. Ulakai turned around and seriously confirmed with Jean. After getting Jean's definitive answer, Ulakai seriously suggested that Jean find time to go there with him again. He wanted to personally ask the Gipple family what they were trying to do. Originally, because of the living golem incident, Jean would feel somewhat uneasy about going to the Kolin ruins again. But since Ulakai would accompany him, it would be much safer, and he could take the opportunity to search for the spring of magic power. Anyway, no matter how much they caused trouble, the Gipple family would suppress the matter, so Jean agreed. The next day, Jean participated in special training as usual, but Jed now told Jean, starting tomorrow, you don't need to participate in any training, because next week, the family head will have other instructions for you. The Haytona brothers nearby were shocked when they heard this. They speculated whether father was going to appoint Jean as a provisional vanguard. A provisional vanguard was someone who left the family before becoming a true vanguard to accumulate prestige. After leaving, the family wouldn't provide any help. Everything would depend on oneself. But Jean was excited and clenched his fists upon hearing this news. He could finally stop worrying about others' opinions and freely strengthen his own power. Time flew by, and it was the day of the banquet prepared for Jean. All the visiting dignitaries were either wealthy or noble. Father led a large army and arrived personally. Originally, father had planned to seclude himself in the Black Sea for 10 years, but he hadn't expected this youngest son to keep interfering with his training. Kane said, I knew Jean was no ordinary person when I was in Hurricane City, but I didn't expect him to become this powerful. After a moment of silence, father told Kane, this is because he's full of fighting spirit. When I first went to Hurricane City, I saw the spirited look in 7-year-old Jean's eyes. The way he challenged his brothers when he first arrived at the Sword Garden also left a deep impression on me. Jean was born knowing how to defeat opponents. That's why his brothers and sisters kept suppressing him, repeatedly trying to put Jean to death. But Jean returned safely each time, and his swordsmanship had even reached 5-star level. However, what surprised me most was that Jean single-handedly slayed warriors of the White Wolf clan, proving to me the value of the beliefs he upholds. 2.5 days later, father arrived at the Sword Garden, where all family members had been waiting. Father consoled mother, you've worked hard. Mother told him, the children have all grown up. They handled all the preparations. But father said coldly, if they truly performed well, I wouldn't have had to leave the Black Sea and return personally. Because he knew that today's visiting guests would only act according to his mood and didn't respect his children. As he walked past Jean, he saw the famous swords that Jean had fastened to his waist. These 2 swords were once gifts he had given to Lan and Vigo, so he asked why they had given the swords to Jean. Upon hearing this, the 2 broke into a cold sweat, and awkwardly explained that Jean had snatched them away, since they had agreed that if Jean completed the the Colon mission, the swords would be his. After hearing this, the father couldn't help but burst into laughter. He patted Lan on the shoulder and joked, "Don't you think Jean is quite cunning? Sometimes I even wonder if he's really my son." At night, Jean and his father stood side by the window. This was his first time attending the main family's banquet. Although he had attended family banquets several times in his previous life, he could only hide in the shadows like a criminal back then. He never expected that after dying once, he would become the protagonist of the banquet alongside his father. His father told him that the Runcade family rarely held banquets, only when something truly worth celebrating happened. This meant that Jean had achieved something truly remarkable. Moreover, compared to the banquet held 7 years ago, this one had 200 more attendees. This meant that the Runcade family's influence was more prominent than 7 years ago. Although his father had been fighting in the Black Sea all these years, even so, the Runcade family's prestige continued to grow stronger. The reason was simple. It was all because his father was the only holy knight of creation in existence. But at the same time, this also meant that once his father was gone, most of the people present today might turn against the Runcade family, and the Runcade family's strength would be far inferior to the Gipple family, and by then, the Gipple family would dominate alone. At this moment, Jean suddenly said something that his father found hard to believe. "If the family is suppressed by the Gipple family, creating an irreparable situation, I will leave the family." Upon hearing this, his father's face instantly darkened. Jean explained, "If the Runcade family collapses just because father isn't here, then it means the next head is incompetent. I won't let myself be killed by that kind of head." Before coming, Jean had returned the sword to Vigo as an exchange, asking him to let him see the family commission contracts that only vanguards could view. Jean saw various crimes of each family on it. Thanks to the Runcade family, these people could now brazenly stand here alive. Otherwise, just based on what they had done, they would have died countless times. He only took a rough look and grasped so many weapons other than swords, while his father and mother held even more. If a non-holy knight family wanted to lead the family forward, he would have to possess extraordinary negotiation skills, using these secrets to protect the family. After hearing this, his father thought that the Gipple family must also have these secrets. Jean smiled confidently. The Gipple family won't use these secrets to threaten these people. Because the villain image belongs only to the Runcade family, the Gipple family will only play the good guys. In short, if the next head cannot make full use of these, I will leave the family without hesitation, then prepare for revenge against the Gipple family. Upon hearing this, his father stroked his chin and agreed with Jean's idea. After all, only the living can take revenge on enemies. The other children would never dare to make assumptions about the Runcade family's decline in front of him. They would only say some presumptuous words of complaint. But Jean calmly and frankly revealed his inner thoughts. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show a relieved smile. It was just a pity that he had Jean so late in life. He possessed Luna's talent, Mary's ambition, and Dips's fighting spirit. 10 years at the shortest, 15 years at the longest, this was the time limit he could protect the head position. During this period, could Jean change the succession order? Then, his father asked Jean to wait for his summons after the banquet ended. Upon hearing this, Jean couldn't help but clench his fist. It seemed his father was going to grant him the position of deputy vanguard. But just then, a servant ran in frantically, saying that several uninvited guests had come to visit. After hearing this, his father's expression hardened, and he immediately guessed the visitors' identities. Could it be people from the Gipple family? He immediately felt they were quite arrogant. They came with 5 people in total, led by deputy head Andre. His father told the servant to let the other 4 in, but Andre was to leave immediately. Then, his father asked Jean if he thought his approach was excessive, but Jean said he felt quite pleased. If Andre felt humiliated and led the Gipple clan away, that would be ignoring the Runcade head's orders. Then the father would have reason to cut off his 2 legs, so Andre would definitely do as his father said. Subsequently, the banquet officially began. His father appeared on the 2nd floor with Jean and introduced Jean to everyone. This son born in his later years was excellent and made him very happy. So here he wanted to thank Jean. After speaking, applause rang out from below. Then his father also told everyone the rules of the banquet. If anyone got drunk and started fighting at the banquet, they would be invited by the Guardian Knights to the duel arena, and the loser would have to submit to the winner. But the winner also couldn't make things too difficult for the loser, since this was still a banquet after all. Jean looked at his father beside him. Although his father spoke gently, this was actually a grudge party. The influential figures who controlled the continent's major forces gathered here. Their grudges and grievances were complex. If it were just an ordinary banquet, they might only compete in momentum. But this was the Runcade family's banquet, and no one dared break his father's rules. Even if they couldn't kill their enemies, they could still beat them up severely, because this was in the crazy Runcade family. After his father finished the announcement, he let Jean join the banquet, saying, "If you see anyone you like, drag them away, but don't pick the weak ones, unless they insult you and the Runcade family." Jean smiled confidently and said, "I know, and there's one more thing. I absolutely cannot lose." His father said, "That's a must. Otherwise, I will take back everything you have now, including Blandamante and your wet nurse." Watching his father's departing figure, Jean couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he had chatted with his father like this, just like an ordinary father and son. But Jean's goal in this life wasn't to be a pleasing son, but to surpass his father. After Jean joined the banquet, the Haitona brothers carefully approached Jean's side. They stiffly and enthusiastically greeted Jean. After exchanging pleasantries with the 2 brothers, Jean leaned close to their ears and whispered, "Say a few proud words appropriately, and then leave." The 2 brothers nervously stammered their agreement with Jean. Just then, a long-haired man came before Jean to greet him. He was about to introduce himself, when Jean preemptively revealed the visitor's identity. "You're the first vanguard of the Khan family, right?" The Haitona brothers very tactfully left upon seeing this. But just as Jean was conversing, embarrassing. A hand suddenly patted Jean's head and said, "I've always been curious about what kind of guy reached 5-star swordsmanship at age 15. Nice to meet you, I'm Ugg." Jean suppressed his inner rage, his expression very grim as he responded. But Ugg rudely got familiar with him, saying, "Although you're from the Runcade clan, you shouldn't put on such a face just because I didn't use honorifics with you. In the warrior's world, I'm your senior. Although you're remarkable as a junior, you're being too impolite," Jean said coldly. "Your words and actions just now were an insult to me and all who respect me. If you value senior-junior relationships, you should be more careful. Most people here are your seniors, right? You should have seen what attitude your seniors have toward me. Admit your mistake and apologize to your seniors." Upon hearing this, Ugg immediately broke into a cold sweat and couldn't say a word. The people around tried to smooth things over, saying, "Ugg, I knew that mouth of yours would cause trouble someday. The young master has spared your life. Don't be wishy-washy like a woman. Just apologize straightforwardly." Seeing the situation, Ugg bent down to apologize to Jean and all the seniors, and Jean accepted his apology. After Ugg left, his sister Luna came to Jean's side. She had also witnessed Jean's outstanding performance. She said, "You're really good at making enemies. It wouldn't hurt to be cute like an ordinary child sometimes." But Jean said he was now representing the Runcade family. Luna asked, "What would you do if Ugg challenged you to a duel? He's a 6-star warrior." Jean said, "If that were the case, then Head Tuco and the elders would definitely come to break up the fight." Luna said in amazement, "You even calculated that. Where did you learn about noble scheming?" But perhaps because Jean's talent was extremely high and he was clever, someone wanted to assassinate him in Hurricane City. Thinking of this, Luna decided to give everyone a reminder like Jean. She pulled Jean's head over to nestle against her. Luna wanted to use this intimate way to tell everyone that Jean was her beloved brother, so everyone would be wary because of this. Everyone present was shocked to see this, and could tell that Luna, a 9-star war god, loved Jean very much. But one person nearly bit through his molars upon seeing this scene, and even bit down a handkerchief from exerting too much force. Ginjeros Bubal said, "I'm so jealous of him, I want to nestle with Luna too." The deputy commander Bishuke beside him looked disgusted and told him to shut up. At this time, Bishuke's sister said, "Respect Bubal, maybe Luna is important to him, and thanks to Bubal bringing me here, I can watch this grudge party." Upon hearing this, Bishuke sighed and helplessly covered his face. As the protagonist, Jean, after dismissing the people around him, began looking for people from the Gipple family. Just then, a wine glass crashed heavily in front of him. The emblem on the girl's head was so familiar. Sheris stared at Jean with a sinister expression and said, "May I invite the Runcade family's rising star to have a drink with me? It's an honor to meet you, young Master Jean Runcade." After discovering that Jean was the naive boy she had once saved, Sheris darkly invited Jean to have a drink with her, but she pretended it was their first meeting, chatting and being polite with each other. Jean looked confused. Sheris clearly recognized him, so why didn't she mention that incident at all? After all, he had only smeared some ash on his face at the time, so she couldn't possibly not recognize him. Just then, Sheris suddenly changed the subject. "Young Master Jean, I have something to ask you. Has the wound on your calf healed?" Sheris stared at Jean with a cold expression, making Jean feel a chill in his heart. Jean responded, "Thanks to a certain important person personally applying medicine for me, I was able to heal so quickly." Sheris said, "Explain why you appeared at the Moonlight Well Inn at that time. I didn't find the terrorist who used magic, so could you be that criminal?" Jean said, "You're overthinking it. The fact that the Runcade family prohibits magic is known throughout the world, but Sheris thought Jean was on a mission at the time, and maybe he felt he couldn't complete it, so he hired a mage. Because only Secret Palace members at the scene were worth a Runcade clan member's action, so he had to give Jean an explanation." Upon hearing this, Jean said, "These are all just your speculations, there's no actual evidence pointing to me." Sheris was amused by Jean's stubbornness. She said, "Since you plan to keep playing dumb with me, then I won't be polite. I want to duel with you, beat you up severely, then spit on that detestable face." But Jean said, "Father warned me not to duel with people weaker than myself." Upon hearing this, Sheris stared at Jean with indignation. Jean added, "If you insist on doing so, then I can agree to it." Moments later, the two came to the duel arena. Jean had everyone except medical personnel withdraw and ordered good swords to be brought. Then he looked at Sheris, who was preparing. After midnight, spectators would flood into the duel arena. She was the Secret Palace Master's daughter, and it would be too cruel for her to be defeated in front of everyone. At this time, Sheris turned around and said, "If I win, tell me what happened at Moonlight." Well, that day, Jean agreed without thinking after hearing this, but Jean also made a request. He said, "If I win, you pretend you never saw me that day." After saying this, Jean charged at Sheris with his sword. But just then, Jean noticed ice crystals falling before his eyes. The next second, Sheris's sword edge came with frost energy. This was the special skill of those with Endolma family bloodline, the 10,000 Ice Sword. The long sword was covered with bone-chilling frost power, and everywhere the blade passed was frozen. Sheris used her secret technique right from the start, which was too difficult for Jean, who hadn't been taught family secrets yet. However, Sheris didn't care about that at all. She sent Jean flying with one sword strike. Then she burst out with even more intense cold energy, and launched a continuous full-force attack on Jean. But Jean still parried them all with ease. The 1-star difference in strength between the two gradually showed, but Sheris still had confidence in defeating Jean. As long as she used the third form of 10,000 Ice Sword, it would be enough to offset their 1-star strength difference. But her stamina and arm strength were far inferior to Jean's, so she had to end this quickly. During the battle, Jean also clearly saw Sheris's sword techniques. Although she could use 10,000 Ice Sword, her offensive and defensive moves were completely inferior to his, so next Sheris would definitely use even stronger secret techniques to win. in. But Jean wasn't clear about how strong Sheris's secret techniques were, so he also had to use his own secret techniques to counterattack, and he mastered several of the strongest from Hurricane City's secret traditions. Just then, Sheris suddenly showed a mysterious smile. "It's over," Jean runkied. Then she activated the third form of 10,000 Ice Sword, Avalanche. Overwhelming frost swept toward Jean, the ice crystals containing powerful righteous energy, instantly cutting Jean's cheek. Sheris, at the center of the storm, showed a confident smile. She felt she had victory in her grasp. However, Jean suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. This immediately made Sheris uneasy. She had clearly used Avalanche. Even a 15-year-old 5-star genius would find it hard to resist this offensive. But why did she feel so anxious? Suddenly, Jean's sword edge broke through the wind and snow and stabbed before her eyes. Sheris hurriedly dodged Jean's surprise attack. However, Jean's long sword couldn't withstand that powerful force, and cracks rapidly spread. Jean sensed trouble and urgently told Sheris to get away quickly. The next second, a violent explosion burst open in Sheris's frost. Jean rushed anxiously toward the explosion center. This strike's power was not something Sheris could withstand. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would be either dead or crippled. When he saw that Sheris was unharmed, he breathed a long sigh of relief. But Sheris was now trapped in endless self-doubt. She couldn't believe that she had dodged because she was afraid of death and injury. She couldn't accept this reality. Jean hurriedly went over to ask about Sheris's condition with concern. At the same time, he could see that Sheris's mindset had problems. Although she had heard Jean's warning at the time, she still wanted to take Jean's secret technique. But when faced with life and death, she still retreated. Even though she had strong self-esteem and valued reputation, she was too young to suppress her survival instinct. Jean comforted her. "I would have dodged too, and you would have loudly warned me, so you don't need to blame yourself too much." After listening, Sheris silently took out a box of ointment from her bosom. Then she applied it to the wound on Jean's face, saying, "Consider this repayment for sparing my life. Because this life was given to me by you, I will also be my important person, so you don't need to worry about me." After speaking, she turned and left directly, saying, "By the way, today is our first meeting. See you tomorrow." Jean watched Sheris's departing figure, speechless for a moment. The next day, Jean found that there were many fewer people at the banquet, which meant he could meet the Gipple family people. He heard that the several visitors were all between 15 and 20 years old, similar to his age. He could take this opportunity to compare magical abilities. Although he still wanted to ask about Colin, he decided to investigate together with Ulakai when the time came. With Ulakai's help, finding the spring of magic power would be much easier, and could also cut off the Gipple family's future creation of a mage army. Just then, a familiar cat appeared before Jean. Jean stood there stunned, thinking how a cat could appear at the Runcade family banquet, but when he saw clearly that it was Ulakai, his anger value rapidly rose. Sheris looked at the name on Ulakai's collar and asked Jean, "Did you give it this name?" The moment Ulakai saw Jean, its fur instantly stood on end. Jean's eyes flashed with uncontrollable rage, as if he wanted to devour Ulakai alive. Just then, a voice suddenly came. "I knew it. If I followed that cat, I would definitely find you." A white-haired boy jumped in front of Jean and said, "I finally met you, Jean Runcade. I think about you every day." Upon hearing this, Sheris and Ulakai were shocked, as if they had discovered some secret. They then turned and left, not wanting to disturb their passionate exchange. The boy pointed at Jean, telling him to think about who he was. However, Jean said he had no impression of him at all. The boy didn't expect Jean's memory to be so poor, so he planned to tell him directly. "My name is—" Jean interrupted him. "Belladine Gipple. The reason I pretended not to remember is that I don't want to interact with you." Upon hearing this, Belladine showed a simple expression of realization. Jean was speechless. Would this foolish guy really become a 9-star mage at age 30? Then Belladine proudly showed off to Jean that his magic had reached 6-star, 1 star higher than his swordsmanship. Jean was stunned. He couldn't believe that Belladine, who had the highest magical talent in the Gipple family, was only a 6-star mage at 18. Jean predicted that his own magic would reach at least 7-star by age 18, which made him doubt whether Belladine was hiding his strength. But when he saw Belladine's proud expression, he dismissed this thought. This allowed Jean to objectively confirm his own potential. That is, after the current Gipple family head, he would be the one to reach the peak of magic. Then he said to Belladine, "Your family didn't receive an invitation. Why did you come to the banquet?" Upon hearing this, Belladine grinned and said, "I pestered Uncle Andre to bring me here." Jean was a bit speechless. A child's tantrum made the Gipple deputy head agree to let him set foot on enemy territory. Jean waved his hand, telling him to behave himself here, then was about to leave. Belladine immediately felt neglected and said, "Your father showed mercy to my uncle. In exchange, I won't harm you if you attend Gipple family banquets without notice in the future." Jean glanced over and said, "What if I launch a terrorist attack?" Belladine smiled. "Even if you launch a terrorist attack, I won't kill you. If fighting breaks out, I won't attack you either." Jean looked at this strange guy, not knowing what to say for a moment. He said, "You're really a fool," then turned and left. He had to deal with another troublesome person. Someone unpleasant had been staring at him from the start. Jean came behind a figure and said, "This guest, do you have something to say to me?" This person was Ginjero's Bubal. Bubal asked, "When will Luna appear again?" Then he pulled out a book and handed it to Jean, wanting Jean to pass it to Luna. It was a poetry collection he had created through the night for Luna, filled with his love. Luna would understand his feelings when she saw it. Then he showed a perverted smile and said, "Maybe in the near future I'll call you brother-in-law." As soon as these words came out, Belladine immediately spat out the red wine he had just drunk, and Jean's anger value instantly maxed out. He snatched the book from Bubal's hands and tore it to pieces on the spot. Then he stomped on it hard. Jean was furious. furious, almost about to explode. Bubal not only casually mentioned his sister's name, but also dared to say brother-in-law. He really didn't take the Runcade family seriously at all. He immediately had the Guardian Knights drag this guy to the duel arena. But Bubal still didn't repent and said, "I just expressed my love, you can't treat me like this. And I'm still a guest of the Runcade family, what kind of hospitality is this?" But Jean turned a deaf ear and pressed him into the duel arena. He threw him to the ground. Jean looked stern and fiercely tore off his coat, saying, "I want to fight you with bare hands." This scene was just seen by Bishuke and his sister. They couldn't understand why Bubal had provoked Jean. Even Sheris and Ulakai found it baffling, unable to understand why Jean would pick that kind of guy for a duel. The most confused was Bubal. He suspected whether Jean had discovered that he had helped the Gipple family assassinate him 5 years ago. Then the host announced the duel participants. Just as Bubal was about to introduce himself to Jean, an angry fist had already smashed into his face. Jean stared at Bubal coldly and said, "I don't want to know what a guy like you is called." Seeing this, Bubal also didn't plan to be polite with Jean anymore. His fist burst with righteousness and smashed down fiercely, hitting Jean hard in the face. The spectators could see that Bubal was a 6-star warrior and was quite skilled in combat techniques. It would be embarrassing if Jean lost. After landing a hit, Bubal arrogantly mocked, "With your level of skill, you dare duel me? I'll make you cry in pain." But before he finished speaking, Jean's large hand grabbed his face fiercely. Then fists fell like a violent storm. He beat him until blood sprayed everywhere, leaving him powerless to fight back. At this time, Maella said indignantly, "Since the outcome has been decided, why is Master Jean still so brutally torturing his opponent? Brother, as Bubal's friend, are you going to just stand by and watch?" Bishuke wanted to explain that it was a fair duel, but Maella didn't give him a chance. She said seriously, "Brother, I'm very disappointed in you. I hope you can teach Jean a lesson." Upon hearing this, Bishuke rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly, having no choice but to agree. He walked straight toward Jean and said, "Young master, let that guy go. Let's have a match." Jean threw Bubal aside and prepared to face Bishuke. He was a 7-star knight of the Eves family. Win or lose, Jean could gain something. The Bishuke family's swordsmanship was very worth learning, because their former head was a strong person even his father acknowledged. Jean then turned his gaze to Maella. This willful lady was willing to make things difficult for her own brother, for her own selfish desires. How ridiculous. He could see that Bishuke loved her very much. Jean could understand his feelings, just like how his sister Luna loved him, so he couldn't tolerate anyone insulting Luna. Jean warned Bishuke to control his subordinate's mouth, but Bishuke said, "He's not my subordinate, but someone traveling with us." Did Bubal say something wrong? Hearing this name, Jean's heart shook. Only now did he know that the fat guy just now was the famous transformation master Bubal from his previous life. But at the same time, more questions arose in Jean's mind. What was the relationship between Bubal and Bishuke? In his previous life when Bubal was arrested, there was no news of his involvement with the Eves family. Did Bishuke know he was a transformation master? But he couldn't think much about it now, because he was facing a 7-star knight. He had to concentrate on dealing with this battle. The next moment, Bishuke rushed to Jean almost instantly. Just from one encounter, Jean knew that Bishuke's strength was more than 7 stars. His superior swordsmanship could even rival Jed's. With Jean's current ability, he couldn't see through his sword technique trajectories at all. Jean fell into a disadvantage as soon as they fought. The audience thought Jean couldn't last long, but Biladin didn't think so, because only he knew that Runcade family members became stronger when facing stronger opponents. If the Eves family swordsmanship was a cunning snake, then the Runcade family swordsmanship was a charging rhinoceros. Even if the horn broke, the rhinoceros wouldn't stop ramming. Just then, Bishuke's long sword cut through Jean's chest, but Jean's counterattack was easily dodged by him. Jean felt that Bishuke wasn't even using his full strength, but it was also true that he was fighting evenly with Bishuke despite his 5-star strength. Although Jean felt he was almost at his limit, he began to experience that mysterious feeling again in the duel. So Jean closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling it, and tremendous righteous energy gushed out from his sword. Bishuke also wanted to end the battle at this point. He held his long sword and suddenly charged forward, leaping toward Jean. But facing Bishuke's offensive, Jean remained motionless. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, the long sword in Jean's hand was instantly swept and shattered. It finally stopped in front of Jean's neck. The sword energy's remaining force immediately made Jean faint and fall down. At the same time, a thin sword mark appeared out of nowhere on Bishuke's neck. Although it only broke his skin, it shocked him immensely, because in that instant he felt as if a sword was about to cut off his head. If Jean had reacted a bit faster, and he had been a bit slower, then he would have been decapitated. To comprehend the heart sword at only 15 years old, he was truly a terrifying guy. 2 days later, a big fat cat was pressing down hard on Jean's face. Jean woke up from suffocation. He grabbed Ulakai and found himself in his own room. Seeing Jean wake up, Gilly hurriedly brought a cup of water and told Jean he had been unconscious for 2 days and the banquet had ended. Jean said, "The guests at this banquet all came for me, yet I didn't say goodbye to them. How improper." Gilly comforted Jean, "Your battle with Bishuke has been talked about by everyone. That duel was enough as your return gift. The most amazing thing was the heart sword you used at the end, which almost killed the 8-star knight in return." This caused quite a stir. Jean recalled that although his heart sword wasn't perfect, it had indeed worked, thanks to his sister Luna's guidance. Because initially he couldn't understand that training at all, but now he finally saw the results. Although Jean only used it unconsciously in his limit state, to roughly comprehend the 8-star heart sword at 5-star was already quite remarkable. Additionally, Jean gained many benefits from this banquet. He confirmed Biladin's position in the family. He also made some connection with the secret palace heir, and he learned about the relationship between Bubal and Bishuke. Just then, Gilly brought a bouquet of flowers, and told Jean that Sheris had left this for him, also teasing whether she had feelings for Jean. But Jean denied Gilly's words, because these were secret palace snowflowers, whose flower language was endless battle. Jean thought Sheris probably wanted to compete with him again. Gilly said that the family head wanted him to find him immediately after waking up, and she speculated that the head was going to appoint Jean as a provisional vanguard to go out for training. Upon hearing this, Jean also agreed with Gilly's opinion. It seemed he would have to leave the family for a while. Jean then dressed properly and came to the spirit temple to meet his father. His father was slightly surprised to see Jean. It had been a long time since he had seen the children wearing such outdoor attire to meet him. It seemed Jean had already anticipated going out for training. Then his father inquired of Jean, asking, "Do you know what this place is?" Jean responded solemnly, "This is the spirit temple. If the sword garden was established to make the family more prosperous, then this place was established for the heroes who made special contributions to the family." After hearing this, his father sighed and said, "That's right. This place was established for those who have repeatedly saved the family from crisis over the past 1,000 years. But only the first family head, Tamal Runkaid, couldn't be buried here, not even in the sword garden. And that dark power you possess is the reason we cannot commemorate him." After the first family head died, the Runkaids were forced to sign a humiliating pact with the Gipel. The gods of the Gipel family jointly cursed the Runkaid bloodline. Therefore, no one after the first family head could ever use magic again. At this point, his father said with a grave expression, "Can you use this power to defeat your brothers and sisters and ultimately conquer the entire family?" Jean said, "If I don't encounter anything more valuable than the Runkaid family during my travels outside, I'll come back and do as you say." Hearing this answer, his father laughed. "Other children leave the family for training to gain the family's recognition, but you're looking for places where the family is worthy of recognition. I don't know whether to call you remarkable or arrogant. I'm giving you 5 years, during which you must either gain the family's recognition or recognize the family, then come back and give me an answer." Upon hearing this, Jean drew his sword from his waist. With a solemn expression, he held the sword upright against his chest, and said, "Thank you for everything during this time, father. See you in 5 years." After bidding farewell to his father, Jean left the sword garden without any delay. The figure ahead made his eyes light up. He saw that besides Ulakai, Gilly was also waiting at the gate with her luggage. At this moment, Jean noticed something inserted into Gilly's wrist. Gilly said, "I can't use righteous energy temporarily, although I've heard from seniors before, suddenly losing power is really hard to get used to. However, relying on a wet nurse's power to accumulate reputation would instead damage Jean's honor." So Gilly told him not to worry about it too much. Upon hearing this, Jean lovingly promised Gilly that he would definitely protect her for life. Jean finally looked back at the family gate one last time. In his previous life, he had been kicked out, but in this life, he was leaving carrying his father's full expectations. Then they embarked on their training journey. For Jean, his life was just beginning now. The name Jean Runkaid would resonate throughout the world, because Jean left without saying goodbye. Gilly worried that Luna, who loved Jean the most, and the trainees would be sad because of this. But Jean didn't care at all. Sister Luna was originally a carefree person, and the trainees were too sentimental. If he had said goodbye to them, they might have performed sword salutes at the family gate. Next, Gilly asked Jean where he chose to go first, and most vanguards chose Mamet as their first destination. Because if you wanted to improve your reputation, the most effective method was to capture criminals. Provisional vanguards of the Runkaid family must go out to make a name for themselves before becoming true vanguards. In order to gain the family's recognition, Sister Mary had defeated various strong fighters from the southern continent at age 19, and became a vanguard after earning the nickname Gale Mary. In addition, other brothers and sisters all returned after 6 months to 2 years, but father gave Jean 5 years. His reason for doing this was only one thing: to let Jean completely comprehend the pinnacle of shadow energy. Thinking of this, Jean decided on his first destination, the kingdom of Yakin. But Gilly didn't quite understand, because that was the territory of the Gipel family. Jean said he had heard during his Colon mission that there was a group of black mages causing trouble there. They were colluding with warrior mercenaries to oppress the people. Upon hearing this, Gilly immediately became spirited. When she was a warrior before, what she liked most was catching bad guys. She was already getting excited. But actually, this wasn't the case. This news was what Jean had learned in his previous life. Those people were just pawns of the Takesing gang. Jean just wanted to attend the underground auction there, because there were magic books and rings he wanted there. However, there was now a problem. Gilly only had 10 gold coins in her hand. They couldn't use the teleportation gate to go to the kingdom of Yakin. Jean said confidently, "As long as we get to the kingdom of Gon, we can solve the money problem. Now we can just fly there directly." Hearing this, Ulakai immediately perked up. He asked Jean excitedly, "Can we really do this?" Gilly worried about what would happen if the family discovered them, but Jean said he needed to rebel occasionally too. Then Ulakai jumped down from Gilly. Shadow power instantly spread through the forest. The next second, a massive dragon suddenly appeared. Ulakai said proudly, "Hold on tight, I need to fly non-stop to reach the kingdom of Gon by tomorrow." At the same time, in the sword garden, Luna suddenly started. She sensed a powerful force suddenly appearing. When she looked out the window, a giant dragon was soaring through the sky. She immediately guessed a possibility. Could it be that Jean flew away on a dragon as soon as he became a provisional vanguard? What a bold guy. Luna smiled helplessly, her eyes full of indulgence. "Then let me wish my heartless brother who left without saying goodbye to his sister victory in all battles. The next day, they appeared within the kingdom of Gon's borders, except Gilly was violently vomiting from motion sickness. Ulakai shouted complaints at Jean. It's all because of you that Gilly is suffering like this. Jean was speechless. It was clearly because he wanted to show off, doing aerial acrobatics in the sky, really full of bad intentions, afraid others wouldn't know his dark heart. Then, Jean told Ulakai to wait here obediently while he went to get money. The scene shifted to the center of the kingdom of Gon's capital. A blonde young man was staring into the distance in a daze, and he was Sam, whom Jean had once saved. Sam only learned this news after Jean's banquet ended, and couldn't help feeling very dejected. He had always wanted to see Jean again to repay his life-saving grace. Having missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he could see Jean again. But just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. He turned around and was about to speak, but was quickly silenced by a large hand covering his mouth. This immediately scared Sam into trembling. Jean quickly identified himself and told him not to make a sound. After releasing Sam, he asked in surprise how Jean could be here. Jean said, "You once said that if I ever needed your help, I could come find you anytime." Upon hearing this, Sam gave an affirmative response. So Jean immediately said, "Now is when I need your help. Go get some gold jewelry and money." Hearing this, Sam stood there dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, but he still did as asked, and even asked him to take more, because Jean had once saved his life. And Runkade children who had been given the provisional vanguard title wouldn't receive any help from the family, so they would all live very poorly for the first 2 to 3 months after leaving the family. But Jean was now spending generously, directly taking Ulakai and Gilly to enjoy a feast of delicacies. After eating, Gilly burped contentedly. She had originally prepared herself to go hungry, but Jean let them avoid suffering from the start. Ulakai said teasingly, "Yesterday you were saying Jean was extorting and blackmailing. How come you're eating so happily now?" Jean turned to look at Ulakai's round, bulging belly with concern. Now they had to go to the teleportation gate. What if he threw up like last time? Ulakai showed a smug expression and said, "My principle is that even if I have to throw up, I'll eat my fill first. But if you don't want to see me throw up, just ride me there directly." But Jean told Ulakai, "It's not as simple as you think, because the kingdom of Yakin is a country ruled by the Gipple family. 80% of the dragons currently active obey their commands. If we rashly ride you there, it would be equivalent to declaring war." Hearing this, Ulakai immediately became very angry. Those dragons used to be afraid just hearing his name. After speaking, he suddenly turned back into a cat. Now times had really changed. Even a bunch of rabble could fly around. Seeing this, Jean dissatisfiedly told him not to transform randomly on the street. Soon they came to the teleportation gate. After showing the fake identity documents made by the family, they successfully entered the waiting room, under the cover of blue magic power. The next moment they arrived at their destination, the kingdom of Yakin. Jean's last visit here was in his previous life. He had spent the last year of his previous life here. Although 15 years had passed, the scenery before him hadn't changed at all. Homeless people could be seen everywhere, as well as pedestrians with numb expressions. This made Gilly feel this city was unusually gloomy, but Jean knew this was caused by Taixing's tyranny. Then they came to a small inn. Ulakai said with great disdain, "We have so much money, there's completely no need to stay in such a shabby place." Gilly persuaded Ulakai, saying, "The young master must have his own thoughts." Jean told him, "In a place where black mages run rampant, showing wealth right away will bring trouble." But Ulakai thought these were all small problems. Looking at such a shabby place, his gums were chattering. Then the three people came before the inn owner. The owner looked up and examined them while drooling. This one clearly lived off others. This one was obviously a young rookie swordsman. This good-looking woman should be a servant. After looking, he revealed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he brought over 3 glasses of orange juice to serve them. While praising his little broken inn, he handed them his special orange juice to drink. Ulakai examined the orange juice carefully with a dark expression. The next moment he flew into a rage and glared at the owner. He smashed the orange juice onto his face, then jumped onto the table and gave him a kick. His already unpleasant mood became even more furious. He said, "You dare give me poison stuff to drink, you're dead today." The owner's identity wasn't that simple either. He was a special intelligence merchant, Jet. In his previous life, Jean had owed him a favor. When he was just expelled from the family, Jean had received his help to settle here. But his purpose in approaching Jean wasn't pure. He had repeatedly deceived Jean through various methods afterward. Thinking of this unbearable past, Jean felt angry. In this life, it was his turn to use this bastard. After being beaten for a while, Jet remembered he was also a 5-star warrior. But as soon as he got a bit tough, he was punched by Ulakai. He immediately cried and begged for mercy repeatedly. After a few more punches, Jean said, "That's enough. I still have questions to ask him. Don't beat him to death." Hearing this, Jet grabbed onto this lifeline like a drowning man, saying, "I will definitely make amends." After Jean sat down, he told him to answer a few questions. He would use his intuition and sixth sense to judge whether what he said was true or false. Then Jean asked about his profession. He said, "My name is Jet. I'm an intelligence merchant and the owner of this shop. I occasionally do some human trafficking." Upon hearing this, Jean asked, "Where did you want to sell us after drugging us?" But before he could answer, a big foot extended toward his hand. Under his stunned gaze, it stepped down hard. While screaming, he answered, "Taixing Underground Auction House." That's an underground auction house run by the Taixing gang. They have all kinds of stolen goods. After getting the answer, Jean said he would find someone to treat him, hoping he understood what to do afterward. Then Jean went out to find a doctor. But as soon as he stepped outside, Jean breathed a sigh of relief. He clearly knew everything, but still had to pretend not to know. Although this acting was tiring, he didn't plan to tell tell anyone about his rebirth. Soon Jean found a doctor to heal Jet. This place was indeed worthy of being a magic federation. Even doctors found randomly on the street were so skilled. Jet speculated whether Jean's identity was the heir of a warrior family or some Bamante special team. But regardless of which side it was, if he betrayed them, he would definitely die miserably. Just then, Jean came before Jet, asking him to lead them to the underground auction house. Soon, under Jet's guidance, the group came to the auction house entrance. As soon as they entered, Jean was blinded by the magnificent splendor before him. Where was this like a black market? It was clearly a concert hall. Jet took out several masks and handed them over, saying, although Taixing's boss is called Shaka, there's actually someone else behind him. The real boss is a guy called Spider-Hand Aru, who is also a 7-star warrior. Jet lowered his head and whispered to Jean, I heard he's also connected to people from Runkade. But Ulukai didn't believe this at all, frankly saying it was impossible for Runkade to associate with bottom-level scoundrels. Gilly thought the same way, but only Jean knew there was indeed such a person. The person who cast the curse on him that prevented him from improving his swordsmanship. That was a 9-star level curse, Lost Path of Blades. If someone in the family was connected to the Magic Federation, it must be that person. This was the first clue Jean had obtained in 15 years. He wouldn't let any trace slip by. He must confirm Aru's true identity. Under Jet's guidance, they went to the underground auction. Ulukai thought Jean was going to uproot the biggest gang on his first day in Yakin. Gilly whispered to Jean, based on my observations along the way, the guards here are all stronger than I imagined. Fighting rashly in the enemy's stronghold would be very disadvantageous. But Jean turned and told them not to worry, because he had already thought of a plan. Then Jean had the two lean in close and told them the plan. But after hearing Jean's plan, Ulukai said speechlessly, I really don't know what you're thinking. Even Gilly worried whether this method would work. However, Jean said, if something goes wrong, we'll just run away. Soon they arrived inside the auction house. Then the host announced the start of the auction. Under his energetic hawking, many items were auctioned off one by one. The next item was a magic book from the hands of the mage Metu Wonier, who once commanded the world, recording remarkable magic. As soon as this was said, people at the scene immediately began fierce competition. However, Jean remained unmoved, because he could tell at a glance that it was a fake book. All of Metu's magic books were controlled by the Gippel family. They couldn't possibly get them. It was completely the host talking nonsense, fooling those vain mage. Next, the host shouted that the author of the next book was Asami, with a starting price of 50 gold coins. Hearing this unknown name, Jean had no interest and didn't plan to bid. But Ulukai told Jean to bid for it. If this was written by the Asami he knew, then this was a great treasure. Upon hearing this, Jean immediately bid and won it. This was a magic book that even Ulukai considered important. He had no need to ask why. Next, the host announced the author of another book, Hugel Hist. When he heard this name, Jean's entire attention was drawn. The next moment, to everyone's shock, Jean directly shouted out a price of 200 gold coins. This immediately caused an uproar. Even Ulukai didn't understand why Jean snatched this magic book at the high price of 200. To this, Jean only said, good books aren't afraid of high prices. Because Hist was the family name of his teacher from his previous life, it was said that the Hist family had been exterminated hundreds of years ago. He didn't expect to find related traces here. He planned to give this book to his teacher if he met him in the future. After the auction ended, Jean received their items. After confirming, Ulukai said it was indeed the Asami he knew, but he couldn't understand the other book Jean had bought, because it was all strange codes, and these codes could only be read by Jean and his teacher. At this point, Jean turned and told Jet that he wanted to see Spider-Hand Aru. Jet said, this was quite difficult, because Aru wasn't someone you could see just by wanting to. But before Jet finished speaking, Jean grabbed his shoulder. Leaning down to his ear, he whispered, go tell him that Baladin Gippel wants to see him. Upon hearing this, Jet was instantly shocked. He couldn't contain his wild joy and ran at 250 meters per second. He excitedly thought he had latched onto the Gippel family's coattails and would reach the pinnacle of life. He pushed open the door and shouted, call Aru out. Baladin Gippel wants to see him. However, what faced him was a group of fierce-looking suited thugs. Moments later, they dragged Jet and came aggressively before Jean, telling Jean to come with them to see Aru. However, what responded to them was Jean's fist. Then flames appeared before the thug's eyes. Jean wielded the flames with overwhelming arrogance and said, are you Aru? Seeing this, the thug frantically waved his hands, saying, Lord Aru requests all three of you to come over. Hearing this, the flames instantly became more fierce. The next moment, towering flames exploded. From the sea of fire came Jean's cold voice. I'll say it again, make him crawl to my feet personally. A week ago, Jean had told Ulukai and Gilly his plan. His plan was to impersonate Baladin Gippel, and clearly, Jean's plan was very successful. His powerful aura and demonstration of 5-star magic fire convinced everyone present not to doubt his identity, because only people from the Gippel family could possess 5-star or higher magic power at such a young age. Then Jean questioned Aru, why are you auctioning ancient magic books without the Gippel family's permission? Even our family treasures these 2 books. How much money have you made using this method? After speaking, he threw the books at Aru. With a cold expression, he told him to bring the ledgers and customer lists, and told him that starting tomorrow, the family would investigate this matter. Upon hearing this, Aru immediately felt disaster was imminent, no matter how tyrannical Taixing was in the kingdom of Yakin. Before the Gippel family, they were just ants that could be crushed at any time. If they were found to have done anything else that displeased them, then Taixing would be finished. Jean asked Aru if all the materials were here. Aru said, some important things are at my private residence. If you allow it, I'll go get them for you. Jean exposed Aru, saying, you want to go destroy important documents, sense. And also ask the person you bribed why I appeared here, right? Having his thoughts exposed, Aru immediately trembled nervously all over. But Jean told him to go ahead and use whatever means he had, because no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape Jean's grasp. Upon hearing this, Aru turned and left directly, having his subordinates take them to visit the warehouse. He also secretly instructed them not to let Jean's group leave before he returned. At this moment, Aru was furious to the extreme. He had paid so much money to people from the Gipple family, but now they wanted to cut off his livelihood. In the warehouse, they began frantically searching and looting, taking everything they liked. After all, these things were all obtained through improper means anyway. Then Jean found a ring. This was exactly one of his purposes for this trip. At the same time, Jet found Taixing's human trafficking ledger, which recorded the identity and age of each slave. But just as Jean's group was about to leave, they were stopped by guards. The guard said, "Our boss will be back soon, please don't leave yet." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jean's fist smashed into his jaw, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Jet, seeing this, looked completely confused, not understanding why Jean suddenly attacked. Jean told Jet to take his family and flee to the Bimante Empire, to use the ledger to expose them so he could survive. Hearing this, Jet thought Jean was afraid he'd be implicated. He passionately and indignantly swore loyalty, wanting to follow the Gipple family for life. However, Jean said calmly, "I myself am not Biladin Gipple." As soon as these words were spoken, Jet instantly turned to stone, even already thinking about his funeral arrangements. 2.5 hours later, Aru discovered that Biladin had silver hair, meaning that guy was an imposter. They had also taken away the slave intelligence, and even other customers thought Taixing was finished and fled. After hearing all this, Aru's veins bulged with rage. He suddenly grabbed his subordinate and angrily threw him hard, smashing him against the wall. He was furious, roaring angrily, "Go chase them all. I want to skin those liars alive." After leaving Taixing, Jean's group didn't go far, but waited nearby for Aru to catch up. He wanted to confirm whether Aru was really connected to the Runcade family. Ulakai was surprised to see the ring on Jean's hand, because it was something very ancient that Jean could still recognize. Just then, Aru also caught up to this place. Jean stood up, ready to have a good chat with him. Aru shouted at Jean, "I will definitely behead you publicly. Let everyone know the consequences of offending me." But Jean's words made his pupils contract. "I've already used magic mail to spread your black ledger, and the list of dark nobles backing you to the whole world. Simply put, you're finished." Upon hearing this, Aru immediately cursed angrily, determined to skin Jean alive. Jean suddenly told Ulakai that he wanted to duel Aru one-on-one. Hearing this, Ulakai immediately understood Jean's meaning and sighed complainingly, "What a hassle." Then he walked alone toward the 8,000 thugs in front. Seeing this, Aru thought Ulakai was overestimating himself, actually wanting to challenge them all alone. Then the thugs swarmed toward Ulakai. But facing the incoming attacks, Ulakai merely raised his hand lightly. One hand chop took down one person, then instantly took care of two more. Seeing Ulakai so easily kill them, the thugs froze in place for a moment. The next moment, Ulakai was like a storm, instantly rolling into the crowd. Wherever he passed, he killed one thug with one punch, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, unstoppable. Seeing this, the thugs couldn't help but retreat in fear. At this time, Aru's angry shout made them stop. Aru told them to aim at Jean behind and launch magic. Then 3 magic spells locked onto Jean. But Jean was unmoved by this. He told Gilly to stand behind him. The pendant on his chest emitted a blue glow, forming a shield that blocked all the magic. This was the pendant Luna had given him, capable of blocking magic attacks below 5-star level. Ulakai in the crowd also roared. Then shadow power spread out. The next moment, a terrifying energy shot up to the sky, instantly exploding among the crowd. The 8,000 thugs were almost completely annihilated. Aru was also scared stupid seeing this scene. Then he burst into maniacal laughter. He drew the long sword from his back and went crazy, slaughtering the remaining thugs around him. Moments later, Aru killed everyone around him. He sternly questioned Jean, "Who exactly sent you here?" After speaking, he fiercely swung out a powerful sword energy. The sword energy landed on the wall beside Jean, leaving a deep groove. Aru's violent righteous energy surged out on his sword blade. He said, "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." Seeing this scene, Jean's expression became grave. He was indeed a 7-star warrior, different from the last battle with Bishuke. This time would be a life and death battle. Seeing Jean step forward to fight, Aru was very angry that a mage dared to duel him. This was clearly looking down on him. To this, Jean didn't explain much. His body crouched slightly, drawing his sword from his waist. The next instant, he swung his sword toward Aru. Seeing this, Aru was shocked, saying, "So you're not a mage." But then he launched a frenzied offensive against Jean. The fierce force left Jean no breathing room. The next moment, Aru flashed behind Jean at extremely fast speed. From bottom to top, he fiercely swung out a sharp sword. Although Jean reacted in time, the swift sword energy still left a wound on his lower abdomen. Jean quickly distanced himself. He could feel that Aru hadn't used his full strength yet, but this was already very difficult for him to handle. Aru snorted coldly, mocking Jean for daring to duel him with just this little ability. He thought Jean had deceived him at the auction house using magic tools, leading him to fall into such a miserable situation. Then he secretly shifted his gaze to Ulakai. The only one he feared now was the observing Ulakai. He had single-handedly annihilated all his subordinates. This kind of strength was definitely above his. Gilly asked Ulakai, who was teasingly watching Jean struggle in bitter battle, "Are you really not planning to help? The young master's current ability is not sufficient to fight a 7-star warrior." Ulakai said, "It's too early to conclude. This is an opportunity for Jean to learn to value his life. And why do you seem to think he'll definitely lose. As soon as Ulakai finished speaking, Aru sent Jean flying with one sword. Jean's guard was completely open, revealing a fatal opening. Seeing this, Gilly's heart jumped to her throat. Aru showed a victorious sneer. His long sword was about to fall on Jean. However, Ulakai suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Once upon a time, in the era when the Runcade family dominated the world, a mere 2-star difference in strength wasn't a problem at all. At this moment, a ball of fierce flames suddenly appeared in Jean's hand. The flame became violent as magic power surged. Under Aru's incredulous gaze, the flame instantly engulfed him like a volcanic eruption. When the smoke cleared, although Aru was very disheveled, he hadn't suffered fatal injuries, but he was extremely shocked. He had never imagined that Jean was the 1 in 10,000 magic swordsman. At the same time, turbulent lightning flowed out from Jean's body. Jean gripped his sword with both hands, dense lightning surrounding the blade. Rolling thunderclouds above bred terrifying might. Jean fiercely thrust his sword into the ground and shouted, 10,000 thunder heaven prison strike. The next moment, endless lightning poured down. For a moment, Aru was exhausted from defending. But while defending, he was also approaching Jean. Jean was now fully casting magic with weak defenses. This gave him the chance to cut off Jean's head. Just then, the ring on Jean's hand glowed. The next moment, Aru's long sword struck Jean's head, but he didn't smile. Instead, his face was full of disbelief, because his long sword was blocked by an energy-formed helmet, unable to advance even a fraction, just as he was completely puzzled. Jean immediately picked up his long sword. Under Aru's extremely terrified gaze, the long sword became a flash of light that instantly passed through, instantly tearing through his body. That eerie helmet made Jean look like a ghostly demon king. Then it gradually faded away as light. This life and death battle of 5-star versus 7-star ultimately ended with Jean's victory. Jean came before the dying Aru, asking if he was connected to the Runcade family. Upon hearing this, Aru showed a sudden realization smile, saying, "So you're Jean Runcade. It seems what they said about failure was true, but regardless, you can't stop that lord." After speaking, he gradually lost consciousness. Aru's final words were puzzling, making the situation even more mysterious. A warrior with 7-star strength running a gang was already quite abnormal. Jean pondered the information he had gleaned from Aru's words, which were spoken after he already knew Jean's identity. The failure he mentioned should refer to the curse not successfully taking hold on Jean, and he emphasized that Jean couldn't stop that person. This meant that person must have participated in the ranking battles, first ruling out his sister Luna. It also couldn't be the Hatona brothers. Miu and Annie were still young at the time. Their power couldn't have expanded here, and they didn't have the calculating minds for such schemes. The person most sensitive to the ranking battles and who detected talent early. The most suspicious was the current heir to the Runcade family, Joshua Runcade. One day later, news of the Gang Taixing's destruction spread rapidly across the world. It was said that an insider had a change of heart and exposed their evil deeds to the Gipple family and the Bamante Empire. Seeing this, Jean praised Jet for doing quite well. Although he was certainly tortured terribly, being able to keep his life was already good. Ulakai laughed and said, "The Gipple family may have gained a good reputation, but you took all the real benefits." Jean not only obtained 2 magic books and Malta's helmet ring, but also fought a battle with a 7-star knight. At this moment, Gilly worriedly warned Jean, "I hope you won't let your guard down just because you defeated Aru, because even knights of the same level have vastly different abilities." Jean said, "I'll be more cautious in the future. Our next destination is the free city, Tika." Hearing this, both were puzzled, but Gilly immediately guessed Jean's intention, because the Rainbow Bird was located there. It was a large intelligence organization, the most trustworthy intelligence agency besides Runcade, Gipple, and Bamante. Jean chuckled and said, "We can use their intelligence to screen action targets." At the same time, Jean needed a shield, because he would continue to act based on his pre-rebirth memories in front of Gilly and Ulakai. So going to Rainbow Bird now was most appropriate. Later, in the ship's cabin, Ulakai told Jean he had figured out the magic Asami had left behind. It was light magic that had disappeared since ancient times, though this wasn't surprising, because at that time, Asami and the Gipple family were bitter enemies. Erasing thorns in their side from the river of history was what the Gipple family did best. If Jean couldn't comprehend the peak of shadow energy, the Runcade family would soon meet the same fate. Then, Ulakai prepared to demonstrate Asami's magic to Jean, a dark shadow of light condensed in his palm. Just as Jean wondered why light magic was so dark, a dazzling flash suddenly lit up before his eyes. Then the entire room was illuminated by brilliant, blinding light. Ulakai grinned mischievously and said, "This is called Flash Cannon." It was Asami's favorite magic when he was alive. Jean felt his eyes were about to swell just from looking at it once, but this magic could indeed be used for both offense and defense. Next, Ulakai pulled out Hist's magic book from his pocket. He said disdainfully, "I don't know what use this book has. It's full of strange codes I can't understand at all." Jean said, "Don't worry about it. When we meet someone skilled in deciphering in the future, we'll give the book to he." A week later, they arrived at the free city, Tika. This city was located on a small island in the southern continent. It belonged neither to the Runcade family nor to the Gipple family. The ocean could be seen from anywhere in the city, and the entire city seemed full of vitality, just like its name, the free city. Then Jean and the others decided to find a place to stay first. Just as he finished speaking, Ulakai transformed into human form and asked Jean, "Are we going to find another shabby place to stay this time too?" Jean helplessly warned Ulakai, "I've told you so many times, don't transform randomly on the street. But Ulakai stubbornly said, humans don't pay as much attention to others as you think. However, before he finished speaking, a voice came from behind them. Wow, the kitty turned into a person. Hearing this, Ulakai was immediately dumbfounded. A cute child said with curiosity, the black kitty turned into a black uncle. How did you do that? Please teach Julia too. To shut her up, Jean spent a fortune buying her an ice cream that cost 2.5 gold coins. He said to Julia, you saw wrong just now. But Julia still insisted she hadn't seen wrong. Jean felt a headache coming on and said helplessly, after eating my ice cream, just pretend you didn't see anything. But Julia stubbornly said she wouldn't lie. Seeing this scene, Gilly said with a worried expression, this child seems to be lost. But if we hand her over to the guards and she spreads word about seeing Ulakai transform, the Gipple family will catch us. Ulakai quickly said, no one would believe what a child says. But before he could finish, Gilly stared at him resentfully and complained, if you had listened to the young master from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Soon Jean brought Julia to the guard station entrance. But then Julia said, I don't like the guards because they always trouble my mother. Gilly suspected the guards might be oppressing the people. Jean thought it was possible her mother was a criminal. However, the guard recognized Julia at first sight. He immediately shouted inside, Captain, come out quickly. Jean asked if they knew this child, and the guard laughed heartily, telling Jean this was their captain's daughter. Soon, a figure walked out. Seeing this, Jean's expression grew serious, recognizing at a glance that her strength was exceptional. Being a guard captain seemed like a waste of such talent. Then she picked up Julia and scolded her for sneaking so far away. Lisa then introduced herself, thanking Jean for bringing Julia back. She asked if there was anything she could help him with. Jean said he was here for tourism and asked if she could recommend a good place to stay. Just as Lisa was about to speak, Julia interrupted her. She leaned over to whisper something in Lisa's ear. After listening, Lisa had her subordinate bring paper. Then she wrote a letter of recommendation and gave it to Jean. With this, they would be well received wherever they went. Jean expressed his gratitude. Then he left under Lisa's watchful gaze. After they had gone far, Lisa asked Julia, did you really see the kitty turn into a person? Julia confirmed it, but she also said they didn't seem to want others to know about it, so she hadn't told anyone. Hearing this, Lisa poked Julia's little face and praised her for doing well, because everyone has their own secrets. However, Lisa's heart was far from calm. Transformation, that was something only dragons could do. On the other side, after showing Lisa's letter of recommendation, Jean successfully checked into a relatively comfortable inn. Gilly sighed that it was thanks to that recommendation letter. Then she suddenly wanted to try the ice cream Julia had eaten, saying it was Tika's specialty. So she hummed a little tune and happily went out to buy ice cream. Ulakai asked Jean how they should contact Rainbow Bird next. Jean told him they first needed to find someone, the core figure of Rainbow Bird, Ghost Sword Casimir. He was a very famous swordsman. Even the Runcade family wanted to recruit him as a training instructor. According to Jean's memories from his previous life, 10 years later, he would publicly reveal that he was the abandoned prince of Bemonte, and used the intelligence Rainbow Bird had gathered over the years to make Runcade, Gipple, and Bemonte recognize his right to rule, becoming the first king of the free nation of Tika. He was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also very good at hiding himself and being thorough in his actions. If possible, both he and Rainbow Bird could become powerful allies for Jean. Just as Jean was thinking about how to make contact with him, Gilly suddenly rushed into the room, nervously telling Jean something was wrong with this place. The entire inn was empty. Not just the guests, but even the staff had disappeared. Just then, a hand appeared behind Gilly. Then a figure reached out and placed his hand on Gilly's shoulder, saying in a low voice, "Excuse my rudeness, how are you doing?" The newcomer was actually Ghost Sword Casimir. However, upon seeing the hand on Gilly, Ulakai's eyes immediately blazed with fury, as if his reverse scale had been touched. His entire body exploded into motion, instantly rushing in front of Casimir. Jean quickly called out for Ulakai not to kill him. Ulakai pulled Gilly into his arms, his entire body radiating a terrifying ghostly aura. He said, "You asked me how I'm doing? I really want to kill you right now, bastard. If Ulakai made a move here, everyone would be caught up in it." Jean quickly told Ulakai to calm down, otherwise Gilly would get hurt too. Hearing this, Ulakai's movement paused. A moment later, Ulakai dispersed his shadow energy and returned to human form. He shouted at Carl, "You're pretty arrogant, coming over out of nowhere asking how we're doing. You think you're so great?" Seeing Ulakai calm down, Jean breathed a sigh of relief. After witnessing the terrifying aura Ulakai had displayed, facing his aggressive demeanor, Carl didn't dare even breathe heavily, only carefully backing away, afraid of angering him and getting killed. Jean said, "Ulakai, stop making trouble, Carl. If you're not here to attack us, put away your sword and let's talk properly." Carl was puzzled that Jean had directly called out his identity, so Jean directly revealed his identity, saying, "I am Jean Runcade. You must have many questions. Let's change locations and talk. I'll answer all your questions." Hearing this, both Gilly and the others were shocked, not understanding why Jean would reveal his identity. A moment later, Carl had all his subordinates withdraw and met with Jean alone, which gave Jean a feeling of being trusted. Carl was now nervously observing the two men and one woman before him. He had come here with soldiers after hearing that a dragon had appeared, but he hadn't expected his rash actions to anger the other party. It seemed this impulsive man was the dragon. Humans couldn't release such terrifying pressure. If Jean hadn't stopped him, they would all have died here. Then Carl posed his first question to Jean. "If you're a member of the Runcade clan, why are you with a dragon? Dragons only form contracts with mages who have contracts with gods or people with special abilities, like the Gipple family, not Runcade clan members. Does the Runcade family know you have a dragon by your side?" Jean told him the family didn't know about this. Carl said in shock, "Then I've really really learned something incredible. If the Runcade family knew about this, they definitely wouldn't spare you. Jean said, let's skip that question. Whether I'm a Runcade clan member isn't important. What matters is, why did you come looking for a dragon? After thinking for a moment, seeing Jean's honesty, Carl also decided to tell Jean his secret. He had come here because of what his daughter Julia had said. Julia wasn't an ordinary child, but a contractor of the eye god Asmir, so it was impossible for her to see anything wrong or be mistaken about situations. But then Ulakai suddenly interrupted Carl. He slammed the table and questioned, if that little brat is a contractor, where's the guardian dragon? He hadn't sensed any dragon's presence nearby. Asmir's dragons were famous for doting on their contractors. They couldn't possibly abandon the child. Carl said, Julia's guardian dragon disappeared a year ago. I suspect the Gipple family did it. Hearing this, Ulakai shouted in disbelief. What dragon in the world would be stupid enough to get kidnapped, and for a whole year at that? Then he thought of something and quickly asked if Julia was 5 years old this year. After getting Carl's affirmative answer, Ulakai's expression became grave. If Julia was really Asmir's contractor, and had been without a guardian dragon's company, then she would go mad soon. Upon hearing this, Carl's pupils constricted, unable to believe his ears. Ulakai said, Asmir's contractors can foresee the future, but foreseeing the future places enormous mental burden. Julia is still young now and can't distinguish between dreams and reality, so there's no big problem for now. But if she goes another year or two without a guardian dragon's company, her condition will be irreversible. This relates to the law of cause and effect. Those who see the future must follow the future. Even if they see someone about to die, they cannot interfere. Otherwise, disrupting the natural law of cause and effect leads only to death, meaning Julia lives in a world different from ours. The only way to save her now is to get the guardian dragon back to Julia's side. Their encounter with Julia upon arriving in Tika was no coincidence, but Asmir seeking help from them for his young Julia. Hearing this, Carl suddenly knelt before Ulakai, saying powerlessly, although I'm the leader of the Rainbow Bird organization, I haven't been able to find my daughter's guardian dragon for a year no matter what, so I beg you to help me. However, after hearing this, Ulakai waved his hands repeatedly. No good, begging me is useless. You need to ask our guy here. Jean crouched down and said, although we just met, this matter concerns a child's life. I won't stand by and watch. From today on, we'll help you search for Julia's guardian dragon together. Hearing this, Carl was moved beyond words. He bowed his head and swore he would never forget Jean's kindness. But Jean became worried. If even Rainbow Bird couldn't find traces of the guardian dragon, what method could he use to succeed? Just as Jean was at a loss, Ulakai asked Carl if he had intelligence on all the dragons on the continent. He wanted Carl to give him information on all the dragons in Bimante. Hearing this, Jean immediately guessed Ulakai's plan. Ulakai chuckled. Since ancient times, there was nothing dragons didn't know. They just needed to go ask. On the other side, the girl excitedly told the white-haired woman in front of her while holding a newspaper. Lord Cortel, there's news about Lord Jean again. He's so amazing, even though he's the same age as me. His swordsmanship has already reached 5-star level. The woman responded indifferently, compared to the child that guy protects. As a contractor of the time god Orda, you could also have this kind of strength. Annie uncertainly asked Cortel for confirmation, and Cortel gave an affirmative answer. Because as the contract dragon of the time god, her strength was no less than that guy's. Just then, Cortel's movements paused, her expression grave. She immediately told Annie to go home and not come out until she called for her. Annie asked what had happened. Cortel's face darkened, killing intent evident, as she said, nothing, just that guy found his way here. Earlier, Ulakai had asked Carl for a list of dragons in Bimante. When Ulakai saw the names recorded on it, his expression showed slight hesitation. Jean noticed and asked if there was a problem, but Ulakai waved his hand saying it was nothing. After all, interactions between dragons were naturally somewhat dangerous. Then Carl bowed to both of them. My lords, thank you very much. I entrust my daughter's life to you. Ulakai told Carl, before leaving I need to tell you 2 things. First, you must play with Julia constantly every day to exhaust her energy. Make her fall asleep from exhaustion, because when physical strength decreases, Asmir's power also weakens. Second, go buy the ice cream for my strawberry pie. It's all your fault she couldn't eat the ice cream. Hearing this, Gilly praised Ulakai for truly being a good person. Ulakai laughed heartily. Weren't you just wanting to eat some? But Gilly said she wasn't referring to that, but to how he had deliberately said those things to put Carl at ease. Although Ulakai stubbornly denied it, they already understood. He pretended to be cold and indifferent to others on the surface, but was actually very kind. In a flash, Ulakai brought Jean to the territories of other dragons. He told Jean to hide his presence well so he wouldn't be discovered, because after he released his aura, the dragons in Bimante would automatically appear before him. Soon, 2 dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were Labs and Wendell. These 2 dragons had been beaten up by Ulakai the most before. Then Jean activated the Mutal Helmet to conceal his presence. He also complained, dragons came to find you as soon as you released your aura. Just how much did you love beating up others before? Ulakai said he used to beat up any dragon that passed through his territory first. Labs loudly questioned why Ulakai was here. Ulakai said he needed their help with something. However, after hearing this, the 2 dragons looked at each other, hesitating whether to tell Ulakai about that thing. Then they told Ulakai to leave quickly. Now wasn't the time to reminisce with him, or there would be big trouble. But Ulakai acted as if he hadn't heard anything, arrogantly saying he never feared anyone. Seeing Ulakai wouldn't listen, Labs shouted, you need to run quickly. Cortel said she'd kill you. She's heading this way now. Hearing this, Ulakai immediately froze in place. Jean asked, is he talking about the silver dragon Cortel? What's your relationship with her? Ulakai broke into a cold sweat, stammering to Jean that she was his ex-girlfriend. Just then, Ulakai Ulukai sensed something wrong. He quickly told Jean to hold on tight to him. At the same time, a ball of light appeared in the sky. The next moment, a powerful energy cannon tore through the sea surface, directly blasting a distant boulder into fragments. Seeing this scene, the other two dragons cursed and flew away quickly. Then 3 balls of light lit up again, targeting Ulukai. Intense light cannons shot out from the woman's hands. Ulukai twisted his body to dodge at high speed. The powerful force caused the sea surface to explode with huge waves. Witnessing this scene, Jean was secretly alarmed. He estimated this was an ultimate technique of 8-star level or above, yet she could use it so many times consecutively. The woman roared angrily at Ulukai. She said, "Even if you died, it wouldn't be enough to satisfy my hatred, and now you dare to step into my territory." Hearing this, Jean asked helplessly, "Do we really have to fight this monster?" Ulukai said, "From the current situation, this battle seems unavoidable. Although we dated for 500 years, if things go badly, use Bradamante to attack her." Jean said, "She's your ex-girlfriend after all. Isn't that too much?" But Ulukai said seriously, "Cortel's strength is no less than mine. If the situation becomes dire, you must use your full power to strike her. Only that kind of attack will be effective against her." At this time, Cortel also revealed her true form. The terrifying aura around her made space itself slightly distort. She said coldly, "Ulukai, even if you want to escape now it's too late. I'll make you die here." Before Ulukai could explain, Cortel's mouth gathered violent energy again. The next moment, a thick beam of light blasted out, raising enormous waves. At the same time, Cortel's wings flapped as she rushed toward Ulukai at extreme speed, carrying tremendous impact force as she struck down. Ulukai shouted at Cortel in confusion, "Why are you so excited the moment we meet?" However, what responded to him was Cortel's point-blank attack right in his face. Ulukai felt something was very wrong, taking this attack at such close range. Even if he didn't die, he'd be crippled. The next moment, the light cannon poured out again. Ulukai, at the center of the light explosion, could only defend with all his might. Just then, Cortel's expression paused. She saw shadow chi spreading, forming dark clouds in the sky, rolling and forming an energy shield that enveloped Ulukai within. Ulukai breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, finally gaining some time. Jean said, "Good thing I came along. Otherwise Ulukai would have been killed by the silver dragon without knowing why." But Ulukai didn't think it was that serious. No matter how strong Cortel was, she couldn't break through here. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp claw pressed against the shadow energy protective shield. Then it exerted force and instantly tore it apart. Cortel mockingly taunted Ulukai, "Is this your shadow energy release? You're so pitiful." Ulukai couldn't believe it. His proudest shadow energy release had been broken through so easily by Cortel. Cortel said, "Stop being so conceited. If you still think you're the same as before, you're completely wrong." Hearing this, Ulukai still wanted to persuade Cortel using their past relationship. But hearing this made Cortel's killing intent even stronger. She said, "You dare mention our past to me. Thinking about it makes me want to tear you to pieces." Just as Cortel finished speaking, Ulukai launched an underhanded sneak attack. He bit down on Cortel's wing. While biting hard, he tried to persuade her, "We just broke up. Why must we fight to the death?" Hearing this, Cortel's anger spiked. She backhanded a punch hard into Ulukai's face, saying, "You can still say such things so casually, you deserve this beating." Just then, Ulukai suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at the figure behind them. Jean moved swiftly, then suddenly leaped up. The suddenly appearing human made Cortel freeze. Jean seized this only opportunity, raising Bradamante high. Shadow energy power erupted, and Jean's mind raced. Even Ulukai's hard teeth couldn't break through her skin, meaning his strike would have difficulty injuring her. But she had small wounds on her body, and shadow energy left by Ulukai. So Jean slashed at the wound Ulukai had bitten. Shadow energy immediately rampaged like a storm. Taking this hit, Cortel roared in pain, but Jean still pressed his advantage, the power on his sword growing fiercer. The next moment, there was a cracking sound. Cortel's steel-like body could no longer withstand Jean's sword. One arm was severed on the spot, and Jean fell powerlessly. Ulukai quickly flew to catch the falling Jean, watching Cortel plummet into the deep sea. Having used all his strength, Jean gasped heavily. Ulukai was very satisfied with Jean's strike. Though he had used all his power, this should make her calm down. Hearing this, Jean was greatly shocked. "Is the battle not over yet?" Ulukai said, "If it were an ordinary dragon, it might already be dead, but Cortel, who controls time, won't die so easily." Then, countless giant gears appeared on the sea floor. As the gears turned, that terrifying aura revived again. In an instant, space shook and time reversed. The severed arm immediately turned into fragments of time. In just a few breaths, it was restored to its original state. But this terrifyingly powerful ability also consumed enormous energy. A moment later, Cortel transformed into human form, completely restored. Her piercing eyes stared deadly at Ulukai. Cortel had finally calmed down. Ulukai said helplessly, "I didn't expect your hatred for me to be so deep. We clearly broke up peacefully." Hearing this, Cortel shouted resentfully, "You're the one who dumped me unilaterally, not even giving me a chance to talk." Hearing this, Ulukai also became emotional. "You got angry the moment you heard about breaking up. You couldn't listen to anything I said at all. What can you do when our personalities don't match?" The conversation between the two made Jean speechless. Was this how dragons who had lived for thousands of years argued? Cortel then turned her gaze to Jean. She said, "Is this human Soul Drake's contractor?" Ulukai said this wasn't important right now. What mattered was that their fellow dragon was in danger. Cortel said disdainfully, "You killed so many dragons before. Now you care about fellow dragons' safety. How ridiculous." Ulukai said flatly, "You're right. Among them was even your brother's enemy. For your revenge, I killed guys who had nothing to do with me." Ulukai's calm words made Cortel's heart tremble. She was about to turn and leave, saying, "I shouldn't have come to ask you." Cortel quickly called out to Ulukai, telling him to ask whatever he wanted and apologizing to him. Ulukai told Cortel about Asnir's guardian dragon going missing. Cortel found it strange. He was taken away by Burita not long ago. He said he wanted to teach Ratli dragon language magic. However, hearing this name made Jean's pupils constrict. Wind dragon Burita was a descendant of wind god Mazal, and also the guardian dragon of Gipple deputy family head Andre, meaning this matter was related to the Gipple family. At this time, Cortel suggested they change locations to talk. A moment later, they arrived at Cortel's home on the outskirts of Bimante's capital. Jean introduced himself to Cortel, but Cortel revealed Jean's identity: "You're Tamar's descendant, the youngest son of the Runcade family, Jean Runcade." Ulukai was very surprised, asking how Cortel knew. Cortel said Jean had the same aura as Tamar. She recognized it immediately. After all, the three of them had lived together for thousands of years. As for him being the youngest son, she had guessed that. According to her knowledge, Ratli was taken away by Burita a year ago to teach him dragon language. She felt Burita wasn't lying, but Ulukai told her Asmir's contractor was still young and couldn't control her power. Hearing this, Cortel immediately guessed Burita indeed had ulterior motives, because when Burita took Ratli away, he had come to find her saying he wanted to introduce Ratli to her, and inexplicably proposed to meet her contractor. Although she was unhappy at the time, her contractor's identity was no longer a secret, so she couldn't get angry. But after hearing this, Jean became curious, although Cortel's contractor identity was exposed. Asmir's contractor hadn't been exposed yet, so how did he know and approach Ratli? Ulukai also agreed with Jean's words. Could some magic to detect contractors have appeared during his slumber? But Cortel denied this. Well, no one can know if someone is a contractor before they use their power. Even if such magic really existed, what benefit could they gain from it? Jean closed his eyes and said slowly, "There are two benefits. First, eliminate uncontrolled divine contractors to reduce dangerous factors. Second, by killing the contractor, the Gipple family could gain the opportunity to sign a contract with the god. Because according to Jean's memories from his previous life, the time God Orta's contractor appeared 10 years later, and that person was from the Gipple family. So they didn't just have a chance to sign a contract, but a certain method for success. Their kidnapping of Julia's guardian dragon was also for this reason. In his previous life, he had never heard of a princess Antika. However, Cortel said, "You're just speculating. The Gipple family already has so many contractors. Why would they go to such lengths? Just because the Gipple family is your family's enemy, you're making such ridiculous guesses?" But Jean's next words left her stunned. "Lord Cortel, you don't even believe what you're saying now. Regarding dragons, I indeed don't know much, but humans are insatiably greedy. Some people won't be satisfied even when standing at the peak. From the current situation, they're clearly planning something. I don't know why you're playing dumb. Are you afraid of the Gipple family?" Upon hearing this, Cortel's face darkened. Ulukai quickly stood up to explain for Jean, afraid she might become angry and explode. But Cortel's lips curved into a smile. Then she couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ulukai, you've really changed a lot. You even read people's expressions now." Then Cortel suddenly stood up. "I'll have my contractor hide first and I'll help you find Ratli." Cortel came to Jean and placed her hand on his shoulder. She saw Tamar's shadow in Jean. Being with his descendant reminded her of times past. That's why she had deliberately provoked Jean, saying, "You're the same kind of arrogant." Cortel said she would call Burita over to confirm the truth of the matter face to face. Just then, Annie suddenly pushed the door open and burst in. Seeing two strangers in the room, she stood there bewildered. Cortel then introduced them to each other. "This is Time God Orta's contractor, Annie. These are my old friend and the contractor he protects, Jean Runcade." Upon hearing this, a scream echoed through the room. Annie was overjoyed, unable to believe the person she had been thinking about day and night had actually appeared before her. Jean looked confused, asking Cortel what was going on. Cortel sighed helplessly and said, "I forgot to tell you, Annie is your superfan." After coming to her senses, she realized her improper behavior and quickly apologized, introducing herself to Jean. Although she was a commoner, she was currently attending the academy on a scholarship. Jean smiled and greeted Annie, secretly surprised by her commoner status. According to his knowledge, Orta placed great importance on contractors' bloodlines, which meant Annie's talent must be exceptionally outstanding to receive this exception. But even with her excellence, commoners would still face discrimination from nobles at school. Jean could easily imagine how severely those despicable fellows would bully Annie. Then Annie curiously asked Cortel why Jean had come here. Before Cortel could answer, Jean stepped forward and said to Annie, "I came here for you, because someone might want to persecute you, Orta's contractor. So would you be willing to come with me?" Jean extended his hand with a warm smile, causing Annie's face to flush red instantly, unable to believe Jean had come for her. The next moment, she could no longer contain her overwhelming joy. She shouted, "Lord Orta has finally heard my daily prayers and made my dreams come true." Annie was so excited her brain seemed to be smoking, frantically asking Jean to take her away immediately. Cortel, who had been watching from the side, finally couldn't take it anymore and knocked Annie unconscious with a punch to the back of her head. Cortel sighed helplessly. She'd been worried Annie wouldn't want to leave, but now it seemed unnecessary. Just with Jean's words, she would follow him without hesitation even to Runcade's prison. Jean felt unfamiliar hearing the word prison. He had no memory of such a place in his family. But Cortel said, "Don't play dumb. There are even dragons imprisoned there." Just as Jean was about to ask more questions, Ulukai's thunderous snoring interrupted him. Seeing this, Cortel felt speechless. Ulukai couldn't even endure this short while. She then told Jean, "I decided to help you because of my friendship with Tamar, and also to ensure Annie's safety safety, but mainly it was for that exhausted fellow lying there. Cortel looked at Ulakai, who had collapsed from exhaustion, with concern in her eyes. That guy had no idea how weak he had become. Her attack on the sea surface would have been mere child's play for Ulakai from 1,000 years ago, but in his current weakened state, he was no match for Burita. If they were to face Burita in battle, she would take on the fight herself. At this point, Cortel turned to Jean. Before that, you need a place to stay. If you're willing, you can stay at my house, but you'll have to convince Ulakai, because this is his ex-girlfriend's house after all, and he'll definitely object. Jean chuckled and agreed. Silver Dragon Cortel was giving him a different impression than before. She was actually much more far-sighted. Then Cortel told Jean to prepare himself, as Eni would wake up in about 10 seconds. He needed to carefully organize his words to explain the current situation to Eni. As soon as Cortel finished speaking, a voice came from behind Jean. Eni had already awakened. A moment later, Jean explained the whole situation to Eni. After listening, Eni showed no fear but was instead filled with excitement. Her head was full of romantic adventure stories about children, girls, and dragons, but most importantly, Jean was involved. Eni then decided to go back tomorrow to prepare her family for the trip to Tika, though her family consisted only of her 7-year-old brother and a dog. After reaching an agreement, Eni returned to make preparations. As for the academy, they would simply request sick leave for her. Applying for withdrawal would attract investigation. Just then, there was a knock at the door, with someone claiming they wanted to ask for some firewood. Cortel sighed helplessly, complaining about what kind of people lived in the neighborhood, then got up to open the door. But Jean stopped her. Lady Cortel, do you really think someone would come asking for firewood in the middle of the night? Jean activated his mutal helmet to conceal his appearance and said, the people at the door must be from the Bamante special team. Because of Eni, they must be monitoring this place, and now they're here to confirm the outsiders you brought back. Hearing this, Cortel's pupils contracted. Her face darkened as she yanked the door open. Without a word, she grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him up. With murderous intent, she demanded to know who had sent him. Just as the man was about to suffocate, a figure appeared behind Cortel, directly revealing his identity as the captain of the Bamante special team. He told Cortel that if she killed that man, others would arrive soon. Hearing this, Cortel released the man in her grip. Then she raised her fist and lunged forward with explosive force. She said, if you're the captain, then it would be better to kill you instead. The next moment, a tremendous sound echoed through the house. When the dust settled, the red-haired man had taken the hit completely unharmed. He said calmly and quietly, does this satisfy your anger now? He was the Emperor's confidant, Special Team Captain Number 3, codenamed Reyes, with strength exceeding that of an 8-star knight. Reyes apologized to Cortel, but explained that confirming the illegal immigrants she had brought back was also their duty. Now that confirmation was complete, they were preparing to leave immediately. Cortel's face darkened as she said, you trespassed into my residence and think you can just leave with an apology? Do you not take me seriously at all? But Reyes bowed his head and said, not long ago, Miss Eni left in a hurry. Don't you think it's dangerous for her to walk alone at night? Although you could certainly subdue me if you acted now, we cannot guarantee Miss Eni's safety during that time. So do you still want to fight? Reyes' threatening words greatly displeased Cortel, but she indeed didn't dare attack him and could only let him leave. Just then, Reyes felt a bone-chilling killing intent sweep over him from behind. Cortel's entire body erupted with terrifying murderous aura, her cold gaze seeming to devour him. Said, remember this, next time, what you hold dear will also become your weakness. Your actions today will cause you to lose everything you've desperately protected so far. Reyes then left Cortel's house with his subordinates, instructing his subordinates to investigate Jean and his companions' identities, and to temporarily withdraw the personnel monitoring Cortel. Having taken a punch from Cortel, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. If they continued to provoke her, the situation might become even worse. On the other side, Cortel slammed her fist on the table, blaming herself for being too naive to let Eni stay in such a place. If Jean and his companions hadn't come, their fate would have been obvious. Jean comforted Cortel, it's not too late to see their true nature now. The most important thing right now is ensuring Eni's safety. Cortel immediately decided to begin taking action the next day. The next morning, Jean and Cortel watched Eni depart. He told Cortel not to worry too much, as he had given the ship captain many gold coins to take care of Eni. And with Ulata accompanying her for protection, there shouldn't be any major problems. Cortel said she would contact Burita now, and once Ulata returned, they could meet. A week later, Ulakai stared at the house before him in a daze. This was exactly the same as the house he and Cortel had lived in together. He remembered the happy times from 1,000 years ago. At this moment, Cortel told them that Burita had replied, and the meeting was set for tomorrow night on an uninhabited island in southern Bamante. Ulakai asked what he should do when meeting Burita tomorrow. Cortel said to directly ask about Ratley's whereabouts, and if he dared to deny it, beat him up. Ulakai completely agreed with Cortel's method. They could let Jean hide aside while the two of them fought with full force. But Cortel disagreed with Ulakai's words, telling him not to intervene and that she would handle it alone. Feeling looked down upon, Ulakai shouted, no matter how weak I am now, I don't want my ex-girlfriend's pity. Cortel said, I'm not pitying you. This concerns Dragon Clan honor, so he will definitely come alone. Do you think I would lose to him in a one-on-one fight? Don't worry, you know my strength best. Soon it was time for the meeting. Cortel waited alone outside for Burrita's arrival, while Jean and Ulakai hid in the shadows. But Jean didn't believe Burrita would come alone. If those guys had really kidnapped Ratli and committed such shameless acts as contract theft, they would definitely come fully prepared. Then a hurricane whipped up before Cortel, followed by a dragon's shadow. An old man was accompanying the dragon's shadow. The old man laughed heartily. I never expected to meet Lady Silver Dragon Cortel. What an honor. This is our first meeting. I am the contractor of Wingod Mazael, and also the vice family head of the Gippel family, Andre Gippel. Seeing this, Cortel angrily questioned Burrita. Didn't you say you would come alone? Burrita made excuses. Andre was with me at the time. He was interested in Orta's contractor, so I hope you can understand. Cortel got straight to the point. Where is Ratli? Hearing this, Burrita's pupils contracted. He now understood he had been outmaneuvered by Cortel. He then burst into laughter. So this was your purpose all along? Cortel said, answer my question. Ever since you took Ratli away a year ago, Asmir's contractor has been unable to find her guardian dragon. Burrita smiled slyly. I can only tell you that Ratli is doing well. Although I don't know your relationship with Asmir's contractor, I advise you not to interfere in Gippel family affairs. Discovering she had been deceived, Cortel flew into a rage, demanding he hand over Ratli immediately. Burrita impatiently beckoned with his finger. You really are persistent. Immediately, 2 tornadoes flanked Cortel from both sides. Burrita said, how about this, Cortel? As long as you hand over the contractor, I'll spare your life. At this point, Burrita stopped pretending and revealed his true purpose. Cortel sneered, you really love dreaming, how shameless. At these words, Burrita froze on the spot. Then he flew into a rage and launched an attack, whipping up violent hurricanes toward Cortel. Cortel also transformed into dragon form, using her wings as shields to block all the blade-like attacks. Cortel smiled cruelly, her words making Burrita's blood run cold. How about this? As long as you return Ratli, I'll give you a quick death. At this moment, Andre laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to block Burrita's attack so easily. It seems I can use my full strength after a long time. With that, he raised his magic staff high. Then magical power shot up into the sky as light pulses. This was a 9-star mage's magical power release, and it was Jean's first time seeing it since his rebirth. Although Andre had been snubbed at the family banquet, his strength, earning him the title Wind King, was definitely not undeserved. Andre shouted loudly as magical power gathered at his fingertips into a small storm. Seeing this, Cortel flapped her wings, trying to avoid the attack. However, no matter how hard she flapped, she couldn't take flight. She could only watch helplessly as Andre's attack approached. Burrita flapped his wings and laughed maniacally. Unfortunately, Cortel. As a descendant of Wind God Mazael, without my permission, no one can fly. Then he gathered fierce breath in his mouth. At the same time, Andre summoned countless violent lightning bolts. The next moment, the wind breath and thunder magic combined into a lightning storm, shooting toward Cortel with terrifying momentum. Seeing this scene, Jean's heart tightened as he quickly signaled Ulakai to act, but Ulakai said it wasn't time yet. Although Cortel had lived too comfortably these years, those guys were greatly underestimating her. Facing the fierce incoming attack, Cortel remained calm and unperturbed. A silver halo appeared around her dragon horn. The next moment, the halo rapidly expanded, instantly covering the entire island. The entire space fell into endless silence, time frozen at this moment. The surging lightning storm stopped in front of Cortel, unable to advance even an inch. Cortel opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Then she blew forcefully, instantly dispersing the storm into nothingness. Andre was utterly shocked. He hadn't expected Time Authority to be able to freeze even magic. He hadn't seen such beautiful scenery in a long time, but Cortel's casual words made him shut his mouth. You've been chattering nonstop. I'll tear that mouth of yours apart in a moment, Andre said, getting so arrogant just from using authority once. Don't just stand there, Burrita. Launch the next attack. However, no matter how much he shouted, Burrita showed no response. His body remained frozen in the moment time stopped, unable to move. The next moment, Cortel shot toward Burrita like a cannonball, grabbing his tail. Andre quickly jumped away from Burrita's body. Under Burrita's terrified gaze, she violently slammed him into the ground. Cortel followed up immediately, stomping heavily on his body. This instantly dealt severe damage to Burrita. Then she opened her bloody maw wide and bit down on his arm with a crunch. The intense pain made him cry out in agony. Cortel's sharp claws violently tore into his body, causing Burrita to wail and scream continuously. Cortel looked down at him with contempt and said coldly, "Go on, keep talking." Seeing this, Andre shouted angrily for her to stop. Hearing this, Cortel turned around and said icily, "Shut up, you're next." But using her authority had consumed a great deal of Cortel's strength. She needed Jean and Ulakai's help to deal with Andre. Just then, Andre reached into his chest and pulled out a round stone. He pointed at Cortel with murderous intent. "Silver Dragon, you've crossed the line. Only the strong can be so arrogant." The stone continuously oozed sinister blood. The next moment, the blood transformed into a monster with a hideous head. Seeing this scene, Ulakai's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe. This thing should have been destroyed long ago. The Origin Stone was a safety device created jointly by all the gods to prevent the world from falling into crisis and being destroyed. But because it was too powerful, it might instead cause the world's destruction. So it was ultimately destroyed by the gods themselves. Yet why had it appeared in that guy's hands now? The monster slowly opened its massive mouth, releasing uttering a soul-shaking roar. Then it opened its bloody maw and lunged at Cortel. In an instant, it broke through her steel-like body. Taking this hit, Cortel weakly covered her wound as that strange power continuously eroded her body. Seeing this, Ulukai anxiously jumped out as shadow energy rapidly spread. Just as Andre was about to continue attacking, a bright light appeared behind him. The next moment, a shadow breath flashed past his body. Ulukai warned Andre to stay away from Cortel. At the same time, Jean also emerged from the side. Andre immediately guessed Ulukai's identity. There were only 2 black dragons left in this world. He said, "You must be Jean Runkide, who recently left the family. I didn't expect this unexpected harvest. Well then, for fairness, I should also wake up my old friend." The monster whispered some strange incantations in Barita's ear. Then Barita suddenly opened his eyes, his body erupting with intense black light. In an instant, all his injuries were completely healed. He scratched his head in annoyance. He said, "I should have used full strength from the beginning. I thought I was really dead. Long time no see, Ulukai." With that, the 2 dragons engaged in combat. Ulukai cursed, "You damn corpse." Barita replied, "I didn't expect your strength to weaken, but your mouth is still as sharp as ever. Let me send you back to continue sleeping." Then he gathered storm breath in his mouth. Ulukai wasn't to be outdone, using shadow energy release. The shadow energy transformed into shadow power and spread out, then emerged behind Barita. He accumulated power in his fist and threw a heavy punch at Barita. However, this punch was easily blocked by Barita. Barita said, "Not bad, Ulukai. It wouldn't be fun if I won too easily." With that, both dragons gathered breath in their mouths again. On the other side of the battlefield, without Ulukai's obstruction, Andre prepared to attack Cortel again. He said, "Although I only intended to trick you at first, now that you've seen this guy, I can only kill you." Just then, Jean flashed behind Andre, condensing a ball of dark light in his hand. It was Asami's magic flash cannon. The next moment, blinding light exploded before Andre's eyes, immediately blinding him and making him scream loudly. This immediately caught Barita's attention. Jean seized the moment of Andre's blindness, raised his sword, and charged forward. Just then, Barita's wings flapped as he spun around rapidly. Ulukai urgently shouted a warning to Jean, but it was too late. That tail struck Jean like a giant whip, immediately sending him flying dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Jean managed to block with Bradamante at the last moment, avoiding excessive injury. However, before Jean could catch his breath, Andre's counterattack came swiftly. At this critical moment, Jean grabbed the pendant from his chest and smashed it hard against the ground. The pendant shattered instantly, glowing with a faint light. The next moment, it transformed into an incredibly thick beam of light shooting skyward, blocking all of Andre's attacks. When the dust settled, a familiar 18-meter greatsword came into view. A figure appeared ahead. It was Jean's most beloved elder sister, the leading figure of the Runkade family's younger generation, 9-star war god Luna Runkide. She said, "Who dares to harm my dear little brother?" Andre was startled to see Luna's sudden appearance. He hadn't expected her to show up here. After seeing her opponent clearly, Luna smiled. "So it's the Jippelweiss family head and his wind dragon. Not bad, little brother. Only opponents of this level are worth summoning your sister for. It looks like you've been through a tough battle. Are you hurt?" Jean said. "I was about to collapse. Thank you for coming to save me, sister." Hearing this, Luna's eyes sharpened, as she gripped her greatsword tightly. The next moment, a terrifying and overwhelming presence descended upon the battlefield. She said, "Andre Gippel, do you plan to keep playing dumb? I hope you can explain why you're trying to harm my brother." Luna's domineering questioning made the very air heavy. Jean felt Luna's full power aura for the first time, and admiration surged within him. He had thought even Luna might not have complete confidence of victory, but now he was certain this battle was over. Ulukai helped Cortel to Jean's side, signaling they should retreat, as they would only be a burden in the upcoming battle. He said, "You really have a good sister." Andre now calmed down and said, "The Runkade family has violated the alliance treaty signed with the Gippel family. Because Jean Runkade used magic, the Gippel family will definitely pursue this matter." Luna smiled contemptuously. "So what? You don't need to worry about that. Your family won't know about this, because you're going to die here." Hearing this, Andre trembled with rage, cursing Luna. The next moment, the monster in his hand opened its mouth and launched a surprise attack. To this, Luna simply swung her sword lightly, instantly cutting the monster into a pile of fragments. Seeing this scene, Andre's pupils contracted in disbelief. Luna charged forward with her sword. "The Gippel family only knows how to run their mouths. You're no different, Vice family head." Just then, Barita suddenly darted in front of Andre, using his massive body to block the strike for Andre. Luna turned her head and asked Barita, "Are you sure you want to stay in dragon form? This way I have quite a few places to cut." Hearing this, Barita snorted coldly, but obediently transformed into human form. Then he spread his palm, using wind power to condense a spear. The origin stone on Andre's hand writhed, as sinister power immediately coiled around the spear. Luna calmly watched the two's performance. That power resembled magic but was also similar to Demon Clan aura. The Jippelweiss family head and wind dragon fighting together, yet still needing to rely on such inferior tools. How ridiculous. She said, "Don't tell me you naively think you can survive with that thing." As soon as she finished speaking, the wind dragon thrust forward with his spear. Luna dodged and swung her sword, striking heavily against Barita's spear. Then the two clashed frantically in the blink of an eye. After another exchange, Barita gradually fell behind. Luna instantly closed in and kicked Barita heavily in the body. The powerful force made him stagger backward uncontrollably. Luna spoke indifferently. "Since you've run out of tricks, I'll end this battle now." With that, she raised her sword high as magnificent righteousness erupted in dazzling light. The next moment, overwhelming righteousness shot straight into the clouds. Luna shouted lowly, "Runcade third secret technique. Meteor rain!" The heavens were torn open with a massive hole illuminating with endless radiance. Barita and Andre's eyes were filled with terror. The strength Luna displayed made them feel utterly desperate. That dazzling beauty was so powerful it induced despair. His worldview completely collapsed at this moment. This was neither the contract god's authority nor the power of ancient artifacts. Yet she could rival gods with a mortal body. Was this really something humans could achieve? Just as he was stunned, Barita rushed to Andre's front to block the meteors and loudly reminded Andre not to be dazed. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance of victory. Using the Origin Stone could turn the tide. Even if he died protecting Andre, the Origin Stone could resurrect him again. Hearing this, Andre regained his fighting spirit, gripping the Origin Stone tightly. With it, he could become a god. As the final meteor fell, space returned to calm. When the dust settled, only the Wind Dragon's remains lay before Luna. But Luna frowned slightly at this sight, unsatisfied. Compared to her father's swordsmanship, she was still far behind. However, this battle should teach Jean quite a bit and stimulate his fighting spirit. If she could never reach her father's level of swordsmanship, then Jean would be the Runcade family's only hope. But just then, Luna's expression froze. A monster emanating terrifying aura appeared beside her. Luna said, "You're making me lose face in front of my little brother. You're endless, really annoying." The monster gritted its teeth and took a deep breath, then roared furiously toward the sky. Ulakai also confirmed that the Gipple family was using contractors to create Origin Stones. It was originally a weapon created by gods to check each other. Although this one appeared crudely made, it was still extremely dangerous. Ulakai grabbed Jean and immediately transformed into dragon form to take Jean away. But Jean felt they should fight alongside Luna, not let her face such a dangerous opponent alone. However, Ulakai told Jean that Luna alone was sufficient to handle that guy. They would only be a burden here. Hearing this, Jean clenched his teeth as unwillingness surged in his heart. He had not only made a contract with Soldre, but also met Ulakai after rebirth. From the beginning, he had possessed luck and abilities others could hardly achieve. But now he was so incompetent, unable even to resist enemies, only able to hide behind others. How was this different from his previous life? Jean clenched his fists tightly and swore to himself he would definitely become stronger, never wanting to feel this helpless again. Ulakai took in Jean's emotional fluctuations. Though he knew Jean had courage, he hadn't expected him to maintain fighting spirit even facing such opponents, which pleased him greatly. He said, "Work hard. With your talent and indomitable fighting spirit, you can definitely reach the pinnacle of this world. Until then, I, Ulakai, will give everything to protect you, the 1,000-year contractor." In the center of the battlefield, Luna looked at Andre, who would become a monster. "You don't think becoming like this will let you defeat me, do you?" As soon as Luna finished speaking, Andre's hand reached forward. The next second, an incomparably terrifying energy instantly tore through the air. Andre roared arrogantly, "I now have 12 gods contained within me. You have nothing but a sword that doesn't match your height. Submit to me, Luna Runcade. Even if your father were here now, he wouldn't be my match." Hearing this, Luna said confidently, "For a swordsman, having one sword is enough." Luna's hand touched her greatsword, her words full of pride. "If you had fought me with magic practiced for half a lifetime, you might have seen half my true strength. But out of sympathy, I'll still show you what swordsmanship honed for becoming stronger looks like. After all, your inferior thing cannot possibly stand against it." Finishing, Luna's greatsword rose with red righteousness like blazing flames. Seeing this, Andre felt surprised but didn't take it seriously, though this was his first time seeing such righteousness. So what? He had now reached the realm of gods. Then he gathered terrible power in his hands. He said, "Come on, Luna Runcade. I'll show you what complete helplessness means." At the same time, the red righteousness on Luna's greatsword became increasingly violent. Her eyes turned cold as she slowly spoke, "Heart Sword, Crimson Moon God Slayer." The next moment, overwhelming blood-colored righteousness instantly transformed into towering sword energy, ready to destroy everything before it. With crushing momentum, she struck down with one sword, instantly cutting Andre in half. With a crack, the Origin Stone on his chest shattered. A massive explosion shot skyward. The next second, dark energy transformed into a soul-stealing storm, like a miniature black hole, ready to devour everything around it. All existence in the space was inevitably drawn into it. Luna thrust her greatsword into the ground to resist, but the powerful gravitational force made it difficult to control her form, and she was about to be pulled into the black hole. At this critical moment, Ulakai appeared above her. Jean reached out to Luna, telling her to grab onto him. Jean's sudden appearance made Luna slightly stunned. She hadn't expected to be rescued by this little brother in the end. On the other side, Reyes was reporting to the man before him about what happened on the uninhabited island. The entire island had disappeared completely, and a strange vortex had sucked everything around it in, with residual magical power from wind dragons, silver dragons, and humans. According to investigation, that was Andre from the Gipple family. At this point, Reyes produced a scale from Barita, speculating that the wind dragon was probably dead. Hearing this, the man connected this to the thing created by Gipple. so he asked whether Andre was dead or alive. To this, Reyes said it was still unclear. Hearing this, the man slammed his fist on the table, his brow furrowed as he scolded Reyes. Recent intelligence had made him very dissatisfied, including the failure to investigate the identities of Cortel's guests. The man was none other than Baymonte Empire Emperor Amir. Reyes expressed his shame over this. Amir sternly told Reyes not to leak information for now, and to investigate everything quickly. After all, his patience was limited too. At the same time, Bishuke learned about the uninhabited island incident and informed Bubal about it. Bubal angrily said, so he was the one who created the Origin Stone. I clearly warned him not to use it carelessly before completion. Breadcrumbs flew everywhere from his mouth onto Bishuke's face, making Bishuke furious and wanting to kill him. But with the Gipple family having messed things up now, he could only continue to endure. However, Bubal was still completely unaware as he spat while speaking, thinking that Bishuke was also angry about this matter. After all, he had been sensing a murderous aura from him since earlier. Bishuke suppressed the anger in his heart and told him not to deal with the Gipple family for now. They needed to reconsider their alliance with the Gipple family. In another room, the man looked at the crystal ball before him and sighed. He said, Andre is dead. Upon hearing this, the red dragon behind him paused in his actions. He remembered that Andre had gone out with Barita and had also taken the Origin Stone with them. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. This meant either the silver dragon's power exceeded expectations, or someone had interfered. Last time, Genjiro said it was the Shadow Dragon that destroyed the Graveyard Giant. If that person was Misha, she indeed had that capability, because she was Ulukai's sister, and Cortel was exactly Ulukai's ex-girlfriend. So it wouldn't be strange for Misha to help her. The Red Dragon said, your brother is dead. Aren't you even a little sad? The man touched his face and sighed. Of course he was sad, but he had long anticipated this day would come. Not long ago, when he took it upon himself to attend the banquet, it had already frightened him. After all, before obtaining the perfect Origin Stone, they had to be wary of the Runcade family and those few kings of the Black Sea. Although doing these things was troublesome, if he wanted to dominate the world and become the world's god, he had to do these things. The man's words revealed his ambition without a doubt, and he was none other than the head of the Gipple family, Kelia Gipple. On the other side, after Jean and his group defeated Andre, they returned to Tika, and Gilly, who knew nothing about what had happened, thought Jean had made some mistake that would get him expelled from the family when she saw Luna. Luna chuckled and said she had misunderstood, but this also showed that Gilly was very worried about Jean. Just then, Carl came to the room and was surprised to see two strangers. Jean immediately introduced them, saying, this is my eldest sister Luna Runcade. This is Ennie's guardian dragon, Lord Cortel. Upon hearing this, Carl's heart trembled. He immediately bowed 90 degrees respectfully to both of them and introduced himself. Just as Carl was chatting with Jean, Cortel directly interrupted them and asked where Ennie was. Carl told them that Ratley had returned 3 hours ago and was now staying with Ennie, but Ratley completely didn't remember what had happened during his disappearance, having no memory of being kidnapped. At this point, Ulukai spoke up and revealed the reason. This was the Gipple family destroying all evidence related to the Origin Stone, including Ratley's memory. After all, that was a tool for devouring God's contractors, and they had only one purpose for creating Origin Stones. That was to become gods, to trample all the forces they opposed underfoot, to become the sole god dominating this world. As they spoke, Gilly woke up again, but when she saw Luna, she fainted once more. Moments later, Luna learned about what Jean had done in these 2 months. Not only had he destroyed the infamous Gang Taixing, but he had also established Tika as his base. The Gipple Vice family head and the Wind Dragon had also died because of him. Such amazing achievements in such a short time, but he had used magic and authority power, so the family couldn't know about it, or his life would be in danger. Luna sighed that Jean was really reckless enough. Gilly also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. She hadn't expected that Luna already knew Jean's secret. Luna said she wouldn't interfere with this, but their father might soon know that she was also involved. Upon hearing this, Gilly was immediately frightened. Wouldn't this make things terrible? But at this moment, Jean told them he had a way to deal with it, and his method was to go see their father together with sister Luna tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, Luna and the others stood up in disbelief. Jean explained, I want to warn father that the Gipple family is implementing some kind of plan against the Runcade family. But Luna disagreed with Jean's approach, saying, if it's about the Origin Stone, I can tell father myself. After all, a provisional vanguard returning to the family on his own means abandoning his career. But Jean was still shocking, saying, anyway, father will know it was me who did it sooner or later, so let me make a deal with him. Upon hearing this, Luna's eyes turned cold as she said, I've never had the thought of making deals with father since I was little. You'll die at father's hands sooner or later doing this. However, Jean just laughed and said, I know, but I believe sister will definitely stop father when the time comes. Hearing these words, Luna came in front of Jean, frowning tightly and staring straight at him. Jean also looked back at her without backing down. After a moment, Luna coldly reproached him, her words full of helplessness. You make even blood relatives feel so helpless. Gilly must have a hard time being by your side. After saying this, she agreed, saying, we'll use the teleportation gate to return to the family early tomorrow morning. What's meant to come will come anyway. Better to die early and be reborn early. So sister will be your shield this once. Since you dare to do this, you must have some confidence. Jean smiled slightly and responded, responded, "Of course, sister." As soon as Jean and Luna returned to the family, they were immediately surrounded by the Vanguard Knights. Second sister Lencia's eyes were cold and murderous as she questioned eldest sister Luna why she didn't stop Jean's behavior. Luna felt helpless inside and slowly said to Jean, "Brother, you really should treat me better." Upon hearing this, Jean could only laugh awkwardly. Right now, all the pressure was on sister Luna. Vigo questioned Jean saying, "Did you go crazy after leaving the family, becoming so bold and reckless? As a provisional vanguard, you dared to return to the Sword Garden without permission." Lan and Miu on the side blamed eldest sister for spoiling Jean, reproaching Luna for doing wrong this time. Seeing this situation, Luna understood that these brothers and sisters had all come prepared. It seemed father already knew about this matter, but the most important thing now was still father's thoughts. Luna impatiently asked Lencia where father was. Lencia turned her head and asked Jean if he had come to see father. After getting Jean's affirmative answer, she sighed helplessly. Then she stepped aside and told Jean that father was in the study. Just as Jean and Luna were about to go in, Lencia suddenly drew the sword from her waist. She stared at Luna with a stern expression and said, "The family head has ordered that only the provisional vanguard should go alone." Upon hearing this, Luna gritted her teeth. Her face was grim as she emanated cold killing intent, saying, "What if I don't want to?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the vanguards instantly prepared for battle, surrounding Luna. The atmosphere of the entire space became tense. As long as Luna made the slightest move, they would attack her without hesitation. Just then, Jean's words broke the deadlock. He told Luna not to worry, that he was just going to talk to father as a son. Upon hearing this, several people were stunned, thinking Jean had gone crazy and didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. However, it was the brothers and sisters who didn't understand father. Although a provisional vanguard returning to the family violated regulations, they didn't know that father actually didn't care much about these rules. Jean adjusted his mindset and took a deep breath. Then he knocked on the door. The next second, a violent sword energy instantly shattered the door to pieces. This scene immediately stunned Jean. He had heard that father's sword energy could be powerful enough to directly kill opponents. Father was even using a sword condensed from righteousness, just to show him the peak strength of swordsmanship. Then father's cold voice rang out, "I clearly said I'd give you 5 years. Why did you come back early?" Jean chuckled and said, "Does a son need a reason to see his father? I came back because I missed you, father." Upon hearing this, father fell silent. It seemed no child had ever spoken to him like this before. This feeling was quite nice, but father still maintained a cold appearance on the surface, saying, "You've just gone out once and become sentimental." But Jean said he'd always been that sentimental. However, as soon as these words were spoken, father closed his eyes. The next moment, he erupted with terrifying killing intent as substantial as reality. This immediately made Jean nervous, thinking he had said something wrong. But soon father restrained his aura and told Jean not to waste words, directly stating the purpose of his return. Then Jean informed father about Andre's death. Although it was sister Luna who killed him, the incident was caused by him. He said, "There are several other matters. If you allow it, I'd like to report to you what happened during this time." Upon hearing this, father told Jean to sit down and let him tell him everything he had experienced recently. Jean recounted everything he had experienced from Yakin to Bimonte, and he speculated that Andre wasn't actually the second in command of Gipple, because although sister Luna was very strong, but as the Gipple family was an existence that could threaten the Runcade family, their vice family head shouldn't have been crushed so easily. Father's answer also verified Jean's thoughts. He told Jean that there was actually someone else under Kelia. It's just that Jean didn't have the qualifications to know these things yet. Then Jean mentioned that Andre had used the Origin Stone. According to his understanding, that was an imitation of the Origin Stone created by the gods long ago. Upon hearing this, father stroked his chin, carefully considering Jean's words, and asked if Ulakai had told him. Jean was startled upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that father already knew about Ulakai. Father showed a meaningful smile and said, "I not only know this, but I also know that you can use magic power. You don't think you could really fool me, do you?" Upon hearing this, Jean could only admit it. However, the next second father burst into laughter. He had just mentioned Ulakai to test Jean, and he hadn't expected Jean to confess without being pressed. The great black dragon had actually fallen to become a house cat. It would make people laugh their teeth out if word got out. Jean sweated profusely and could only cough twice to hide his embarrassment. Then father's expression became serious, saying that Jean had caught a big fish this time. Although he didn't know how much power the Origin Stone that Gipple had imitated possessed, it was definitely a dangerous force. It seemed he had to make another trip to the Black Sea to discuss this matter with those few. Father told Jean that he could pardon his crime of violating family rules this time, and could also fulfill one request for him. Jean said he hoped that people from the Runcade family wouldn't enter Tika in the near future. Father immediately guessed that Jean had established Tika as his base. He agreed, on the condition that Jean had to pass a test. That was to make Carl, the ghost sword behind Tika, become his person. That was an arrogant fellow who wouldn't even become a Runcade teacher. He wanted to see if Jean could handle Carl. Soon Jean brought Carl before father. Facing the pressure of the current strongest person, Carl felt tremendous pressure. He respectfully bowed to father. Just then, Jean seriously told father that he and Carl were a community of shared destiny. Now that he had proven their relationship, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Then father announced that Jean had passed the test. From today on, without his permission, no one from Runcade was allowed to step into Tika. Then father told Jean to go out and call Luna in, as he had something to discuss with Carl alone. Hearing this, Carl was extremely nervous. He looked up to see father's sinister expression. On the way out, Jean met the Haitona brothers. They asked with concern whether father had done anything to Jean, but Jean didn't answer, instead asking them to promise him one request. to help him look after the trainees of his faction until he returned. Then he waved his hand and left gracefully. Seeing Jean still so composed after meeting father, the two brothers couldn't help but sigh that Jean was still the same, as terrifying as ever. Moments later, Jean came to the main gate and told Luna that father wanted to ask her about what happened that day. Annie on the side was dissatisfied with Jean's concealment, but Jean said this matter was quite important, so he couldn't tell them, which made her veins bulge with anger, but she was helpless. Soon Carl also came out, but obviously after seeing father, he had become much more haggard. Lentia also put away her weapon at this time. Since the family had finished their business, they no longer needed to take action. Jean walked up to Luna and expressed his gratitude. "I've been causing you trouble all along. You've really worked hard." Upon hearing this, Luna also knew that Jean was about to leave the family again, telling him to take good care of his health. Before leaving, Jean turned back to bid farewell to everyone. "See you next time, brothers and sisters." From then on, Jean practiced his sword 10,000 times every day without eating or drinking. Even when blood stained his hands, he wouldn't stop, only because the desire to become stronger in his heart was incredibly intense. Even though Jean was already the most monstrous genius among his peers, he was still worthless in front of peak powerhouses, and his current strength was insufficient to support his ambitions. For this, he needed to become even stronger. Just then, Carl spoke up to stop Jean's training. Because even though he had the blessed physique of the Runcade family, his body couldn't handle such high-intensity training every day. Although he was invincible among his peers, being too eager would only backfire. Annie on the side lovingly took Jean's hand to heal it. Hearing Carl's words, Jean lowered his head in shame. Although he understood this principle, he just couldn't control himself. Upon hearing this, Carl suggested something that could calm Jean down, sparring with someone stronger than him. Although Carl's appearance didn't look very reliable, he was someone who possessed the Ghost Sword title after all. After speaking, Carl suddenly drew the sword from his waist, and cold righteousness instantly wrapped around the sword and slashed out. In an instant, several cracks were torn in the ground. Seeing this, Jean also understood Carl's strength. Carl told Jean that when he could take this move, then he could spar with him. For now, he had to get through the strongest guard member of Tika first. Lisa came to the training ground holding Julia. Carl told Jean to defeat his wife within 6 months, and he could use any means at his disposal. Jean was slightly puzzled by Carl's arrangement, because apart from physical fitness, Lisa didn't seem particularly strong in any area. Then Lisa arranged with Jean to spar after she got off work. Jean asked if this would take up too much of her time. However, Carl showed a meaningful smile. Lisa also told Jean not to worry, because the sparring time wouldn't be too long recently. Soon it was time for the agreed sparring session. Lisa stretched her muscles while telling Jean that she used to be a member of Bimonte's special task force. She never knew what it meant to hold back, so if he lost, he shouldn't be too discouraged. Upon hearing this, Jean immediately prepared for battle. Carl setting the deadline at 6 months must have had a reason, so he absolutely couldn't be careless. The next moment, Lisa rushed to Jean's front in just an instant. Then she threw out a fierce punch. Fortunately, Jean reacted in time and blocked it with his sword body, while releasing the mutal helmet. Lisa was surprised that Jean could block her assault. Jean drew the Bradamante from his hand. At the same time, a bright light appeared before Lisa's eyes. The dazzling light made it impossible for her to open her eyes. Taking advantage of this gap, Jean quickly assumed a battle stance and thrust his sword toward Lisa. Unexpectedly, this thrust was dodged by Lisa crouching down. At the same time, Lisa's counterattack was about to come. Her veins bulged as power surged. Seeing the scene, Jean felt something was wrong and weakly asked, "Will you guys call a doctor for me?" Upon hearing this, Lisa's eyes showed a fierce light as she smiled evilly. She said, "Of course, don't worry." Meanwhile, the Gipple family officially announced the death of Vice family head Andre, but did not publicly reveal the cause of his death. Some speculated he died in internal family struggles, others said he had angered the Emperor of Bimonte. Various rumors emerged, but the most credible theory was that he died in a duel with members of the Runcade clan. People all felt there would inevitably be a battle between the two families, but the scales that would determine victory would depend on which side the neutral forces supported. On the other side, after Lisa and Jean finished their sparring, Lisa was surprised by Jean's performance. She hadn't expected that on just the first day, she would need to use her second move, although she didn't use full strength in her first attack. This was also due to Jean's meticulous calculation of the terrain, which she only discovered after the battle ended. Lisa asked what that beam of light was earlier. Jean said, "That was ancient magic called flash cannon. Unfortunately, it still didn't work on you. Playing clever tricks really is useless." But Lisa disagreed. Clever tricks that could make opponents suffer were called strategy. She also admired Jean's combat talent in her heart. He created opportunities and variables through comprehensive calculation and prediction, which was why he had always been able to defeat opponents stronger than himself. This was what Lisa had learned from sparring with Jean. She could imagine how panicked his opponents would be when facing him in actual combat. Jean also felt a bit defeated at this time. This was the first time he had used all his skills and still lost so thoroughly. Truly worthy of being a former Bimonte Special Task Force member. But soon he regained his confidence and ignited his fighting spirit, because only by defeating the strong could he become stronger. Carl behind the door witnessed all of this and recorded it in detail. A month later, in the Black Sea region of the eastern continent, Khan passed through the dangerous beast swarms and delivered the letter Carl had sent to father. When father opened the letter, what met his eyes was Carl's rainbow flattery. The long and stinky opening made him want to beat Carl up. Khan said he would have Carl pay attention to being more concise next time. Then father also saw news about Jean. It turned out he was being beaten by Carl's wife on the island every day. In the first sparring session, he failed within 3 moves. In the second session, he failed within 5 moves. In the 7th session, he failed within 10 moves, and in the 30th session, he lasted 40 moves. Regarding the news of Jean's crushing defeats, Khan worried whether Father would feel disappointed. But Father's words made Khan's pupils contract. Because Carl's wife was a member of Bamonte's Special Task Force Group 2, so she wasn't an opponent Jean could handle by luck. Not only that, in the 40th sparring session, they went 120 moves. He had broken through his own limits. If he were the eldest, I could leave the family with peace of mind, but unfortunately he's the youngest. Upon hearing this, Khan's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had heard the family head mention matters concerning succession. He had always been observing these children but had never specified a suitable candidate. Even Joshua only became the first heir because Luna withdrew, not because the family head personally designated him. At this time, Khan also voiced his own thoughts. He believed that although Jean's growth was amazing, it was still impossible to determine that he was the most suitable heir, because he was too soft-hearted, not ruthless enough. As an heir, he needed to be able to strike at relatives when necessary. After thinking for a moment, Father said, "You're right. In this regard, he's different from Joshua, but this is the true style of the Runcade family." In the training ground at Tika, Jean had just finished his 93rd sparring session with Lisa, although he still couldn't defeat Lisa. He had also earned Lisa's admiration. She hadn't expected that Jean could already make her unable to relax her guard even slightly. Lisa told Jean to go up and eat some popsicles to rest, but Jean said he had other things to do. Then he picked up his long sword again and released shadow energy, beginning the repetitive, monotonous training once more. Seeing this, Lisa truly admired Jean from the bottom of her heart. She felt that Jean's growth rate was abnormally fast. She figured it was because both his righteousness and magic were improving simultaneously. The reason he could do this was because of that power connecting righteousness and magic, the shadow energy said to be obtained after signing a contract with a god. But it was also because of his indomitable spirit that he could bring that power to its fullest potential. Such a hardworking genius would reach the pinnacle sooner or later. At this rate, it wouldn't even take 6 months. Perhaps she would be defeated tomorrow. The next day, Jean and Lisa began their battle again, facing Jean's swift offensive. Lisa dodged them all with agile movements, turning and moving. Soon she got close to Jean's front. Jean covered his long sword with shadow energy and slashed down sideways. Seeing this, Lisa charged forward with powerful righteousness. However, this was a feint used by Jean. He took advantage of the moment when Lisa was attracted by the shadow energy to get behind her. Seeing this situation, Lisa felt something was wrong. Jean's long sword danced and immediately cut a wound on Lisa's shoulder. The sudden pain made her unable to help but kneel on the ground. Jean sheathed his sword and nervously asked if Lisa was okay. Lisa said it was nothing serious, just that she hadn't been injured like this in a long time. Then Eni came to treat Lisa. Jean reflected on that moment. Logically, Lisa could have avoided that strike. He had won very luckily this time. Lisa was also recalling that moment. When her vision was blocked by the shadow energy, she thought Jean would still use the same move next, so she hadn't prepared for other moves. She'd been too careless. This made Lisa somewhat annoyed. Her level had regressed quite a bit since retiring. Then she said, "I didn't expect that before the 6-month deadline I would lose," but Jean didn't accept the result of this victory. Upon hearing this, Lisa sighed lightly. She knew Jean would say this. She apologized to Jean for her inappropriate behavior caused by her carelessness. However, even if she had been careless 3 months ago, Jean wouldn't have been able to win. That is to say, Jean had improved. His positive and progressive fighting spirit and talent had made his strength improve rapidly. His righteousness and magic were also about to reach 6 stars. By then, she would lose very thoroughly. Time quickly came to winter. Jean and Ulakai went shopping and bought many popsicles. Jean was puzzled by Ulakai's behavior of buying popsicles in winter. Ulakai said, "Cold things are supposed to be eaten in winter to have flavor. And besides, Strawberry Pie wants to eat them." At this time, laughter reached Jean's ears. It was Carl and Julia. Carl said he had intelligence about Bishukai to tell Jean. According to his investigation, Bishukai was very likely part of the Ginjaro group. He went to a strange workshop every week. The workshop owner was called Bubal, who was a cadre of Ginjaro. The two had a close relationship. Bishukai bought bread to take there every time, so Bubal's position should be higher. As for Aru's intelligence, the elites of Seven Color Bird were still working hard to collect it, but they hadn't found out about his experiences before becoming the boss of Taixing, as if someone had deliberately erased traces related to him. After listening, Jean thanked Carl, saying he had been troubling him all along. Carl shook his head and told Jean it was nothing, but if he really wanted to thank him, he could help him play with Julia. Ulakai was already being tortured to the point of going crazy by Julia at this time. Jean also agreed, but said not today because it was almost time for sparring. Upon hearing this, Carl was also interested and wanted to see Jean's current strength. Jean told him to wait and see, because he had recently gained some insight. When Lisa saw Carl, she was surprised and wondered why he had come here. After hearing Lisa's words, Carl didn't quite understand either. Couldn't he come over to watch? But Lisa's answer left Carl stunned. She said, "It's not that you can't, it's just that I don't want you to see me lose in such a wretched way, because today should be the last sparring session with Jean." Then she turned to Jean and said, "I hope that in your memory, I will always be a good opponent." Upon hearing this, Jean responded seriously, "How could you be just a good opponent? You're my good teacher and also a good friend." Hearing Lisa's words, Carl found it hard to believe. It had only been 3 months, and Jean could already defeat Lisa. Then Lisa assumed a battle stance, preparing to face this final duel. At the same time, Jean closed his eyes tightly, completely focused. The next moment, a magic circle composed of blue flames appeared above his head. A scorching aura ignited the entire space. Under Carl's shocked gaze, he slowly spoke, "Summon the Phoenix." phoenix. Once a mage reached 6 stars, they could open the dimensional gate to the fire realm. But the choice was in the phoenix's hands, so mages all hoped to be chosen by a special phoenix. Among the phoenixes, there was a noble existence that used blue flames, called the Phoenix King, named Tess. So far, all mages who had summoned Tess had, without exception, become the strongest mage. Now Jean had become the chosen one of this era. Seeing this, Lisa held her breath and prepared for battle. Then she launched herself forward and began this duel. Tess flapped its wings once. Blue flames immediately swept toward Lisa. Lisa hurriedly avoided the scorching flames. That was 5-star or higher fire magic, and there was a strange power within the flames. Just touching it slightly would make the body feel heavy. This heavy pressure would make her stamina deplete rapidly. Therefore, she had to fight quickly. Just then, Jean flashed to Lisa's side under the cover of the flames. His long sword swept out fiercely. Although Lisa dodged this strike, her shoulder was still cut by this sweeping righteousness. Then Jean leaped up and threw out a sharp edge. That was a slash composed of wind magic. Jean analyzed Lisa's moves in his mind. Although her attacks were varied, they all had one thing in common. That was dominance. No matter when, she always wanted to occupy the dominant position. So now that she was being suppressed, she must be anxious to regain dominance. So Jean decided to make good use of this point. Then he launched a continuous and fierce offensive against Lisa. For a moment, she could only defend with difficulty. At the same time, Jean gathered magic power in his hand again. In an instant, flames erupted. However, before Lisa could catch her breath, blue flames from Tess emerged behind her, flanking her. While in front, Jean was pursuing victory with absolute suppression. This put Lisa in a dilemma. If she avoided, the right to attack would always be in Jean's hands. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind to take Jean's offensive head-on. Righteousness surged out, covering her whole body. She shouted, "Is this the power of a magic swordsman, Master Jean?" Then she grabbed Jean's long sword. But Tess's blue flames also engulfed her. When the smoke cleared, Lisa had withstood Jean's combined attack. Righteousness surged on her fist, and she was about to punch out. She said, "I finally caught you." However, in front of her was only a long sword, with no one there. Seeing this, Lisa was full of confusion. She had clearly felt the sword was so heavy. When she saw the flames wrapped around the sword hilt, she understood everything. It was the heavy pressure applied by Tess's blue flames. Lisa turned around and smiled helplessly. "Young master, you've gone behind me again." Jean's wind magic surged as he transformed his palm into a sword, and delivered a fierce slash to Lisa's body, immediately making her spit blood and fall to the ground. After more than 3 months, Jean had finally successfully defeated Lisa. Lisa curiously asked Jean when he had started formulating his strategy. Jean scratched his head and said, "Would it sound too arrogant if I said this? But I indeed started from the very first sparring session." Upon hearing this, Lisa smiled. "No, it's very reasonable as long as it's you saying it." Then Jean once again expressed his gratitude to Lisa, thanking her for the sparring during this time that had made him rapidly stronger. Just then, Ulakai and Cortel hurriedly found Jean, urgently telling Jean to immediately summon Tess. When Tess appeared before them, Cortel immediately knelt down in terror and paid her respects. Even Ulakai, who usually feared nothing, greeted Tess. However, his awkward attitude annoyed Tess, who immediately jumped up and started pecking at his head. Tess told Ulakai to convey his words to Jean, but continued to peck fiercely at Ulakai's head without stopping. Ulakai could only shout for Jean to send Tess back. After Tess left, Ulakai rubbed his head and sighed as he told Jean, "You must be curious why I begged that blue-feathered bird for mercy. That wasn't Tess's original form just now. Only by going to the flame realm can you see its true form. And that's a domain even gods cannot govern. So even Shunu, the fire god, cannot control the flames of the flame realm. I went to the flame realm with Cortel and several other dragons and gods. Some gods angered Tess there, and then they witnessed Tess's true power. The furious Tess burned them to ashes on the spot. This left a terrifying shadow in our hearts." Upon hearing this, Jean pondered that he would need to reach a very high realm to fully unleash Tess's power. But Ulakai told him this was impossible. No matter how strong Jean became, he couldn't mobilize all of Tess's power, because no one could fully exercise their authority in another world. This was a form of punishment. Therefore, gods who went to foreign worlds were directly burned to death by Tess. Similarly, Tess couldn't exert full power in this world either. But even so, it could easily burn everyone to ashes. Ulakai emotionally scolded Jean for summoning such a dangerous phoenix, saying they were all scared to death, afraid that Tess might burn Jean to ashes if it became unhappy. After Ulakai came to his senses, he sighed with relief and said belatedly, "But if it would do that, it wouldn't have chosen you in the first place." Then Ulakai said, "Tess asked me to tell you that he's very satisfied with you. Congratulations." After hearing this, Jean realized he had contracted an incredible being. Fire god Shunu controlled all flames in the world. For his contractor Kelia and guardian dragon Kaiten, any fire attacks were ineffective. But now with Tess, this could become a crucial trump card. Meanwhile, at the Black Sea, Father had also received Jean's message, but he wasn't interested in Jean's contract with Tess. He only cared about his swordsmanship situation, and the description of Jean's swordsmanship was only a brief 2 sentences. This made Father feel somewhat dissatisfied, especially since Jean was a member of the renowned swordsman family, the Runcade. At this time, Khan reported another piece of intelligence to Father. That was about the Halen family, also a swordsman household. Their genius heir was heading to Kos Arena to carry out a mission. Kos Arena was a martial arts tournament held by a pirate. 10 years ago, Mary had won 2nd place there, so Father decided to send Jean there to participate in the tournament. In front of so many people, he couldn't use shadow energy or magic. He could only rely on swordsmanship to decide victory. After dueling with a genius who focused solely on swordsmanship, he would understand that as a Runcade, he should prove himself through swordsmanship. Jean soon received Carl's recommendation, but Jean wasn't interested in this kind of tournament organized by pirates. However, Carl mentioned that Dante from the Halon family would also participate in this tournament. The Halon family head, Ron, was also someone who stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Before Jean's father reached the Holy Knight level, they were evenly matched. Dante Halon was Ron's most beloved grandson and was hailed as a genius swordsman. After hearing Carl's words, Jean pondered, but still felt there was no need to go. This immediately made Carl break out in cold sweat. He hurriedly pleaded with Jean earnestly. Seeing this, Jean had no choice but to agree, as he had guessed the reason for Carl's desperate persuasion. It was likely related to when father had asked him to stay behind for a private conversation. Having him duel with the Halon family member was also father's intention. He was telling Jean to prioritize improving his swordsmanship. Soon Jean arrived at an island in the Bella Kingdom. This was his first mission since Mammoth, but the chaos here was even more nauseating than Mammoth. Although Kos Arena was a martial arts tournament, there were no rules. Contestants could even assassinate or poison opponents before matches. For a noble family member like Halon to participate in such a competition, was their family also full of weirdos? But regardless of the reason, it had nothing to do with Jean. What he needed to do was have a match with Dante. At this time, the tournament organizer, Pirate King Cosmos, wrote something on a paper and handed it to Jean, telling him someone would take him inside. Then a thug told Jean he was assigned to Group 13. However, there was another person like him who had beaten up the captain, but unfortunately they weren't placed in the same group. If Jean performed well, he might encounter that person, though it would require tremendous luck. Soon the thug led Jean to Group 13's area. He told Jean that rooms had to be fought for by himself. Jean surveyed his surroundings. Each room housed 2 or 3 people. Clearly, there weren't enough rooms. They deliberately made contestants squeeze into cramped rooms and fight each other. This wasn't a martial arts tournament at all, but a survival game. Jean entered a room. Under the thug's bewildered gazes, he put down his sword and took off his coat with a sinister expression, saying, "I'll count to 3. Before I finish counting, all of you get out." Then he began counting down while the thugs stared in confusion. 3, 2. The next moment, a tremendous sound echoed throughout the entire Group 13 area, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Jean had dealt with several thugs in the room. Then he picked up his sword and came to the doorway, saying coldly, "What? Do you all want to share a room with me?" The next moment, all the thugs rushed toward Jean. Jean's sword danced as he charged into the crowd, harvesting lives like the Grim Reaper. Soon, all the thugs became souls under his blade. After dealing with the defiant thugs, a small leader found Jean, saying it was difficult for him since Jean had killed everyone before the competition even started. Jean closed the book in his hand and smiled calmly. Wasn't that just a warm-up before the match? Hearing this, the small leader also grew to like Jean's arrogance, telling him that the matches between Groups 1 and 2 were about to start, and his future opponents were there. He would take Jean to watch. After reaching the spectator seats, the small leader told Jean, "Fighting is prohibited here. Enjoy the matches." Jean was surprised at first sight of the venue. He hadn't expected so many people to come watch. He should have disguised himself if he'd known. At this time, nearby discussions caught Jean's attention. "I heard there's a killing god in Group 13, who's already killed half the people in that group. The most explosive news is that there's a Runcade provisional vanguard among the participants. It's said to possibly be the Haitona brothers, or Jean Runcide." Hearing this, Jean also suspected whether the Haitona brothers had come to participate, since it was about time for those two to make their name. Then fireworks rose above the square. Pirate King Cosmos appeared and began introducing the matches. The first match featured last year's Shark Pirates Mondus and a baby-faced blonde boy named Paul. As Cosmos shouted, "Begin!" Paul drew his sword from behind, and in an instant, with lightning speed, severed his opponent's head. Not only did all the spectators fail to react to this scene, even Mondus himself was still mentally stuck at the pre-match moment. Only when Mondus's body fell to the ground did everyone snap back to reality, erupting in amazement. After seeing this scene, Jean knew the boy's identity. He was Dante Halon. At this time, a familiar voice rang out behind Jean. Belladin stood up and cheered loudly for Dante. Seeing this, Jean felt incredulous, not understanding how that guy had appeared here. Was he also on a mission? But he seemed to be enjoying himself quite a bit. It was better to pretend not to know him, or it would be troublesome if discovered. But just then, Belladin glanced around, and actually spotted Jean in the crowd below. He immediately raised his hand and excitedly waved at Jean. This also caught Dante's attention, and he recognized Belladin's identity. He hadn't expected such enthusiasm from someone he'd only met once at a banquet, so he also raised his hand to respond to Belladin. However, Jean in the middle just wanted Belladin to shut up quickly. Then Cosmos raised his arms and announced the start of the next match. After watching Group 1's battle, Jean confirmed that Paul was indeed Dante from the Halon family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone so young to possess such superb swordsmanship. This made him question whether he could defeat Dante through swordsmanship alone. Using only swordsmanship, he had no confidence in winning, unless he could use magic and shadow energy. But it was too early to draw conclusions now, and he would take the stage in 3 days. Before then, Jean needed to survive several nights of assassinations. 3 days passed quickly. Jean sat exhausted on the ground. Thanks to the tournament system, he couldn't relax his guard for a moment, because falling asleep could mean death at any time. Although he had undergone sleepless training as a trainee, this was his first time staying awake for 3 days straight. At this time, footsteps gradually approached Jean's room. He immediately stood up and looked warily toward the door. for. To approach so boldly in such a quiet place, the person must be very confident in their abilities. But when he saw who it was, Jean's pupils contracted. It was Dante Halon. Dante said he wanted to talk with Jean. He asked Jean to guard him while he slept, and if possible, he would stand watch for Jean tomorrow. Because from his observations yesterday, he found that only Jean was a true warrior, just as Jean was at a loss. Dante closed his eyes and fell asleep right after speaking. This left Jean speechless. Didn't the Halon family train their members in sleeplessness? But judging from the heavy scent of blood on Dante, he was having a very difficult time here. At this time, thugs outside approached Jean's room, waiting for their chance. Just as they were about to rush into the room, Jean walked out. He casually slashed at a thug with his sword. He looked at them coldly and said, "Haven't you heard? No one who enters this room comes out alive." Hearing this, one thug immediately realized Jean was the Group 13 killing god. The thug said, "Our target isn't you. As long as you hand over the Paul who just went in." Before he could finish, a thug's crossbow aimed at Jean and launched a sneak attack. Seeing this, Jean didn't want to waste more words with them. With killing intent, righteousness surged onto his sword as he said, "I don't know who's behind you, but can you handle my sword?" Moments later, Dante woke up with a start. Seeing Jean in front of him, he sighed with relief. Jean told him the thugs earlier were One-Eyed Joe's men, planning to kidnap Runcade family members for ransom. At this time, Dante realized Jean had just protected him and quickly thanked him. He denied being a Runcade family member, though he was indeed a noble from Bamonte, but couldn't tell Jean the details. In return, he owed Jean his life. Dante swore on his honor that no matter what danger Jean faced in the future, he would risk his life to protect Jean. Jean shrugged indifferently and asked Dante to wake him before Group 13's match began. Dante readily agreed, while feeling strange emotions in his heart. Although Jean seemed cold, he would fight for him despite meeting for the first time. It seemed he had made a good friend. Meanwhile, Belladine was complaining that the fighters were too weak, making him lose interest. Just then, he noticed a name on the tournament bracket, Jean Grey. Seeing this, he immediately guessed Jean's purpose for this trip and could barely contain his excitement. So he wasn't here to watch. It looked like there would be a good show ahead. The martial arts tournament had now reached its climax. Against any opponent, Dante still only used one sword strike. Jean's matches were equally unstoppable. Everyone was certain the champion would be decided between these two. The strength they displayed made even other participants feel powerless, even considering throwing matches since they had no hope of winning anyway. But their conspiracy reached Cosmos's ears, so he decided to change the entire tournament bracket, making those who wanted to conspire become sacrifices for Jean and the others. Additionally, he adjusted the betting odds to levels that would drive spectators crazy. Then the matches continued amid the spectators' heightened emotions. Belladine asked his attendants who they favored more. The attendants unanimously chose Dante, as Dante's swordsmanship seemed more advanced. When asked if Belladine had also bet on Dante, Belladine smiled smugly, telling them he had bet 100,000 gold coins on Jean. This shocked the attendants, as Jean's odds were 3 times, meaning even if he won, Cosmos couldn't pay out 300,000 gold coins. But Belladine said not to worry, as Cosmos still had several islands. Then, amid everyone's anticipation, Cosmos appeared to announce the finals. But before he could finish speaking, he was hit in the head by a cup. The spectators impatiently told him to stop talking and start the match quickly. Seeing this, Cosmos raised his arms and introduced the finalists: swordsmanship genius Paul Mike, and his opponent, Group 13's killing god Jean Grey. As Cosmos announced the start, both men reached for their swords and became fully alert. The next moment, Dante moved first, taking the initiative. In just an instant, his sword reached Jean's face. Jean quickly raised his sword to block, and forcefully pushed him away. At this, Dante smiled knowingly. Such small tricks really don't work on you. Golden righteousness gathered at his sword tip like a storm. Seeing this, Jean wasn't to be outdone, as blue righteousness erupted. The next moment, their fierce clash stirred up dust clouds. Everyone present was shocked. However, this was just the beginning. After Jean blocked Dante's sword again, the golden righteousness in Dante's hand became even more turbulent. He immediately launched a series of swift sword strikes at Jean. After their brief exchange, Jean had confirmed one thing. The first strike was Dante's fastest speed. Now he only accelerated when necessary to conserve stamina. Understanding this, Jean began his counterattack. He would match Dante's rhythm, using his strength advantage to exhaust Dante's stamina. The two clashed frantically in the arena. Their spectacular battle amazed everyone present. It was hard to believe this was a fight between two children. Belladine, who was watching them, was also extremely tense, his hands unconsciously clenching. Dante told Jean to use whatever moves he hadn't shown yet, because he was about to speed up again. As soon as he finished speaking, Dante's figure burst forward, instantly appearing behind Jean. His sword swept upward horizontally. Just when Jean thought he had dodged this strike, the golden blade suddenly turned sharply downward and struck him at extraordinary speed. It made him cough up blood on the spot. Without giving him any respite, Dante immediately pressed his advantage, suppressing Jean with a suffocating rhythm. That forced him into passive defense. But Dante soon discovered something. Jean's highly destructive swordsmanship and his innate body capable of handling such techniques gave him exceptional stamina. It seemed he planned to use this to buy time. So that's it. He must be Jean Runcade. But if he thought he could win this way, he was mistaken. Dante accelerated again, flashing to Jean's side. The golden blade slashed down sideways. At this moment, Jean suddenly turned his head, erupting with terrifying killing intent. This made Dante pause, sensing danger. Dante quickly withdrew his sword and distanced himself. Seeing this scene, everyone was puzzled, as it it had clearly been a good opportunity. But Dante was also very confused. In that instant, he had been suppressed by something. Jean grabbed his coat. He had almost used shadow energy without restraint. It seemed he had been cut too deeply. After removing his coat, Jean looked at Dante and exhaled lightly. Now it was his turn to attack. Then he gripped his sword tightly, righteousness surging, as he brought it down on Dante's sword with tremendous force. The heavy power made Dante's legs buckle involuntarily. However, Jean's assault was like raging waves, relentless, and each sword strike carried the same power as the first, without the slightest variation. The violent force shook him until he coughed up blood repeatedly. This made Dante regretful. He should have used full power from the start. If this continued, he feared he might not be able to resist killing Jean. But just then, Jean stopped his assault. He had seen the hesitation in Dante's heart. With a dark expression, he said, "Dante Helan, who are you looking down on? Don't insult this battle. I am Jean Runcade." Hearing this, Dante understood Jean's determination, and knew that not fighting with full power would be disrespecting Jean. So Dante raised his sword to apologize to Jean, and solemnly challenged him again. Hearing this, Jean also smiled knowingly, and likewise raised his sword. When the two blades met, it announced that the duel between the Runcade and Helan heirs had officially begun. They would stake their family honors and fight with everything they had. Then Dante launched a full power attack on Jean. Jean also fought more fiercely, not falling behind even against Dante's unmatched speed, and could even counterattack with his strength advantage. He fiercely struck with an upward slash, sending Dante flying. His sword carried tremendous power as it crashed down. Dante seized the moment when Jean was releasing force to slash horizontally, but Jean dodged by bending at the limit of his speed. Then Jean swung again, knocking Dante back. But Jean was puzzled at this point. Dante should have reached his limit long ago. Why could he still persist? Dante Helan was not only gifted but was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. But he was born with a weak constitution, his frail body preventing him from fully utilizing his talents. In his previous life, Jean had also struggled desperately in hell because of that cursed fate. Therefore, he could better understand Dante's situation and empathize with his experiences. Dante had endured seemingly endless darkness alone. That skeletal body forced him to push himself frantically and mercilessly, creating the genius admired by the world today. At the same time, Dante also wondered about Jean. He was born into the Runcade family that stood at the world's peak, possessing everything others could only dream of from birth. He could easily achieve heights others couldn't reach in a lifetime, yet Dante sensed urgency from Jean. He didn't understand why Jean was so desperated, so driven. Was it anger or because he was the youngest of the 13 heirs? But regardless, one thing he was certain of, Jean had only one purpose in his heart, to become the strongest. But so what? He had the same goal. For this, he had lost count of how much effort he'd put in, how many times he'd been defeated, how many times he'd despaired, and how many times he'd stood up again. He couldn't remember anymore. Only the obsession to become stronger remained in his heart. But just then, Dante involuntarily coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Jean's pupils contracted. Dante's body was like an overloaded porcelain doll, continuously cracking inch by inch. But if Jean stopped his sword now, it would insult Dante, leaving him torn with indecision. At this time, Dante could no longer hold on. Jean gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve, apologizing to Dante. Then his sword fell toward him. At the last moment, Jean desperately interrupted his own attack. Seeing this, Dante laughed loudly and said self-mockingly, "How disappointing," then collapsed unconscious. Jean quickly turned and shouted for a doctor. Before he finished speaking, a white-haired boy came to Dante's side. Seeing who it was, Jean was shocked. Belladine raised his hand and summoned healing magic. Then magical power erupted as he treated Dante with full force, promising Jean he would definitely save Dante. But Dante's condition was not optimistic. Not only his bones, but even his internal organs were shattered, and the righteousness in his body was going berserk. Magic couldn't heal Dante's injuries. The only way to save him now was one method. Thinking this, Belladine turned and took out a pendant from his chest, telling Jean this was a secret between the three of them. Seeing Belladine's action, his attendants quickly shouted to stop him, but Belladine waved his hand to interrupt them, and sternly told them to surround him with cloaks. Hearing this, the attendants immediately raised their arms, revealing the family crest of the Gippel family. Seeing this scene, Cosmos's pupils contracted in disbelief that Gippel family members would appear here. Were they here for the Runcade family member? But if he got involved, he would surely die. Then a loud voice immediately echoed throughout the venue. "Everyone immediately close your eyes and cover your ears." Seeing Cosmos's actions, Belladine smiled with satisfaction. Jean beside him asked what he was holding. Belladine said it was Numerous's blood. Hearing this, Jean was shocked. Numerous had been the god of hope before the founding of the holy nation of Wankira, but had fallen due to some incident. When he fell, he left behind 8 tears and 100 drops of blood. The tears could bring the dead back to life, and the blood could instantly heal all wounds and diseases, a priceless treasure that drove countless people mad. Only massive powers like the Gippel family would desperately search for it. But this was ultimately just a legend. What Jean hadn't expected was that Belladine would be willing to use such a precious treasure on Dante. Jean questioned Belladine about this, but Belladine said very casually, "Jean, I believe you can understand me, because losing an opponent is as sad as losing a friend." After Dante took Numerus's blood, he immediately burst with brilliant light, and then slowly opened his eyes in confusion, not understanding why Belladine had appeared before him. Seeing this, Jean marveled at Numerus's blood's power. It had saved the dying Dante in just an instant, and Belladine had actually been willing to give up such a precious thing. Just then, Belladine covered his face with a sinister smile. He had used Numerus's blood. Now it was time for them to pay the price. Hearing this, Jean frowned and became nervous. Belladine was from the hostile Gipple family after all. Who knew what demands he might make? But Belladine spread his little hand and winked at Jean. "After this is over, you have to treat me to food and drinks." Hearing this demand, Jean stood there stunned. The next moment, Jean laughed helplessly. He had originally thought Belladine was a fool, but it turned out he was a handsome fool. He immediately high-fived him in agreement. After the martial arts tournament ended, the three gathered in a room to drink, and Jean brought along 2 champion prizes. Then he gave Dante a bag of gold coins. Although the Halen family wasn't short of money, this was also a memento. Dante said he would treasure it carefully. Seeing this, Belladine clamored that he wanted a reward too. Then Jean opened the treasure chest and took out a treasure map. Just when Belladine thought Jean was going to give him the map, Jean tossed him the empty chest instead. However, Belladine happily accepted it, saying he would treasure it carefully because it was the first gift Jean had given him. Then Jean questioned, "I clearly told you to go all out. Why didn't you use your secret technique?" But Dante said aggrievedly, "You didn't use your secret technique either. You definitely have some hidden moves." Though Dante had keenly guessed correctly, Jean still played dumb and said he didn't know what he was talking about. Then Dante made an appointment with Jean for a full power duel when they had the chance. At this time, Belladine said he was also looking forward to it. In the future, they would lead their respective families in battle. But for now, it was better to get along peacefully. But the world's cruelty would eventually push them toward opposition, even though they now shared drinks and laughed together. In the near future, they would surely cross swords. What ending would this relationship of both enemy and friend ultimately meet? Just then, Belladine remembered something. "Have you heard about someone impersonating Belladine?" Hearing this, Jean's expression froze, as he remembered the bad thing he had done while impersonating Belladine. Dante was very surprised that someone dared to impersonate Belladine in Gipple territory. What incredible audacity. Belladine sighed lightly. Recently, Uncle Andre had also died in battle, bringing great shame to their family. Hearing this, Jean could only drink to hide his embarrassment, as everything Belladine mentioned was related to him. Jean asked Belladine what he planned to do about the impersonator. Belladine said he was planning to send special class mages to capture him. But Jean felt this method was inappropriate. He said if he were in that position, he would use rumors to guide public opinion. Because if the Gipple family made a big show of capturing him, it would only tell the world they had been played by that guy. As for the impersonator, they could catch him slowly later. After thinking it over, Belladine felt Jean made a lot of sense and decided to arrange things according to Jean's method when he returned. After speaking, Jean stood up, saying that was enough for today. If he stayed longer, he feared he might develop feelings for the two of them, and he still had many things to do. Belladine helplessly asked if it was because Jean was in provisional vanguard. Jean shrugged and confirmed this. Then Belladine bid farewell to the departing Jean. "See you next time, my friend." Hearing this, Jean paused, and after a moment of silence, Jean chuckled proudly, "Who's your friend?" After Jean finished his martial arts tournament journey, Father at the Black Sea received another letter from Carl. The letter contained only a few brief sentences, which made Father very dissatisfied. He had asked Carl to write briefly, but hadn't expected him to write only this little. After speaking, violent righteousness instantly destroyed the letter. His whole being emanated a vicious aura. It seemed he'd need to have a drink with Carl soon. Meanwhile, Carl shivered, feeling a chill rise up his back. But Jean said the furnace was burning so warmly. Where was any chill coming from? Then Jean took out the map he'd obtained at the cost tournament for Carl to examine. Carl took the map and studied it carefully, but couldn't immediately figure out how to find this place. Just then, Julia's eyes lit up as she looked at the treasure map, clamoring that she wanted to go treasure hunting too. But then Julia suddenly stopped, her deep eyes staring intently at the map. She pointed to a spot on the map, saying there was something very important there, something people carefully guarded as precious. As she spoke, Julia shed sad tears, as if she had seen certain scenes across time and space. The next moment, she painfully covered her eyes and knelt down, repeatedly shouting, "No!" Ulikai immediately picked up Julia and shouted, "Her time authority is going berserk! Quick, call the guardian dragon!" Soon, Julia's guardian dragon Rotli came to her side. Then he activated his authority to soothe Julia's emotions. Moments later, Julia returned to calm. Ulikai came before Rotli and asked, "What did Julia see? Was it the future?" Rotli explained, "No, what Julia saw was the past. Asmir's contractors only see the past when encountering objects or places with great resentment or obsession. The place Julia saw seemed like a very primitive tribe. The indigenous people there only worshipped the deities they served and were completely isolated from the outside world. But it was precisely because of this that they were able to live peacefully all along. Until the appearance of that group of mages broke this status quo. They started digging around everywhere under the pretense of learning about culture and gradually made unreasonable demands. They even began killing the indigenous people, threatening them to hand over something, which seemed to be a sacred object they worshipped. Upon hearing the words sacred object and indigenous people, Jean instantly thought of a possibility. He asked Rotli to draw what the sacred sacred object looked like. Ratley then picked up a pen, indicating that it was a copper mirror that emitted light. And after seeing the sketch that Ratley drew, Jean's suspicion was also confirmed. That sacred object was the Spring of Magic. In his previous life, a brave journalist exposed the evil deeds of the Gipple family, which made the world aware of its existence. The Gipple family found Kholin to obtain it and brutally exploited the indigenous people there. So that primitive place was the Kholin ruins, and that group of mages were members of the Gipple family. And this map pointed to the location of the Spring of Magic. Jean never expected that the map he obtained from the pirates would be a clue pointing to such a priceless treasure. Ulakai on the side noticed Jean's thoughtful expression and asked if he had any leads. But Jean didn't want them to know that he knew about the future, so he found a random excuse to brush it off. Jean apologized to Carl because he had let Julia experience terrible things, but Carl said, "Don't mind it, because as a contractor of the gods, this was a path she would have to walk sooner or later. But since we already know this map is extraordinary, we need to take action next. I'll arrange for people to search for someone who can interpret ancient languages. Just wait for my message." Hearing this, Jean smiled knowingly and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." But despite saying this, Jean was very clear in his heart about the difficulty of finding such a person. Because hundreds of years ago, the Gipple family slaughtered the indigenous people of Kholin, and now they were almost all extinct. Even those who barely survived were imprisoned by the Gipple family. Could he find the Spring of Magic before them? Meanwhile, in another room, a woman sat in devout prayer. A tear slid down her cheek. The woman wiped away the tear and murmured, "It's time. I should prepare to welcome the guests." On this side, Jean and his companions found someone who could decipher the ancient language on the map, and that man was a drunkard with dark red skin. After Jean helped the man up, he remarked that his skin color was quite striking. The man drunkenly told Jean that people from distant tribes all looked like this. Jean reached into his coat and said, "I have something here from a distant place, but I can't understand what's written on it at all. Can you read it?" But when the man clearly saw what was in front of him, he instantly sobered up. He quickly stepped back, looking at Jean with full wariness. At this moment, Ulakai and Ratley also surrounded him. The man loudly questioned, "Who exactly are you? Did you come here for my Kholin identity?" Jean's lips curved into a slight smile as he said, "I am a guest of Lisa, the captain of the Tika garrison. Those two over there are both dragons." Hearing Jean directly reveal their identities, Ulakai was very puzzled. But Jean indicated that he would have to tell him sooner or later anyway. Hearing this, the man lowered his guard and said, "As long as you're not from the Gipple family, then what's your purpose in finding me?" Jean said, "Guided by that map, we searched for a long time but couldn't find anyone who could understand ancient language. But we coincidentally discovered you living in Tika." But the man denied Jean's statement because in his view, this wasn't a coincidence at all. He said, "Please follow me, I'll take you to meet someone." The man then led Jean and the others to a woman. The woman greeted them, "Noble guests of Tika, I have been waiting for your arrival." Parn apologized to Osha for bringing people back without her permission, but Osha indicated he had done well. Jean and his companions were also sizing up the woman, feeling that she was different from others. There was a sacred feeling emanating from Osha, as if she was someone chosen by their faith. But Osha's next words shocked Jean. "One born of a renowned swordsmanship family and chosen by the Shadow God, the last dragon of the Shadow clan, and the guardian dragon of the Asmir contractor." Osha immediately revealed Jean and his companions' identities as soon as she spoke. Jean felt Osha's aura was familiar, and he guessed, "Could it be that you are a god?" Hearing this, Osha smiled and indicated she was merely a vessel of the gods. After all, if she were a god, she wouldn't have lost her homeland and be living here under a false identity. Ulakai also saw that Osha was the spirit of an ancient god, which was why she possessed amazing insight. But Osha would soon lose this power, and the aura on her body would also dissipate. Hearing this, Osha admitted, "Lord Black Dragon, you really hit the nail on the head and hurt me." Osha then asked Jean for the map to examine. After taking the map from Jean's hand, Osha explained the map's content to them. Only those who obtained the heart of Kholin would see these words, "Please come here to help them." They were just a group of people living peacefully. But the gods gave them an arduous task without giving them corresponding power. They were truly helpless. After speaking, Osha couldn't help but grip the map tightly in her hand. This map was made by her deceased grandfather. Fortunately, it didn't fall into the hands of the Gipple family to bring disaster, but came to Jean's hands to bring them hope. Osha asked Jean if he was willing to make a deal with her. "If you can promise to help us, then I will be able to give you a reward." Jean Runkeyed, "You haven't heard Soldrake's voice for a long time, have you?" Osha's words made Jean's pupils dilate. Then Osha continued, "I will use all my remaining divine power to summon Soldrake for you." After hearing this, Jean immediately agreed, though he couldn't guarantee he could definitely save Kholin. But Osha smiled and said, "This is enough. I will tell you the internal information about Kholin. Please take care of the rest." They then arrived at the Kholin ruins, but what they didn't expect was that this place was actually sealed off. Carl said regretfully, "I should have sent someone to investigate first." But Ulakai felt that even if his people had investigated in advance, it wouldn't have changed the fact that this place was sealed off. Jean recalled that in his previous life, this place had always been open to the outside world. It seemed that his visit during his training period had caused an impact, and the darkness here was originally supposed to be exposed by a journalist 11 years later. This way, that event couldn't happen. Carl asked Jean what to do next, since if this really was a magical experiment site, they couldn't enter casually. However, Jean turned and walked straight in. Jean indicated that although entry was prohibited here, there were no guards or warning magic. Instead, there was only a warning sign. Logically, the Gipple family shouldn't be so lax in and management. After hearing Jean's analysis, Carl was startled. Could it be that they had already found that artifact? But Jean thought they might have given up. Just then, Ulakai sensed something unusual. He immediately signaled everyone to be alert, and when they saw the situation clearly, in front of them were the red people of the Kholin ruins, and a silver-haired man who was still drinking. Jean and his companions immediately recognized the man's identity. He was Myron, the mad mage of the Gipple family's magic tower and Kelia's sixth son. Not only was his behavior strange, but he was also extremely crazy. But Jean felt puzzled. As a pure-blooded Gipple member, Myron had no guards around him. Hearing this, Carl told Jean that Myron, as the master of the Gipple family's 7th magic tower, not only had magic that reached the 8-star level, but he also carried various artifacts, so he was very confident in his own strength. Ulakai showed a vicious evil smile and said, "In that case, let's just chop off that guy's head and then escape with everyone." But Jean immediately rejected Ulakai's proposal, because the other party was a pure-blooded member of the Gipple family. They had just killed Andre not long ago, and killing Myron would make things bigger, unless they had a reason that would prevent the Gipple family from acting rashly. Just then, there was movement nearby. A man wearing glasses suddenly appeared. Jean walked behind the man and questioned who he was. The man hurriedly said his name was Dino and that he was a journalist. Hearing this, Jean's pupils contracted. He didn't expect this was the journalist who exposed the Kholin incident in his previous life. So before the event was exposed 10 years later, he had been making preparations alone? Jean looked at Dino, thin build, looking to be in his early 20s. But it was this young man who single-handedly opposed the Gipple family, which made him feel admiration for Dino. Jean asked Dino if he came here for some news, but Dino didn't answer Jean's question, instead nervously inquiring about their identities first. Jean said, "Don't be nervous. We're just a few passers-by who came to our friend's hometown at his request. Since you're a journalist, it seems our purposes are the same." Jean's words greatly surprised Dino, who said, "You actually know about the Kholin natives." Ulakai said to Jean, "Is it really okay to tell that guy everything?" But Carl waved his hand and said, "Master Jean wants to create a legitimate reason. That person should want to expose what's happening here. Cooperating with him gives us a legitimate reason to act against the Gipple family. He should have collected a lot of relevant intelligence." Hearing this, Dino took out a notebook and gave it to Jean, and the content was all records from Dino's personal interviews with the Red People. This made Jean marvel at his courage. If discovered by the Gipple family, he wouldn't have a good ending. But Dino said, "It doesn't matter, because I've already been in contact with Myron. I learned some things by drinking with Myron. I found that Myron wasn't very guarded, so he won't use me to test you all. After all, torture would be simpler for Myron." After hearing this, Jean smiled mysteriously and made a request to Dino. On the other side, Myron was drinking alone, complaining that the family had sent him to such a godforsaken place. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him, and the person who came was Dino, who came to drink with him. When Myron saw Dino, he immediately perked up and happily greeted him to come over quickly. But then his eyes narrowed. He said, "You didn't come alone today." Dino explained, "These are interesting tourists I met on the road. I thought you'd like them, so I brought them over. I didn't greet you in advance, I'm very sorry." Hearing this, Myron waved his hand to indicate it didn't matter. Jean took off his hat and greeted, "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Myron Gipple." After several rounds of drinking, they gradually became familiar with Myron. But then Myron suddenly came behind Dino. He said, "What exactly are you? Why would a mere little journalist dare to come here to investigate the Red People?" Myron's naked questioning immediately changed Jean and his companion's expressions. He said, "You always ask around whenever I leave. It's tiring for me to deal with the guys who talk to you one by one." Hearing this, Dino's mind immediately buzzed, unable to believe what he heard. Seeing Dino's expression, Myron couldn't help but sneer. Then he laughed maniacally, saying, "You clever fool. Don't you know that everyone who talked to you has disappeared? A bunch of ants. Where exactly did you get your confidence?" As he spoke, he violently smashed the wine bottle in his hand toward the fire. The flames immediately shot up 2.5 meters high, and at the same time, Myron's mocking voice came through the firelight. He said, "I never understood why you were so bold, but now I finally know the reason. So the guys from the Garden of Swords are your backing." At this moment, Myron finally tore off his hypocritical mask. Seeing this, Jean and his companions also prepared for battle. The next moment, the two figures burst into action. Ulakai grabbed Dino and pulled him over. Jean drew his long sword and came to Myron's side, but somehow, he had already raised a protective shield. This surprised Jean because he hadn't felt any magic power fluctuation. But even if he used the campfire as cover to cast magic, there shouldn't be no trace of magic power fluctuation. What method had Myron used? Ulakai also noticed something was wrong with Myron and shouted to warn Jean, because even if magic power fluctuations could be hidden, they couldn't be eliminated. He must have some unknown means. At this time, Myron also saw through Jean's identity and guessed that the escaped goddess had commissioned the Runcade family. Myron said to Jean, "You're just a preparatory vanguard. Logically, you can't accept commissions yet, which means this is your personal business?" Jean didn't answer Myron's question. He held his long sword in front of his chest, assuming a battle stance. He said, "Even if I ask you how you recognized me, you probably wouldn't tell me, so let my sword make you confess. Also, your crude voice and laughter really disgust me." Myron laughed strangely and stopped talking nonsense. He raised his hand and condensed several hailstones. The next instant, they flew toward Jean at high speed. Even Ulakai and Dino weren't spared, but the scene on the other side made Ulakai frown. The hailstones were actually targeting the unarmed Red People as well. Ulakai quickly came in front of the Red People and blocked all the incoming hailstones. He turned and told Dino to take them away from here, otherwise they would only hinder their battle. But just as Dino turned to direct the red people to leave, they each showed painful expressions. Seeing this scene, Dino's pupils contracted. Tears burst from his eyes as he roared with all his strength. Myron Gipple, you scumbag! Why exactly are you doing this? What did these people do wrong that you torture them like this? However, Dino's words made Myron laugh even more maniacally, and he became extremely excited. He said, "That's right, that's the expression. I've been looking forward to seeing your expression when you see them like this. Now I'm very satisfied. What a stupid and ridiculous guy. It's all because of you that those lowly creatures became like this. Because you're all equally base. Do you really think you can save them?" As soon as he finished speaking, a furious fist came crashing down at him, immediately sending him flying dozens of meters. But Myron also used magic to defend himself in time. At this moment, Jean's anger reached its peak. The violent shadow power manifested as a ghost-like deity. He said, "Now you don't need to waste any more words, because the reason to kill you is already sufficient." Seeing this, Myron found it hard to believe. Jean was actually a 1 in 10,000 magic swordsman, and he also controlled shadow energy that devoured everything. This power, which was neither magic nor righteousness, kept devouring Myron's magic like a moving shadow. Myron's pupils shrank as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Soldrake had rejoined the Runkide family? Meanwhile, Jean noticed something unusual and immediately shouted to warn Ulakai and the others. Dense ice spikes had somehow condensed in the air. Even Ulakai hadn't noticed at all. Jean indicated that Myron had hidden his magic power fluctuations, so they should assume Myron was constantly casting magic. Seeing his trick exposed, Myron praised Jean's keenness, but he believed they couldn't possibly save all these lowly people. At this time, Ulakai suddenly grabbed Jean and threw him like a cannonball, shooting straight toward Myron. Seeing the scene, Myron stretched out his hand and slapped it hard on the ground. In an instant, countless ice spikes fell like raindrops. However, this couldn't stop Jean's advance. He dodged and weaved as he rapidly approached Myron. Myron raised his hand and summoned a magic staff, then concentrated magic power on the staff. The next moment, several sharp edges shot rapidly toward Jean. Accompanied by a loud boom, they exploded. Seeing his attack succeed, Myron immediately burst into wild laughter. However, Jean had already reached behind him under the cover of smoke and dust. Seeing the scene, Myron's pupils shrank. Jean had already released the Mutal helmet to neutralize the attack. Then he rushed toward Myron with his long sword. Myron reacted and summoned an ice wall to block in front of him. However, that seemingly impregnable ice wall was instantly broken by Jean's sword. This made Myron feel extremely troublesome because no matter what magic he used, the magic power would be eliminated by the shadow energy. But the next moment he showed a maniacal laugh again, and magic circle appeared under his feet. Countless chains danced out from the circle, instantly binding Jean tightly. Myron also showed a triumphant smile and said, "Got you." However, the next moment, the sound of a sword rang out. Jean immediately cut through all the chains. But seeing Jean break free, Myron laughed even more maniacally. He said, "Jean Runkide, you've made me feel excitement for a long time. The place I spent energy to set up has become meaningful because of this." Seeing dense magic circles constantly emerging, Jean marveled that Myron was really a madman. Ulakai on the side saw this and quickly told Dino to take the red people away from the magic circle range. Myron laughed maniacally. "Running is useless, because I've set up magic circles everywhere you can see. Enjoy yourselves." The next moment, all the circle traps began to activate. Flames, ground spikes, sharp edges, ice spikes, various magics formed a dragnet. Then a thicker pillar of flame exploded in front of Jean. At the same time, the ground behind him began to writhe strangely. That was magic known as the erosive land. Anyone who touched it would become nutrients for the earth. Therefore, Jean now had no way to retreat. Then he had only one choice left. Jean took a step forward and fiercely slashed at the fire pillar with his sword. Shadow energy immediately devoured the flames, instantly exploding in front of Jean. At this time, Jean felt strange. Logically, even if Myron reached the 8-star level, he shouldn't be able to control such enormous magic power. Could he have some hidden tool? And Myron also found it hard to believe. Jean had actually seen through his magic. Just now, he didn't step on the erosive land to avoid the fire pillar, but moved forward to destroy the incoming fire pillar. If Jean didn't understand magic, he wouldn't make this choice. Myron guessed, "Could it be that you're a magic swordsman?" Jean didn't respond to Myron's question, but it was this expression that gave Myron his answer. Myron said, "I see. Since you have magic power, then it'll be easy from now on." The next moment, he formed a wind magic under his feet, then grabbed toward Jean at extremely high speed. He said, "I'll use magic power stronger than yours to make your magic power flow backward." In battles between mages, the strength of magic power was key to victory, because the person with less magic power would experience magic power backflow first, which was a deadly phenomenon. After magic power went berserk, the backflow would cause organ rupture. However, the Runkade clan had no magic power in their bodies, so they couldn't make Jean's magic power flow backward. But now he faced a madman with 8-star magic power. If he succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Myron's plan was already within his expectations. A massive dark light suddenly appeared in Jean's hand. That was Asami's light magic flash cannon. Jean said, "This is my gift to you. Open your eyes eyes wide and watch carefully, Myron Gipple." The next moment, dazzling light exploded, instantly illuminating the night sky, immediately plunging Myron into complete darkness. At the same time, Jean seized the opportunity, gripped his sword with both hands, and surging shadow energy flowed on the blade, forming a black light that slashed Myron's hand. But he quickly reacted, grabbed the fallen magic staff, used wind magic to escape Jean's attack range, then used magic power to drive out the shadow energy remaining in his wound. Myron said in surprise, "I didn't expect you could also use ancient light magic. This really exceeded my imagination." At this time, Jean was also breathing heavily. Using so much power at once put considerable strain on his body. Myron possessed intuition and reaction abilities that surpassed ordinary mages, just like a wild beast. Although his magic power wasn't as strong as Andre's, he was a more troublesome opponent in battle, and now it seemed he had very rich combat experience, so besides magic power backflow, he must have other hidden moves. Just then, Myron's eyes glanced toward somewhere behind him. Then he laughed maniacally again. "You must think I'm a madman, but you and I are the same type of person." Jean said, "Are you trying to buy time with nonsense? Your last words are too boring." Myron held up 2 fingers and said, "Sorry, you can't kill me yet, because my uncivilized friends are still protecting me." Myron's inexplicable words gradually made Jean lose patience. Jean said, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Hearing this, Myron raised the magic staff in his hand and said, "You should have also noticed that I control magic power above 8-star level, so how did I do it?" After saying this, he threw an attack toward behind him, saying, "Now you can find out. There lay many red people." Myron said, "These lowly creatures dared to betray me, so I had to use them as my magic power amplifiers." Hearing these words, Jean couldn't help but grip his long sword tighter, but Myron's next words made his pupils contract. "Although they look like corpses, they're actually all still alive, replenishing magic power for me. Therefore, if you want to kill me, you must first eliminate these guys. Come on, Jean Runcade, kill them all, then have a final battle with me." But just then, a girl stepped forward to expose Myron's lies. "That's not true. What he's saying is all lies. It's not that we're amplifying magic power for him, but he tortured us and forced us to reveal how to use the sacred object. Now these tragic compatriots of mine lying on the ground are all dead." Seeing his lies exposed, Myron immediately flew into a rage, roaring for the girl to shut up. However, the girl still bravely told Jean the truth. That mentally disturbed madman used us as test subjects and then threw us away. He's lying now to manipulate you. Please help us kill that demon. These words immediately made Myron jump with fury. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a buzzing sound, his pupils emitted an eerie blue light. The next moment, star-like sparks appeared around the girl. Then surging flames rolled up, instantly devouring her. Myron screamed maniacally, "Go die, damn creature, how dare you ruin my plans." At this time, Dino suddenly appeared and told Jean that the girl must be saved, because she was Tika, the goddess's representative and the only core figure among the red people. But Jean didn't immediately respond. He just looked at the flames burning on the girl's body. That was the Gipple family's secret technique, blue fire magic eyes. In his previous life, he had heard his master mention this was a unique skill of the Gipple family. Just by looking once with the eyes, flames could be ignited that couldn't be extinguished. The opponent could only die in agony from the burning. Jean had asked how to deal with this. His master smiled faintly and told Jean a method: burn it with flames even more scorching than it. Magnificent blue flames swept across. A clear cry echoed through the sky. Myron's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. That was the legendary king of Phoenix, Tess. After being saved by Jean, Tika also awakened. She felt the surrounding blue flames, but the blue flames didn't cause her burning pain. At this time, Jean's voice brought her back to her senses. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been played by that guy. You're safe now." Hearing this, Tika hurriedly waved her hands and said, "It's not time to relax yet because Myron is using the power of the sacred object. But he hasn't obtained the sacred object, only learned a few activation phrases through torture. The sacred object is still hidden in a place only we know. After the battle ends, I'll tell you the location of the sacred object, so please end our suffering." Tika's heart-wrenching plea made Jean's heart unable to remain calm. The Gipple family had brought them too much pain. Then he turned to look at Myron's expression full of disbelief. He said, "It seems Tess choosing me was a big blow to you. Are you done with your juggling performance now? The joke should end here too. Let me send you to your death." Hearing these words, Myron's face darkened as he said, "What an arrogant fellow." After saying this, he violently inserted his magic staff into the ground. Then enormous magic power poured out, instantly forming a terrifying black hole above. He said, "I was once the lover of the witch Harula, and I've shared drinks with the king of the Black Sea. Now you dare to say you'll send me to hell, then I'll let you see what real hell looks like." After saying this, he raised his palm and began chanting obscure incantations. But just then, a torrent of scorching flames gushed out, immediately making Myron's body stiffen. Taze was angrily attacking Myron. Seeing this, Jean felt puzzled. Could it be because of that incantation? At this time, Ulukai came to his side, nervously telling him that the incantation Myron was chanting could make the Beast King Olga possess him. So while Tess was hindering him, they must quickly stop him. Gather as much shadow energy as possible to unseal the divine sword. After saying this, Ulukai waved his hand, and shadow energy gathered in his hand like a storm. The thick shadow energy was violently thrown out, instantly forming a bridge connecting to the black hole. Then Jean leaped up onto the shadow energy. His figure burst forth, rushing toward Myron. But just then, Jean's figure paused. A sharp pain surged into his heart. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Under excessive use of power, his magic power actually began to flow backward at this moment. Even even summoning tests could no longer be maintained. The situation instantly became very bad. Seeing this scene, Myron immediately noticed Jean's condition. Then he showed a maniacal grin. He said, "Jean Runcade, are you ready to welcome the hell of death?" The black hole above had already condensed into a magic circle, and a terrifying aura leaked out, as if some horrible existence was about to descend. But just then, Myron's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Jean had already leaped in front of him. The dark shadow energy emanated the aura of death. At this moment, Jean had only one thought: to pour all his willpower into the sword. Even if he swung the sword 10,000 times, it would be the same as the first sword, giving everything, betting everything on one strike. After Jean delivered that unstoppable sword strike, the magic circle that Myron had condensed with all his magic power was instantly destroyed. The magic circle was covered with cracks in just a few breaths. With a bang, the magic circle exploded. He immediately lost all defense. No longer able to resist the scorching flames before him, he was instantly devoured by Tess's flames. After the flames scattered across the sky, Myron fell to his knees with a thud. At this time, he had become a piece of charcoal with only one breath left. Jean breathed heavily, recalling that moment just now. His shadow energy release, which was different from usual, and this first understanding of the feeling was like touching the threshold of the heart sword. But just then, the magic staff in Myron's hand glowed with green light. This immediately startled Jean, but fortunately, it was just a false alarm. As Myron collapsed to the ground with a thud, this great battle finally came to an end. Seeing this, the tense string in Jean's heart also relaxed. Fatigue washed over him like a tide. He could no longer support himself and fainted. While Jean was falling into sleep, a voice rang in his mind. The magic staff of the Gippel family's magic tower master has a special device. Once activated, it can send an emergency signal to its affiliated magic tower. That means you have no time to lie down anymore. Get up quickly, Jean. Then Jean suddenly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Ulakai had been waiting on the side for quite some time. He directly poured the powder in his hand into Jean's mouth. Just as Jean wondered what this was, a strong, stimulating sensation surged up his throat. Then he coughed up a puddle of dark black blood. Ulakai explained to Jean, "That was unicorn horn powder, a special medicine for treating mana backflow. Because of the mana backflow, you almost died just now." Upon hearing this, Jean also noticed that his body felt much lighter than before, and his mana had stabilized. Carl inquired about Jean's condition, and Jean said he was much better, thanks to him carrying such things with him. But Carl said this wasn't something he had brought. It was given by Dino and the others. Dino told him that he had once heard Myron mention that he had secretly taken unicorn horn from his family, but it was only thanks to Miss Tika that they were able to find it. Tika formally introduced herself to Jean. "I am Tika, representative of the goddess Osha. We will never forget your great kindness until death." Tika's voice trembled slightly as she bowed deeply to Jean in gratitude. Then she brought up the matter of Osha commissioning Jean to come here and save them. It turned out that Osha didn't want Jean to rescue them and take them away, but to help them restore the Colon divine artifact. Upon hearing this, Jean's expression tensed. Could it be that the divine artifact was damaged? But Ulakai suddenly interrupted him. "I've lived for over 3,000 years and have never heard of such a ridiculous divine artifact." But after witnessing that madman display magic power far beyond his own level, "If you say he borrowed the power of your divine artifact, then what is the name of the god you worship?" Tika told him that god was called Cram, but Ulakai said he had never heard of it. At this time, Carl reminded them that they should quickly find the divine artifact and leave this place. After all, this was Gippel family territory, and they might discover the anomaly at any time. However, Tika told them of a problem. If they wanted to take away the divine artifact, they must first restore it. This required using the breath of the sun to open the sealed land. So they had to wait until tomorrow at noon, and all the tribal people had to perform the ritual together, which meant they had to gather here. After hearing this, Ulakai helplessly rubbed his head. He hadn't expected it to be so complicated. But at this time, Jean's heart was constantly filled with unease, and his heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. Jean kept analyzing the current situation in his mind, feeling as if he had missed some very important information. But Myron was clearly already dead, and this was also a remote place abandoned by the Gippel family, so if no one sent a signal, it was precisely this point that made the answer in Jean's heart ready to emerge. Myron was the magic tower master of the Gippel family. Upon hearing this, Ulakai expressed his confusion. Wasn't this already known? But Carl quickly came to his senses and immediately understood Jean's meaning. Jean picked up Myron's magic staff from the ground. With a grave expression, he said, "We're out of time." The gem on the magic staff was continuously emitting eerie green light waves. Jean said, "The staff has a device that can summon subordinate mages. The Gippel family members are already on their way." Upon hearing this, Ulakai and the others were immediately shocked, asking Jean how he knew. Jean said that he had once heard his sister Luna mention it, but actually this was what he remembered from his master's words in his previous life when he had fainted. Carl told everyone based on intelligence from the colorful bird that each magic tower of the Gippel family had at least 100 mages, all 7-star and 8-star or above. Plus, they still had to protect ordinary people. So even if only half came, they couldn't handle it. At this time, Jean asked about the time needed for those guys to come over, and Carl told him it would take at least 2.5 hours at the fastest. Upon hearing this, Jean fell into contemplation, seemingly thinking thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Then he raised his head and stared seriously at Carl. He said, "Carl, may I ask you for a favor?" After hearing Jean's plan, Carl said anxiously, "Will this really work? If I'm even a step late coming back, everyone here will die, and that Lord has always remained neutral." Jean said, "Don't worry. Even if he feels displeased, he won't refuse you. There's no time left. I'm counting on you from now on." Upon hearing this, Carl gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Now there was no other choice but to trust Jean. He put his hand on Jean's shoulder and said firmly, "No matter what, I will definitely complete the mission. So please, you must stay alive." Moments later, Uruk-hai helped the Red People set up the ritual site, and next was to perform the divine artifact restoration ceremony. They just needed to wait. But at this time, Jean was coughing up blood continuously. Due to overusing his power, his body had already suffered tremendous damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, before long, several giant dragons had already arrived at the Kholin ruins. The mage at the dragon's head cast magic to observe Kholin's situation. He said, "Vice Tower Master, the Red People are holding a ceremony and there are two people of unknown identity beside them, but the Tower Master is nowhere to be seen." Upon hearing this news, Midel immediately changed color with rage. Seeing this, his aide quickly comforted him. The Tower Master might just have been captured by those guys as a hostage. But his words couldn't dispel Midel's anger, as he said, "If brother has met with misfortune, I will make those guys wish they were dead." Uruk-hai was also observing the Gipple family's arrivals. They had 6 dragons and 30 mages in total. If the situation went badly, he would also transform back into dragon form, but that would attract the Gipple family's main force. Speaking of this, Uruk-hai said contemptuously, "If it were the old me, these guys would be a piece of cake. But the sword that the first family head stabbed into my heart 1,000 years ago still aches faintly even now." At the same time, the Gipple family's troops also landed in front of them. Jean asked Uruk-hai if there were any dragons he recognized among them, though they all looked like fire dragons. Uruk-hai responded that there weren't any, they were all too young, and these weren't fire dragons, but lower-grade red dragons, probably Carton's subordinates. Midel immediately revealed his identity upon arrival, loudly demanding to know where Myron was. To this, Jean blandly said he hadn't seen him. Upon hearing this, the unease in Midel's heart grew stronger, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He clenched his fists tightly. Now he urgently wanted to know an answer. He said, "Is my brother Myron still alive? Just tell me truthfully and I won't touch your family. After all, you have family too, don't you?" Hearing this, Jean sneered and said, "What you're saying is really interesting. Being able to commit such atrocities against the Red People who are fellow humans, yet still having the face to talk about blood relations and family ties. Even nonsense should have its limits." Upon hearing this, Midel flew into a rage, saying, "How can those ants be compared to the noble Gipple clan members?" But just then, his pupils contracted. He stared fixedly at the charred, unrecognizable remains behind Jean. At this moment, he understood everything. They were too late after all. He said angrily, "You not only killed my brother, but dare to mock the Gipple family in front of his corpse. How audacious. All units listen up. Capture them alive. I want to torture them to death." The mages who received the order immediately gathered their mana. The next moment, countless surging magical attacks formed and aimed at Jean, ready to strike. Seeing this scene, Jean's heart sank to the bottom. Facing attacks condensed by so many 8-star mages, he had no power to resist in his current condition. This time things were truly bad. At this critical moment, a charming laugh rang out in the space. Accompanying it was an extreme cold storm that could freeze everything, instantly freezing all magic. A huge teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the field. A seductive figure slowly walked out. Silver hair danced amid flying ice crystals, and she was none other than Sheris, who had once had an inexplicable connection with Jean. In front of her was her mother, one of the continent's strongest, the Spider of the Abyss, master of the secret palace, Talaris. She had come to Jean's aid, saying, "It seems I'm not too late." Facing this sudden turn of events, Midel's heart was already in turmoil. This realm that could freeze 8-star magic and the sharp cold air surrounding them, plus that existence colder than the cold air itself. He immediately guessed the identity of the person before him, master of the secret palace, Talaris. Seeing this scene, the big stone in Jean's heart was finally put down. Uruk-hai laughed. "I was wondering who the secret palace master you mentioned was. Turns out to be such a formidable figure. You know, only those chosen by the 10,000 ice can control the phantom beast Snow Toad, Mort." He hadn't expected that someone in this era could still summon it. Talaris smiled seductively, then stepped forward. The next moment, massive ice crystals rose from the ground, instantly forming an ice dome that enveloped several people. Talaris greeted Jean. "Are you the one who received my daughter's flower?" Upon hearing this, Jean gave his name and responded affirmatively. At this time, Talaris also saw Jean's serious physical condition. She was surprised he could still stand. Then Talaris's tone shifted. "Did you really kill my plaything?" What she was referring to was Jean's assassination mission when he was a trainee. It seemed Sheris hadn't helped him hide it. However, Talaris wasn't angry, laughing heartily. "I was planning to get rid of him anyway. But if there are any good men, introduce them to me too, like the one behind you." Upon hearing this, Uruk-hai chuckled and said, "You have good taste." Then she turned to tease Sheris. "You stay here and take care of your lover. I'll go drive those guys away and come back." Sheris hurriedly denied. "He's not my lover. How many times do I have to tell you?" However, Talaris said, "If he's not, why did you give him the snowflake?" Sheris stammered awkwardly. "I did that to protect him, so he wouldn't be killed by someone else before dueling with me again." After teasing Sheris, Talaris said to Jean, "Jean Runkeide, you really should thank my daughter properly. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have come here." Upon hearing this, Sheris angrily denied it again. At this time, Jean finally couldn't hold on any longer. her. After relaxing, the feeling of exhaustion quickly occupied his whole body. Sheris quickly caught him with sharp reflexes. Sheris said, "I thought when we met again, we would have another battle. It seems you've been very busy during this time." Then she told Jean about Carl going to the secret palace for help. At that time, he put on an attitude of risking his life. "With the snowflake I gave you, he woke up my mother, who was still sleeping. You really have a good comrade." Upon hearing this, Jean smiled knowingly. "Everyone has been too good to me, and so have you, Miss Sheris." But Sheris said, "I just don't want you to be killed by anyone other than me." But just then, Jean suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. Seeing this, Sheris quickly took out a secret medicine and fed it into Jean's mouth. Jean's miserable appearance also made her heart ache. What was he fighting so desperately for? She really didn't like his way of doing things. At the same time, outside the ice dome, Talaris found Middle. She could tell at a glance that Middle wasn't pure-blooded, because pure-blooded Gipple family members all had silver hair. Middle was already sweating profusely. The master of the secret palace had actually come here in person, so this matter was indeed not simple. But fortunately, he had reported the situation to the main family before departing, so as long as he delayed for some time, reinforcements would arrive. Then he sternly questioned, why does the ruler of the Western Sea interfere in Gipple family affairs? However, Talaris didn't care at all, saying lightly, "Right now it's you who are hindering me." Upon hearing this, an elder behind Middle pointed at her, and angrily scolded her for not knowing what was good for her, daring to say such things on Gipple family territory. Upon hearing this, bone-chilling cold descended upon this place. Talaris's expression turned ice cold, like a venomous snake, utterly terrifying. She said, "What are you? How dare you speak to me like this? Shut your mouth." After saying this, the elder was instantly deprived of life by invisible cold air. He fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Middle quickly had others deploy barriers to block out the cold air. At the same time, surging flames gathered in the red dragon's mouths. In an instant, they transformed into violent flames, rushing toward her at high speed. To this, Talaris merely waved her arm lightly. Those fierce flames were immediately frozen and extinguished. With a bang, they became countless ice crystals, and Talaris said mockingly, "Do you want to continue?" Seeing this, Middle gritted his teeth and stared at her fiercely. He raised his hand to summon his magic staff, saying, "Even if we all die here today, in the end it will only be your name and the legend of the secret palace that will be erased from this world." After speaking, a flame mark appeared beside Talaris. When she was completely unprepared, the flame instantly exploded and engulfed her. Middle said confidently, "This is the fire authority bestowed by the family head. Even you cannot avoid it." However, words that drifted faintly from the explosion immediately made his pupils contract. "Indeed not bad, being able to bestow spatial explosion skills to you. It seems Kelia values you quite highly. But there's one very important thing he didn't tell you, and that's about the secret palace." At this moment, the power Talaris displayed made Middle break out in cold sweat. Ice crystals danced all around her, and cold air covered her long sword. She said, "Now let me show you the power of the 10,000 ice." When Talaris demonstrated the power of the 10,000 ice, her strength was fully revealed at this moment. Under the cold gleam, any existence seemed so fragile that ice frost that could freeze everything swept through unstoppably. When Middle looked back, the mages behind him had already turned into ice sculptures. Horror filled his face. Talaris silently appeared beside him, her light voice carrying mocking ridicule. "Why are you so surprised? Is it because your magnificent barrier disappeared instantly? Or is it because your arm is gone?" Middle stared blankly at the arm separated from his body. He felt no pain whatsoever. Talaris's long sword rested at his neck. She said contemptuously, "Mages have this bad habit. Clearly the enemy is right in front of them, yet they dare to be distracted. Is this arrogance or stupidity?" At this time, Middle's previous confidence had completely vanished, and despair quickly occupied his body and mind. He thought, how could this be? Is our gap really so large? Never mind delaying time. Even if reinforcements arrived, facing such a monster would only lead to death. Just then, something unexpected happened. A magic circle emerged beneath Middle. The formation shot up to the sky with a whoosh. When the light faded, Middle had disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, a dazzling light shone down, turning this land bright as day. Middle and the surviving mages were teleported to a place where a group of imposing mages appeared before him. One of the mages said, "Vice Tower Master, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to the White Knight unit." At the same time, Talaris on the ground also withdrew her ice dome, her face dark and displeased as she bit her lip. When Sheris looked up, a magnificent warship was floating majestically in the sky. This was precisely the flagship weapon that the Gipple family would deploy only when facing war, Kozel. Seeing the scene, Ulakai felt it was hard to believe. Was that madman really that important? Jean was mentally prepared for this situation. After all, since the head of the Andre was killed, the Gipple family had another pure blood attacked, so they decided to take countermeasures. However, while that warship was a big problem, the most troublesome were the guys on the warship. The most elite force of the Gipple family selected through strict screening, White Knight. They were capable of confronting any top power on the continent except for Runcade. At this time, Talaris walked over and said, "I don't want to deal with that big guy here. Let's go. I'll help transfer those red people to a safe place, so go prepare immediately." But Jean said firmly, "No, we can't leave before the ceremony is finished." Upon hearing this, Talaris's eyes turned cold, and her whole being radiated a sinister aura. She said, "Do you think I'm negotiating with you? I didn't come here to indulge your willfulness." However, Jean struggled to stand up with his injured body trembling. He told her, "If we don't let the ceremony complete, no one will be able to deal with a Gipple family in the future, and there will be endless victims like them. Please help us. Don't let such tragedies happen again. Jean's weak body spoke words that were so firm and powerful, made Talaris keep in silence, staring intently at the young man before her. After a long while, she turned around. She said to Jean, "I'll give you 1 hour to resolve everything. Also, after this is over, both sets of parents need to meet." After saying this, the 10,000 ice sword condensed in her hand again. On the other side, Tika was leading the red people in performing the ceremony. At this time, Jean asked breathlessly if she could speed up the ceremony's progress, but Tika told Jean and the others to leave, because she also knew that the people in the sky were from the Gipple family and couldn't let Jean and the others fall into danger anymore. Tika said, "For such a long time, only you have helped us. We're truly grateful." But Jean interrupted her words. "Since I chose to help, I never thought of giving up halfway. Let me ask again, is there really no other way?" Upon hearing this, Tika smiled bitterly. If the goddess Osha were here, there might still be a possibility, but now we really can't think of any other way. At this time, Sheris asked if that person called Osha was dead. Jean told Sheris that Osha was in Tika. Hearing this, Sheris smiled with relief. "If that's the case, then it's easy to handle." The snow toad Mort appeared again. Sheris said, "Since she's still alive, no matter where she is, I can bring her here." At the same time, Talaris looked up and stared intently at the warship above, although she didn't know what Jean wanted to do. Her word was given, so she had to first stop those guys and resist the Gipple family's most elite troops, protecting them for 1 hour. At this time, Ulakai also stepped forward eagerly. He chuckled, "This is just a piece of cake." Talaris exclaimed, "Dragon Brother is also going to help?" Ulakai responded, "No, not to mention my identity being exposed. For personal reasons, I also cannot use my authority." Upon hearing this, Talaris gripped the weapon in her hand tightly. Cold air surrounded her fiercely, ice crystals dancing as she said, "Then assist me a bit." At this time, White Knight also issued an ultimatum to Talaris. As long as she handed over the person who killed Myron and the Red People, they wouldn't pursue any responsibility. Upon hearing this, Talaris danced her ice sword. She pointed her ice sword toward the sky and responded domineeringly, "If you want to negotiate with me, then call Kelia over." Upon hearing this, White Knight also knew the situation could no longer be mediated. If so, then let the battle begin. He raised his hand and condensed magic, instantly forming wild flames dancing in the air. The blazing fire was frighteningly red. Then he pressed his palms together forcefully, chanting, "Be annihilated." The next moment, the fierce fire became unstoppable and shot out explosively, wanting to devour everything under the fierce flames. Under that fireball, Ulakai had been waiting for a long time. His violent fist instantly cut through the air, shattering that terrifying fireball into sparks in an instant. At the same time, cold air surged on Talaris' ice sword. She suddenly swung her sword forward fiercely. The sword energy wrapped in ice frost power rushed rapidly toward the warship. White Knight's magic power appeared in his hands. He forcefully slapped toward the ground, quickly condensing a formation under the warship, immediately blocking that ice frost sword energy. After seeing Ulakai's performance, White Knight became puzzled about his identity. He had actually blown up his magic with one punch without even using righteousness, clearly not someone to mess with. So he immediately ordered contact with the main family. He wanted to apply for permission to use the warship cannon. On the other side, Jean and Sheris also reached Tika. He anxiously asked where the goddess Osha was. However, Osha seemed to have predicted Jean's arrival. She had already prepared, and they just needed to depart immediately. At the same time, Talaris, at the center of the battlefield, frantically swung her ice sword. Countless ice frost sword energies flew out following her graceful movements, continuously attacking the warship above. Ulakai was responsible for blocking the fireballs attacking from above. Each fireball was shattered by his punches. He felt his fists were about to catch fire, but just then, a cold air swept over. In an instant, his hands were covered with ice claws. This was Talaris' handiwork. Ulakai slammed his fists together. He shouted excitedly, "Although my hands have no feeling, this is still pretty good." After speaking, the ice claws dug into the ground, immediately gouging out a huge boulder, which he raised high. Then with sudden force in his hands, he hurled the boulder toward the warship above. But Talaris was very clear in her heart that these were all just minor skirmishes. Jean had said there was something they wanted here, so they wouldn't use warship cannons. This meant there would be no deaths on either side. They just needed to maintain the standoff and delay time. However, White Knight also saw through her thinking, but indeed, as Talaris thought, the main family had indeed temporarily not approved killing them. But the ceremony the Red People were holding and the two people who suddenly disappeared made him uneasy. He couldn't afford not to use deadly force. Just then, they also received a reply from the main family. Only a simple sentence: "Leave none alive, kill them all." Ulakai on the ground was wondering why they had suddenly gone quiet, but just then, what happened before him filled Talaris' face with shock. An ominous premonition quickly fermented. Violent magic power gathered at the ship's bow, instantly condensing into a huge energy ball, with explosive magic power raging wildly around it. White Knight said coldly, "Master of the Secret Palace, the family head has just approved the application. This is your last chance. Hand them over before I count to 3 and you can leave safely. Otherwise, I will kill everyone here." Upon hearing this, Talaris also understood they were going all out this time. However, at precisely this moment, a teleportation gate appeared behind her. When she turned around to look, she saw Sheris and the other two who had just returned from Tika. She immediately shouted for them to leave quickly. When Jean and the others saw the scene above clearly, their pupils immediately dilated. At this time, White Knight's countdown also came to an end, and as he calmly said, "Fire," an incomparable energy cannon instantly tore tore through space, like world-ending might wanting to devour this entire space. Talaris blocked in front of them. The power of 10,000 ice transformed into a raging storm. Then she fiercely slashed out an ice frost sword energy. In an instant, it met that terrifying energy cannon, accompanied by a huge thunderous explosion in this space. The energy cannon was immediately slashed into countless fragments by the ice frost sword energy, turning into small meteors falling to the earth. Sheris told Jean this was due to the characteristics of 10,000 ice. Anything that came into contact with her mother's sword energy would be frozen. Countless energy cannon fragments attacked Jean and the others below. Sheris and Jean struck simultaneously, their long swords swinging at extremely fast speeds, completely destroying all the incoming energy cannon fragments. Seeing Jean's performance, Sheris was surprised. Jean's strength had grown again, and in his current physical condition he could still keep up with her rhythm. Jean leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. The current situation was very bad. It would be very difficult for them to bring the goddess to the ceremony site. Unbelievable that that ship could contend with the master of the secret palace. The Gipple family really brought something amazing. However, White Knight on the warship was also extremely shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe one person's power could block Kozal's ship cannon. But he still had confidence in victory. He shouted to Talaris below, "Master of the palace, this is the final warning. If you don't listen to reason, even if we have to raise all of Kolan to the ground, I will kill all your clients." However, upon hearing this, Talaris burst into laughter. Then she looked up to the sky and laughed even louder. "How ridiculous. It seems you don't have the courage to say you'll kill me. I am Talaris, master of the secret palace. Even if all of the Gipple family's proud White Knight units came here, they couldn't do anything to me. So you'd better recognize reality quickly and get lost." Talaris's words left White Knight in silence, but then he said calmly, "We indeed can't kill you. But under Kozal's bombardment, can you protect everyone behind you? We only need to endure a little humiliation, while you will bear the shame of not completing your commission." Upon hearing this, Talaris frowned. Then she asked Jean if she just needed to get the woman he brought over there. Jean said if they could get her there, it would be equivalent to winning. After getting confirmation, Talaris gripped her ice sword tightly. She said, "Get fully focused, daughter. I'll resist the attacks. You find a way to get her to the altar. Today, either the secret palace or the Gipple family will be shamed." At the same time, Captain White Knight also ordered everyone behind him, "Warship cannons prepare. Today, I will erase Kolon from the map." Jean tore off his clothes, then tied his long sword tightly to his hand. He said, "Miss Sheris, please protect the goddess. I'll clear the path." Upon hearing this, Sheris quickly said, "Can he manage alone? How could you possibly block so many fragments? If you're not careful, you could really die." Jean was silent for a moment, then said, "I was able to live until now thanks to the help of many people. If I don't fight desperately, I won't be able to tolerate my own choices." Jean's unwavering words fell on Osha's ears, immediately triggering memories in her mind. Once, she had managed to escape only under the sacrificial protection of many clan members. Therefore, the hope of saving her people also fell on her shoulders. The remaining clan members suffered cruel torture under the Gipple family's brutality. But even so, no one was willing to reveal her hiding place. Although she kept telling herself this was the best approach, abandoning everyone and fleeing was also her choice. She hid on a small island, using her gradually weakening divine power to pray to an unresponsive god, and waited for someone who could redeem them. All of this was her choice. So now, even if she died, she must die alongside her people, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Just then, Kozal's energy cannon also finished charging. Then it blasted down toward everyone below again. Seeing this, Talaris quickly slashed out an ice frost sword energy, immediately slashing that huge energy cannon into fragments, turning into countless small energy cannons pouring down. At this time, Jean had only one thought in his mind. He just needed to believe in one thing, that every sword he swung could maintain the same power as the first sword. As countless energy cannon fragments fell to the earth, Jean's sword in his hand swung faster and faster. While turning his head, he shouted loudly to Sheris, "Don't stop, I'll help you block the attacks from the side." But just as Jean was distracted for a moment, several more fragments rapidly fell toward him. At the critical moment, a figure appeared and scattered all those fragments. Ulakai turned his head and warned everyone to be careful, as the attacks wouldn't stop. As soon as he finished speaking, White Knight once again issued the command to fire the energy cannons. Seeing this scene, Talaris also gritted his teeth and prepared himself. The next moment, the energy cannons exploded in the air again, instantly transforming into countless meteors that struck toward everyone. Ulakai shouted loudly, "Don't stop! Hurry up and go!" He then joined forces with Jean to shoot down the dense fragments. Taking advantage of this gap, Sheris quickly escaped. But just then, another fragment shot rapidly toward her back. However, Jean leaped forward and struck it down. Seeing this, Ulakai smiled and said, "Not bad. You can actually keep up with me. Just keep it up like this." However, before he finished speaking, the next moment his pupils contracted sharply. He saw Jean get hit directly by a fragment. Sheris nervously called out Jean's name upon seeing this. However, more fragments rapidly bombarded him, immediately burying him in the meteor sea. But after hesitating for just a moment, Sheris remembered what Jean had said. She steeled her heart and picked up Osha, refusing to let Jean's efforts go to waste. Her sword swiftly swung to sweep away the fragments in front of her. Although she still couldn't understand why Jean would fight to such an extent. Before she could think more, a fragment suddenly struck her back. As her strength gave out, Sheris threw Osha out, then fell to the ground with a thud. Osha turned her head, anxiously caring about Sheris's injuries. But Sheris sternly shouted, "Don't look back! Don't let our efforts be in vain! Keep running!" Hearing these words, Osha was deeply moved and couldn't calm down. She then gritted her teeth and made her determination, turning around to run with all her strength. This time, she wouldn't just wait helplessly for the gods' response anymore. Prayer alone couldn't change anything. She had realized this too late. Now she had to make a new choice. At this time, Jean, who was severely wounded and near death, had already fallen into unconsciousness. But a voice in his mind was calling to him, "Wake up!" Jean Runkide. When Jean opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely changed. Blood-red lava was destroying this land. Sheris lay silently on the ground. Talaris held her daughter with a grim expression, surrounded by countless people from the Gipple family. The outcome was already visible. They had become the losers of this battle, facing such a painful ending. Jean stared wide-eyed at everything before him, his heart full of disbelief. Just then, a sound came from behind him. When he turned to look, he saw a red flame dragon standing behind him, holding a dying black dragon in its grasp. That was clearly his contract dragon, Ulakai. Jean looked at the red flame dragon, which was not only several times larger than ordinary dragons, but also completely red. He immediately understood this was Kelia's guardian dragon, the flame dragon Katon. From this, it was clear that the Gipple family had truly made thorough preparations. They had ultimately become the losers of this battle, and the price of failure was death. At this time, the voice in Jean's mind spoke again. "You must be very curious about what went wrong, whether you should have left immediately after killing Myron, or should have directly fled with the natives from the beginning, or perhaps you shouldn't have helped them at all in the first place. Are you filled with regret?" This series of questions left Jean silent, but the next moment he clenched his fists. He said angrily with his whole body trembling, "This was my own choice, and I don't regret it. What angers me is that despite fighting desperately, I couldn't change anything. I'm angry at my own incompetence and weakness. Everyone was dragged down by me. Because I was too weak and foolish, we ended up with such a result." At this moment, Jean blamed no one else. He felt unwilling and guilty. If he could have been stronger, could he have changed this outcome? Hearing Jean's words, the mysterious person said with satisfaction, "In that case, don't forget this feeling you have now." With that, she snapped her fingers. In an instant, brilliant light swallowed Jean. When the light faded, Jean had appeared in another space. When he saw clearly who was before him, his pupils immediately contracted in shock. The other person said, "I am the deity Cram. With Soldrake's help, I sealed myself in this mirror. I have been waiting for you." Hearing this, Jean felt confused. Cram said, "Time is urgent now, but through today's events you should understand how difficult the path you must walk will be. It can be said to be full of thorns and countless difficulties. If you cannot protect those around you, how painful would that be?" Hearing this, Jean couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He angrily cursed at her. "What's the point of saying this now? Everything is already over anyway." However, Cram said, "Things are not over. Let's go outside to continue our conversation." The next moment, Jean was once again enveloped in light. When he regained consciousness, he had returned to his body. Jean sat up. He had lost count of how many times he had fainted today, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. What was all that just now about? At this time, Sheris walked over and said, "You're finally awake." Sheris smiled and said, "It's rare to see you with such a panicked expression. It seems you now know how to value your life." Before Jean could answer, a large hand appeared behind him. Ulakai gave him a heavy slap on the back. Ulakai said worriedly, "How did you stay unconscious for so long? I thought you were dead." But seeing Ulakai, Jean said curiously, "How are you still alive? I remember you were killed by Katon." Hearing this, Ulakai said indignantly, "What are you talking about? Katon trembles with fear whenever he sees me." Meanwhile, Talaris came to Jean's side and said, "I couldn't understand what gave you the confidence to do this before. I didn't expect you to actually make an ancient god descend." But Jean was still in a confused state and couldn't understand what she meant at all. Ulakai told Jean, "The goddess used her own body to make an ancient god descend, and it wasn't an ordinary god either. As soon as she appeared, she instantly defeated Kozel. I don't know what method she used, but White Knight's troops couldn't move at all. And this endless magical power and barrier, in my memory, there's no record of this god's existence. Although I don't know what god she is, she's definitely not a minor character." Ulakai called out to the distant goddess, "Jean has woken up. You should tell us now. What exactly do you want to do?" Jean looked at the woman before him and felt that the soul before him was not Osha. At this time, Cram also began explaining to everyone. She said, "It was Osha who sacrificed her own body, so I was able to descend. Jean Runkide, consider the death and pain you experienced today as a small lesson. It will make you more determined to do what you must do." At this time, Jean also understood that everything just now had been an illusion. Ulakai urged Cram to quickly answer his question. He wanted to know what this suddenly appearing god intended. He said bluntly, "You who arrived so late should put away your arrogance. What do you want Jean to do by doing this?" Cram opened her palm and summoned an object. Seeing this item, Jean's pupils immediately contracted in shock, because he recognized this thing as the spring of magic. Cram told everyone, "I am the creator of magic and the source of endless magical power. But the world couldn't bear that power and nearly faced destruction. It was Soldrake who helped me. He sealed both my power and me in this mirror." Ulakai expressed doubt, as he had never heard of any god of magical power. But the next moment, the mirror emanated a shadowy aura that instantly filled the entire mirror surface. Cram indicated this was the seal Soldrake had placed. Seeing this, Ulukai's doubts were confirmed. He could tell at a glance that this was indeed Soldrake's shadow seal. But this seal had become very weak, so she needed to find someone who could continue maintaining the seal. The mirror contained endless magical power, and if this boundlessly expanding magic were released, it would destroy the entire world. Therefore, to prevent such a thing from happening, she asked Soldrake to seal her in the mirror. The Kholin people here had been guarding her for over 1,000 years. Hearing this, Ulukai angrily questioned, "Do you know what they endured to guard the mirror? You should have had capable people do this kind of work," Cram said. The Kholin people then were different from now. No force dared to underestimate them. But after I was sealed, they lost their protection, which is why they gradually fell to their current state. However, thanks to you, they can finally end their suffering. Soldrake's 1,000-year contractor. Hearing this, Sheris and Talaris were immediately shocked. Talaris was even happier, laughing continuously, making Jean feel a chill down his spine. Then Cram pushed the mirror in front of Jean and said, "Accept it, Jean Runkaid. You have the ability to protect the world and possess Soldrake's power." As soon as Jean took the mirror, he felt his magical power surging within his body. But as the magic flowed out, the seal became looser and looser. This disaster-like thing had been abused by the Gipple family in his previous life. Jean said, "It seems I'll have to replace the Kholin people in guarding the seal from now on." But Cram told Jean, to be precise, only you can guard it. The Kholin people have been doing something beyond their capabilities all along. And I'm not just asking you to maintain Soldrake's seal. The seal itself is a gift Soldrake left for you. This is a masterpiece created by Soldrake using all his power during his most powerful period. It's not only high-density shadow energy, but can even be said to be part of Soldrake himself. But Jean didn't seem particularly happy after hearing this, although this thing would indeed be of great help to him. What he cared more about was the promise Osha had made to him, to summon Soldrake once for him. Hearing this, Cram's expression froze. Then she fell silent. After a long while, she apologetically told Jean, "Osha was too anxious and made you a promise beyond her capabilities. After all, even the black dragon beside you cannot get a response from Soldrake. How could she possibly do it? I apologize on her behalf." Jean said, "It's okay. I didn't do this for a reward. I'm already grateful to have a gift." Seeing Jean's reaction, Cram sighed inwardly. She thought to herself, "Forgive her, for she couldn't possibly know you are a reborn person. And how did you come to be reborn?" Meanwhile, Cram's body was gradually fading. She said, "My time is almost up. I've said everything I needed to say. It was your choice that freed them from their curse-like mission. Thank you very much, child of Soldrake, our Redeemer. I will bless your journey ahead from within the mirror." With that, Cram's body completely disappeared from the spot. At this time, Talaris' voice came from behind Jean. "This is the first time I've seen a deity thank humans. What a precious scene. We should also leave now, as those guys will wake up, and if we don't go, their reinforcements will come again." In the divine space, Osha finally understood why Cram had never been able to respond to her prayers. It was because she had always been sealed in the mirror. Cram apologized to Osha. It was her sacrifice that saved everyone. Not only her, but all the children of Kholin had endured tremendous pain. But Osha bowed deeply to Cram in gratitude. She said, "Thank you for listening to my prayers, listening to their final voices, and ultimately saving them all. So please don't apologize, because none of us did anything wrong." Osha's words, free of any blame, left Cram stunned and unable to let go for a long time. Then Cram once again focused her thoughts on Jean, saying, "Jean Runkaid, you possess strong willpower, so please make this world free from suffering in the future." Meanwhile, Jean was also preparing to bid farewell to Tika and Dino. Tika, who had gained new life, was infinitely grateful to Jean. Cram had been sealed in the mirror for over 10,000 years. In the history that had been passed down, their people had originally been a dominant force, but for a long period they had no development whatsoever, eventually declining and becoming a weak people, thus becoming slaves to the Gipple family. What happened after that was as Jean knew. If the mirror had fallen into the hands of the Gipple family, then the sacrifice of their entire people would have become meaningless. But fortunately, it was Jean who obtained the mirror in the end. Saying this, tears of excitement couldn't help but flow from Tika's eyes. But Jean rejected Tika's statement, because the current outcome was all thanks to everyone. If those madmen from the Gipple family had obtained the mirror, they would have created an army of mages just like in his previous life, and then the world would have been doomed. Then Jean told the two that he would arrange for them to be in the Huppist United Nations. Hearing this, both were very surprised. Dino said, "As a prospective pioneer of the Runkaid family, you cannot get any support from the main family, so you don't need to do this for us." But before Tino could finish speaking, Jean took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "This is a letter I wrote to Luna, the first pioneer of the Runkaid family. After you arrive at the territory, show this letter and she will help you." Hearing this, Dino once again thanked Jean. Jean smiled and said, "If you want to thank me, then write more reports criticizing the Gipple family." But Dino wondered if the Gipple family would really remain indifferent to this. With just his own power, it would probably be very difficult. But Jean said, "I'm not the only one in this world who dislikes the Gipple family. I'm just the key spark. After seeing your reports, people who have been persecuted by the Gipple family will stand up. You will definitely become a good journalist, so be confident." Then Jean Jean found Talaris and said, "I apologize for only having time to formally greet you now. Thank you very much for your help." Hearing this, Talaris smiled carelessly and said, "It's just a small matter, no need to be so formal." But Jean was worried that this incident would cause the Gipple family to hate the secret palace even more. Talaris said, "No, from now on Kelia will be more cautious in dealing with the secret palace, because he definitely didn't expect an ancient god to descend, so he'll only think I've become stronger." Hearing this, Jean also felt relieved. But at this moment, Talaris changed her tone. "However, I didn't help you out of kindness, but because of a commission, so you don't need to thank me." Jean asked her, "Is there any reward you want?" Talaris smiled mischievously and said, "What kind of request do you think I should make to you, who are both Soldrake's contractor and a magic swordsman?" Hearing this, Jean felt a chill in his heart. Although he had expected this situation, he didn't know what kind of request she would make. But the next moment, Talaris laughed and said, "How about we forget it this time? After all, I also obtained some important intelligence." As she spoke, she asked for Sheris's opinion on the side. Sheris blushed and shouted loudly, "Why are you asking me?" Then Talaris and Sheris also prepared to return. Before leaving, Sheris said to Jean, "Next time we meet, we must have a decisive battle. This incident doesn't mean anyone owes anyone anything, so..." But before she could finish, Talaris interrupted, "Oh my, you're still in your adolescent phase, how dishonest!" Sheris cried out in embarrassment, "Mother, why have you been like this since yesterday?" Jean watched the mother and daughter bicker with sweat dripping down his face. On the other side, in the depths of the Black Sea, Father was cooking and eating fierce beasts. But then a bright light appeared behind him. The figure that appeared was none other than Talaris. Father asked in confusion why she suddenly came to find him. Talaris waved her fan and said, "Long time no see, Shallan. How about letting your youngest son become my son-in-law?" On the other side, after the Colon incident came to an end, Dino and Tika came to the Runcade territory with the letter Jean had given them and found Luna. According to the contents of the letter, Luna also learned about the great deeds her younger brother had recently accomplished. He had not only killed the Gipple Magic Tower Master but also fought a great battle with the White Knight Legion controlling Kozel, standing as the victor until the end. How remarkable indeed. Luna was very happy about Jean's performance and asked Dino if Jean's body was still well. Dino said, "Although the battle was intense, young Master Jean had recovered before we left." Hearing this, Luna also put down her worries and asked the wet nurse to help them find suitable jobs to settle here with the territory's residents in the future. Then she told Dino to speak up about anything he needed, and she would support him with all her power within her capabilities. But he must achieve respectable results according to Jean's requirements. Hearing this, Dino fell silent, then spoke with determined expression to make a guarantee, "You need not worry. I will definitely not disappoint you." Soon after, a news report caused a huge uproar worldwide, with the content being the massacre of Colon natives. An unidentified adventurer had punished the Gipple family members who massacred the Colon people. Once this news broke, opposing forces of the Gipple family, including the Runcade family, quickly spread the rumors. Although the Gipple family claimed externally that this was all Myron Gipple's individual misconduct, fragments of Kozel were found at the scene, indicating that the Gipple family had actively participated in the entire incident. Just as the Huppist United Nations was furious and the Lutro Magic Federation was equivocating, the Emperor of the Bimante Empire personally declared that the Gipple family was innocent, which gradually calmed the boiling public opinion. The Runcade family, which had made the incident public, gained tremendous prestige, while Bimante, which supported the Gipple family, received corresponding rewards. The Gipple family, having lost their reputation and prestige, became low-key. Dino had thought that the Runcade people were all warriors obsessed with swordsmanship, but it turned out this was all his prejudice. Because not only Jean, but even Luna had helped, and it brought about an amazing chain reaction. It received many letters of support and financial assistance. The Colon people, who had been ignored for hundreds of years, now received so much attention. All of this was thanks to Jean's contribution. Now they no longer needed to pray to the god Cram, but should pray for Jean instead. Until the fact that the unidentified adventurer who helped them was Jean Runcade could be openly reported. Until Jean would become a pioneer in the future, master the hegemony of the Runcade family, and crush the Gipple family. On the other side, in the depths of the Black Sea, Khan came to find Father with Karl's letter. But the next moment his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw an iceberg had appeared before him, which was Talaris's handiwork. After she mentioned making Jean her son-in-law, Father immediately erupted with terrifying aura, which startled her. Father asked with displeasure, "Is this a new way of provocation for you?" To this, Talaris grinned and said, "I already told you I'm not here to provoke you like before." At this moment, she suddenly focused her gaze and threw an ice wind toward the rear. With a clang, it struck Khan. After seeing who it was, Talaris said, somewhat surprised, "Oh, it's you, Khan." Father told Khan to ignore her and asked Khan to give him Karl's letter. After receiving the letter, Father read about the things Jean had been doing recently, and Khan also informed Father about the recent reports. But after hearing this, Father found it somewhat hard to believe. Jean shouldn't have the ability to fight against Kozel no matter what. He immediately asked Talaris if she had done it. Talaris chuckled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I was just fulfilling someone's request. I think his name was Carl." Hearing this, Father immediately became displeased, because Carl hadn't mentioned this in his letter. Father thought, "That damned guy, how dare he hide things from me? I need to teach him a lesson." However, Talaris said, "Your thinking is wrong. You should praise Carl instead. Carl understands whose person he is and clearly maintained distance from you. He made it clear that he's not your person, but Jean Runcade's person." Hearing this, Father fell into thought and quickly understood what Talaris meant. He said, "I almost made things difficult for Jean. Consider it that I owe you a favor." Talaris smiled teasingly and said, "Then what about the favor your youngest son owes me?" Father snorted coldly and said, "Go settle that with him yourself." After conveying everything, Talaris also prepared to leave. Before leaving, she said, "Consider seriously what I said about the marriage. My daughter and your youngest son are more compatible than you imagine." At the same time, Jean and Tika suddenly shivered. He turned to look in a certain direction, somewhat puzzled about what was happening. Carl said, "I've been having this feeling lately too. Are you experiencing it as well, young master?" Gilly said, "Could it be a side effect from the mirror enhancing your magical power?" Jean laughed heartily and said, "Probably not." But after the colon incident, Jean's strength had indeed improved greatly. His current levels were swordsmanship 6-star, shadow energy 5-star, magical power 7-star. Just by holding the mirror, his magical power could immediately reach 7-star level. The effect of this thing was truly terrifying, but he couldn't let his magical power upgrade in this way anymore, or the seal would loosen. At this time, the butler came to report to Carl, "There's a man who says he's an information broker and wants to work under you." Carl was already used to this kind of situation and told the butler to give him some money and send him away. However, the butler said, "I wanted to do that too, but he knows the exact location of a 7-colored bird secret base. According to my investigation, this is his first time coming to Tika, but he knows our secrets." Jean came to the window and looked toward the entrance, wanting to see who it was that knew the 7-colored bird's secrets. But when he saw clearly who it was, his eyes immediately widened, because that guy had an unresolved history with him. Information smuggler, Jet. He had stabbed Jean several times in his previous life. Just thinking about that time made Jean want to cut him into pieces. In this life, Jean had used him to destroy Taexing, but he said he had a son, so Jean had spared his life. He hadn't expected this guy to now approach the 7-colored bird. Looking at his appearance, it seemed something had gone wrong. Carl coldly questioned Jet, "I've never seen you. How did you learn of our distribution locations?" Jet indicated he had once been Yakin's information broker. Hearing this, Carl said in surprise, "So you're from Taexing." Hearing this, Jet shuddered and quickly said, "I was an internal informant. To stop those guys from continuing their tyranny, for Yakin's peace, I destroyed them from within." However, as the leader of the strongest intelligence organization 7-Colored Bird, how could Carl not know the inside story of this incident? He knew very well that the whole thing was completely led by young Master Jean, so he turned his gaze to Jean. To this, Jean smiled lightly and nodded, indicating for Carl to continue. Carl pressed Jet again. "How exactly did you know where our branch is? This answer determines your personal safety." But how could the cunning Jet not know that this was his bargaining chip for negotiating with Carl? If he said it directly, he would lose his usefulness. So he firmly stated that he would never tell him until Carl accepted him. Hearing this, Carl said with murderous intent in his eyes, "What do you think this place is? How dare you put on airs? If you don't speak, you'll never see sunlight again." As he finished speaking, Jet immediately said, "Besides that, I also know relevant intelligence about Spider-Hand Aru, whom the 7-Colored Bird has been investigating recently." As soon as these words were spoken, Jean's voice immediately responded, "I want to hear the details." But Carl said, "There's no need at all. This guy must be lying, young master." Hearing this, Jet immediately turned toward the voice, very confused by Carl's form of address. Wasn't Carl the master of Tika? But he had to look at someone else's expression. When he saw clearly who was behind him, he immediately stared wide-eyed in shock. Jean said calmly, "Long time no see, Jet. How did you come here? Where's the gift I gave you?" Upon seeing Jean, Jet shouted, "It's you! You damned liar!" He then turned to tell Carl, "This guy is just a liar. He even once impersonated Belladin Gipple. Don't believe him or Tika will end up like Taexing." Hearing this, Carl became furious and was about to draw his sword. Carl said, "I think you're really crazy to talk such nonsense." But just then, Ulakai suddenly barged in, immediately deflating Carl's aggressive manner. Ulakai angrily questioned him, "Didn't you hear me calling you all along? Where did you put the ice bars I asked you to buy?" Seeing the angry Ulakai, Carl could only weakly say in a small voice that he was conducting an interrogation. At this time, Ulakai also noticed Jet and immediately remembered this was the guy who had poisoned their drinks back then. Ulakai said, "Why are you here?" Ulakai's fierce face once again brought back terrifying memories for Jet. This was that madman from back then. Why was this guy here? But suddenly he caught some key information. This guy was disrespectful to Master Carl. And when they were in Yakin, this madman was that little brat's subordinate, which meant the person with the highest status here was actually the liar he spoke of. After figuring everything out, he knelt down toward Jean with a thud, then started banging his head on the ground like it was a wooden fish, saying, "I was blind. Please forgive my ignorance." Seeing this, Jean felt speechless. This was the Jet he remembered. Jean said, "Alright, let's get to the point. Tell me all the intelligence about Spider-Hand Aru." Before Jean could finish, Jet spilled everything he knew. Aru's real name was Tagan Marius. He was born in the Del Kingdom of the Huppist United Nations. He had once passed the test to become a Runcade family trainee as a commoner. The name he used then was Tagan Marius, and now his real name had been erased. Jean pondered over the surname Marius. He felt it was very familiar, as if he had heard it before. At this time, Gilly beside him reminded him, "That's Time Marius, the surname of the Lady Luna's wet nurse's family." Upon hearing this, Jean was stunned and stood there in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this clue would actually involve Luna. For a moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, and he asked Gilly for confirmation once again. But to this, Gilly still gave an affirmative answer, because the wet nurse Time was also born in Del Kingdom. Upon learning this, Jean's face immediately darkened to the extreme. Carl asked Jet when Aru had taken the test, to which Jet replied it was in 1776, 20 years ago. Upon hearing this, Carl placed his sword against Jet's neck and said, "20 years ago, Del Kingdom was in the midst of civil war. All the men at that time should have been drafted to fight, so how could a mere commoner possibly take the trainee test? Are you lying?" To this, Jet repeatedly assured that everything he said was true. Gilly said, "If he isn't lying, then it means someone within the Runcade family helped Aru. Within the Runcade family, those who possessed such authority were either purebloods of the family or wet nurses who cared for the purebloods. The wet nurses of the Runcade family weren't just caretakers of children. Depending on the status of the pure blood they cared for, they possessed different levels of authority. 20 years ago, everyone believed that Luna would be the next family head. Therefore, Sister's wet nurse must have possessed supreme power within the family at that time. If those two people truly had a blood relationship, could the person who cursed me in my previous life really be her?" But Jean thought it was also possible that Time acted alone, yet he couldn't understand the reason behind it at all. So he could only ask Jet once again if this intelligence was reliable. To this, Jet staked his own life as guarantee that this intelligence was absolutely true. This was information he had personally gone to the Del Kingdom to confirm. Upon hearing this, Jean immediately made a decision, saying, "Very good, then you'll lead the way for me. I want to go to the Del Kingdom right now." At the same time, in the Del Kingdom, a thug was beating the man before him. He threatened with the money he had extorted from the man. "I told you what would happen if you exceeded the payment deadline, didn't I? Why won't you listen?" The man said nervously, "I still have a daughter to raise. If you keep this up, I'll report you to the guard unit." But to this, the thug said arrogantly without care, "Seems like you forgot that behind me stands the famous Runcade family." But suddenly a voice interrupted him, "You'd better shut up. If you say more, you'll put me in a difficult position, Brother Gabo." Seeing this scene, the man's expression changed drastically, saying, "How are you here? Is that guy also nearby?" But as soon as he finished speaking, his veins bulged out. Large amounts of blood gushed from his mouth, and in the blink of an eye he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Then a masked man appeared, saying, "How disappointing. Even with Mother's help, he still lived like a thug." The man beside him fell to his knees in fear, pleading, "I'll give you all the money, please spare me. I won't report this, I have a daughter waiting for me at home, please." But the masked man laughed mockingly, "Oh my, you actually see us as the same kind of people as these thugs. Sorry, we don't need money." After saying this, an attack flew over, splattering the man's blood on the spot. The purple-haired woman still had undissipated magic power in her hands. She said, "I personally bear you no ill will. You can only blame your bad luck. Everything I do is for that lord." On the other side, Jean was about to set out for the Del Kingdom to investigate the truth behind the curse. Through Carl's investigation, they learned that in the Del Kingdom, only one specific group used the surname Marius. That was an orphanage called Moon's Sacrifice. On the surface, it was an orphanage, but in reality, it was a place where the Del Kingdom concentrated orphans under management and trained them to become assassins or spies. They would let the orphans develop deep bonds with each other, then make them kill one another. Only the children who survived could become assassins. But after the Prince's faction won the Civil War, it was abolished, and 10 children from the orphanage were liberated and gained the status of free citizens. Aside from the already dead Aru, 9 people remained, and they all now lived within Del Kingdom's borders. After saying this, Carl handed Jean the addresses of those 9 people. Jean was filled with anticipation for this journey, hoping to find clues about the curse this time. I must find the one who cast that curse. The scene shifted, and Jean arrived at the Del Kingdom with Jet. The closest person to them now was Gabo, about an hour's journey away. Jet asked if they should find lodging first before going. To this, Jean said it wasn't necessary. He wanted to meet the 3 survivors living in the western region today, then find lodging afterward. They then came to Gabo's house, but despite knocking for a long time, no one answered. At this time, Jean noticed the commotion and noise in the distance, so he went to the back of the crowd to see what was happening. It turned out that a murder had occurred below. From the traces on the bodies, one died from wind magic, and one died from poisoning. This made Jean somewhat angry. Someone actually dared to commit magical crimes on Runcade territory. What audacity. At this time, the voices of the onlookers caught his attention. That damn Gabo really got what he deserved. Who told him to be a scoundrel? Upon hearing this, Jean quickly confirmed with the man, "Are you saying he's Gabo? Because from the corpse, it's impossible to identify him. So I'm curious how you know who he is." The man explained, "Last night at dawn, many people saw him walking this way drunk. Soon after, someone screamed, and then he ended up like this." The other dead person was someone who owed money and was always tormented by him. Upon hearing this, Jean immediately understood everything. From the poisoning, it was clear that the killer's initial target was Gabo, then used magic to eliminate the witness. But one thing thing Jean found strange was that if they chose to poison Gabo, they could have just waited until he was alone before acting. Why were they in such a hurry? Thinking of this, Jean suddenly realized something. He immediately had J-Jet check the location of the next person. They needed to rush over immediately. He had a bad premonition spreading rapidly in his heart. However, when Jean and the others arrived, the man had already been murdered, and the cause of death was also poisoning. From the traces, he hadn't been dead for long, and from the method, this was the same person who killed Gabo. In other words, someone was assassinating the survivors of Moon's sacrifice, and they had little time left. So Jean rushed at full speed to the next survivor's home. However, each time he was still one step too late. The survivors died one by one, and the magic they used became increasingly powerful. Now only the last two survivors remained. At this rate, they simply couldn't catch up with those guys, and appearing at crime scenes might make them suspects. So J-Jet suggested that Jean simply report this to the guard unit. But Jean firmly rejected this proposal, because if they reported it, they would also be investigated, making them even more unable to catch up. Jean took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Jean said, "Damn bastards. Although I'm only a reserve vanguard, they dare to obstruct me on Runcade family territory. No matter what, I must get there first." On the other side, the assassins' targets were down to the last person. The purple-haired woman said boredly, "How boring. They received the same training as us, but why are they so pathetic?" The masked man said, "Although it was all training, the content of our training wasn't the same. After all, only we were chosen by that lord, so of course we're better than those failures." At this time, they also arrived at the location of the final target. Barris smiled sinisterly and said softly, "Then let us end this mission now." However, when they arrived at the last survivor's home, the scene before them was beyond their expectations, because the place was already empty. It turned out that Jean had finally arrived ahead of time at the last survivor's home and taken the final survivor away. He said to the men, "Someone is killing your brothers. Those guys are assassinating based on distance from the teleportation gate, so they're always one step ahead of me. Therefore, I had no choice but to come find you, who lives farthest away. Thanks to this, your daughter was saved." But after hearing Jean's words, the man said somewhat sadly, "Sorry, I probably have no way out. The children from the orphanage all underwent cruel training long ago. Those who can easily kill them are only those two people, Barris and Corazzo. Those two guys are on a completely different level from us." Upon hearing this, Jean was very surprised. He asked in confusion, "Weren't there only 10 survivors from the orphanage?" The man denied, "No, there were 12 survivors in total, and the guys hunting us are monsters personally trained by that lord." As soon as he finished speaking, an attack suddenly landed behind the man. A figure in high heels slowly walked out, saying, "Oh my, I thought I couldn't catch up with you. Brother Danny, when did you become so clever? How did you know we were coming for you?" Danny questioned why Barris and Corazzo were doing this. He didn't understand. To this, Corazzo didn't want to explain too much and wanted to immediately end Danny's life. But at this moment, lightning drifted before him, and then a thick bolt of thunder crashed down toward Barris and Corazzo. The sudden magical attack greatly surprised the two. This was Jean's doing. At this moment, undissipated lightning still surrounded his body. Jean's cold voice reached their ears. "I've been very curious about which guys were obstructing me. Now that I've met you, I'm truly delighted. Who gave you the courage to act so recklessly on Runcade family territory? I will slowly figure it out." At the same time, Jean was also secretly sizing up Barris and Corazzo. They both looked under 30 years old. That woman was at least an 8-star mage, but she wasn't from the Gipple family, so who could she be? Jean's appearance left Barris somewhat incredulous. She said, "Brother Danny actually hired a bodyguard too. How did he become aware?" But Corazzo thought Danny couldn't possibly have known about their actions in advance. So he speculated that bodyguard must know something, so he wanted to take him away. Barris said, "Is that so? Then I'll immediately turn Brother Danny into mincemeat, then cut off that bodyguard's hands and feet and interrogate him." Saying this, she gathered wind magic in her hands. But Corazzo told Barris not to let her guard down, because he always felt that guy wasn't simple. But Barris didn't take this to heart at all. She said, "Corazzo, you're too cautious. That's why no girls like you." After saying this, Barris suddenly swung her hand and sent a wind blade toward Jean. However, Jean merely raised his palm lightly and easily blocked her attack. This scene left Barris in doubt. She said, "Could it be that I used too much strength along the way?" Jean was also analyzing the current battle situation in his mind. From the 4th level magic the woman used, she should have consumed too much magical power already, and that man should be the one using poison. But unexpectedly, Corazzo then drew a long sword, which completely exceeded Jean's expectations. He had thought Corazzo was just an assassin, but it turned out he was a swordsman who used poison. Jean then shouted to Jet nearby, telling him to take Danny and escape first. Hearing this, Jet showed a reluctant expression and said, "Sir, is this okay?" "No way, sir. How can I abandon you and flee?" However, at the same time, Corazzo moved and disappeared from his original position. In the next instant, he swung his sword and struck at Jean. In this simple collision, Jean instantly understood the strength of the man before him. This damned guy was at least an 8-star swordsman. Corazzo also deeply sensed that Jean wasn't simple. Corazzo said, "I didn't expect you to be that 1 in 10,000 magic swordsman. Your life is much more precious than that ant's. How about you hand that guy over to us now, and you escape with your life?" Upon hearing this, Jean's eyes narrowed and he said, "I know my life is more precious without you telling me, but I'm a man of honor." In the next instant, Corazzo launched continuous thrusts at Jean. While defending, Jean shouted at Jet again, "Take him away now, or you won't be able to leave later." But Jet said very loyally, "No, I cannot abandon you and flee alone." Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Jean interrupted, "Stop being hypocritical and leave quickly." Hearing this, Jet no longer pretended to be reluctant. He grabbed Danny beside him and fled as fast fast as if his feet were oiled, saying as he ran, "You must stay alive to see each other again, sir." Barris beside them smiled mockingly at this sight, saying, "You don't really think you can escape, do you?" Saying this, she gathered wind magic in her hands again, and shot up, rushing toward the direction Jayjat was fleeing. However, Jean quickly flashed and appeared in front of her, with a dark shadow flickering in his hands. Jean smiled and said, "Sorry, you need to receive a gift before leaving." Then, under their shocked gazes, blinding white light completely exploded before them, illuminating the night sky like daylight. Both Barris and Corazzo fell into temporary blindness. Taking advantage of this moment, Jean moved and struck Corazzo with his sword. Unexpectedly, even after taking this hit, he still had strength left. He instinctively swept his sword toward Jean in front of him. On the other side, Barris, due to temporary blindness, was frantically rubbing her eyes in panic, shrilly calling Corazzo's name. At this time, Corazzo was weakly covering his chest and standing in place. Large amounts of blood flowed from the sword wound Jean had inflicted. When Barris opened her eyes and saw this scene, she immediately became furious. Her rage, along with overwhelming magical power, surged out wildly. Like an angry beast, she roared furiously at Jean, "You dare hurt Corazzo, you damned bastard, I'll kill you." However, Corazzo beside her said softly, "Barris, don't get excited. I can heal myself. You're already very tired today. If you're careless, your magical power might backflow." Upon hearing this, Barris gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Jean couldn't help but curl his lip. They really weren't so easily fooled. Corazzo reached into his clothes and took out a medicine bottle. When the cork was opened, poisonous gas immediately spread. Jean was suspicious and quickly covered his nose and mouth. Could this foul smell be poison? He had heard of people who built up tolerance to poison and then used it in reverse. Although this would damage their lifespan, it could also grant great power. However, during his brief contemplation, Corazzo had already recovered his condition. He said, "Magic swordsman, you're more troublesome than I imagined. That light magic just now was unheard of. Although I have many questions I'd like to ask, completing the mission is more important right now. I'm changing my mind about capturing you alive." After saying this, he disappeared from his original position like a ghost. In the next instant, he appeared behind Jean. Jean quickly reacted and swiftly turned around, raising his sword to block this surprise attack. However, before he had any time to catch his breath, a wind blade slashed toward him, landing beneath him. Then, more wind blades enveloped him. Jean dodged them all while moving and turning, but soon Corazzo's surprise attack came again. However, Jean quickly blocked it with a backhand. This greatly shocked Corazzo regarding Jean's strength. His aura was clearly only 6-star, but his speed was beyond that level. This meant he must be hiding some unknown trump card. As he thought, Jean suddenly showed a slight smile. Blue flames rolled around his body. Jean said, "Let me deal with the mage first." In an instant, blue flames swept toward Barris. Seeing the scene, her expression changed drastically. How was this possible? This was actually Tess's. However, before she could finish speaking, she was engulfed by the magnificent blue fire, leaving only a sharp scream echoing in place. Seeing this, Corazzo anxiously looked back. Seeing this, Jean smiled contemptuously with disdain. "You still dare to be distracted. You two really have good feelings for each other." After saying this, black shadow energy enveloped both of them, immediately plunging Corazzo into complete darkness. This scene he had never seen before made his heart panic. In the darkness, a sword wind swept past, accompanied by a slashing sound as it struck his chest. Taking this hit, Corazzo powerlessly knelt to the ground. This black energy was neither magical power nor righteous energy, and it was the first time he had seen it in his life, but also the last time. At this moment, Jean's identity was becoming clear to him. He was not only a magic swordsman, but could also summon the Phoenix. Could this be shadow energy? So we encountered an opponent we simply couldn't defeat, but I'm curious whether my poison works on someone like you. A dark purple toxin quickly crept up Jean's face. At some unknown time, a small wound had been opened on his waist. Jean felt incredulous in his heart. When exactly did this happen? However, weakness had already quickly taken over his body and mind, and then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground with a thud.